A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the...
मगर जब हमारे जॉर्ज क्लूनी साहब आएंगे यहाँ तो प्लीज़ थोड़ा सा हमारे मेहमान हैं आज के लिए वर्चुअली सही मगर प्लीज़ welcome him with a lot of energy, okay? So it's a privilege for me to, of course, speak to him and converse with him, Mr. George Clooney. So can we all welcome Mr. George Clooney on the screen over here, virtually? Long distance. Come on! Come on! Hi, George. Please say hello to everybody.
Yeah, hi. I wish I was there. Here it's late at night, Friday night. I wish I was there with you guys.
Yeah, it's absolutely, and it's a privilege and honor to be here, to speak to you. I'm sure I'm going to ask you a few questions, which you must have answered millions of times. But it's long distance, virtually, but still, I'm really, really excited to speak to you today.
Before we wait further, I want to say this. First of all, in my world over here, you are a rock star. And I was doing an interview with you. I couldn't hear more about Mission Impossible, Slumdog, and all your films. And you are a full-on rock star.
Thank you.
It's an honor to talk to you.
Thank you. So kind of you, George. Coming from you means...
You look unbelievable for 29 years old.
No, absolutely. I'm elder to you. I'm 65, George. So, I'm senior to you. But both of us started in 1978. You started in 78, right? 1978? Sort of, yeah.
The 80s when I started getting work.
Okay. Cool. And I must tell you, George, that I can call you George. What do I call you? Clooney?
Yeah, that's fine. Or you call me Frank if you want.
Well, George, you're one of the most popular, loved, girls, love you over here. One of the, from America and India, really, really very, very popular, and people love you over here, George. Absolutely.
Well, I love it there. I have to say, I've been there a few times, and it's such a beautiful country, and there's something to say about the largest democracy in the world, and it's always fascinating place to see such a beautiful culture. It really is.
Yeah. You've been here twice, right?
I think maybe more. I've promoted some films, and then I came once with the UN.
Right.
Because there was a great deal of participation from India, the UN, in helping people in Sudan, South Sudan, and in South Africa. They were unbelievably helpful. So we came to say thank you.
Yeah, India is a vast country. It's a diverse country, and of course, today, world over, that's the priority of diversity and inclusiveness. That's what the world needs at the moment today.
Well, it seems like it's always needed. Sometimes we fall a little short, I suppose, but we've always needed. By the way, I think Boris Johnson's going to be honored for the best hair.
But George, your hair, every strain of your hair, you can come to India and sell it for $1 million. People just love your hair. And I heard that you cut your hair yourself. You cut your hair yourself?
I got a trimmer and my wife looks at me like there's something wrong with me.
No, yeah. Terrific. And you know, I remember a few years back I was offered a film called Dil Dhadakne Do by you know, one a very well-known director over here, Zoya Akhtar, and she said, I want I want you to play this role. I said, this is, what role is this? I want the George Clooney look. I said, George Clooney? It's simple. George Clooney? Okay, fine. I had to sit for 100 hours on the chair to get the George Clooney look. I swear, with the colorist. And I couldn't get the George Clooney look, but you know, with that look, I swept all the awards with the George Clooney. I swept all the awards, and the film became a success. And people spoke more about my look than my performance, but still they gave me the awards.
And by the way, I'm a big believer that my hair has gotten me a long way.
But I'm completely gray, you know, completely gray. Yeah, I'm completely. This is jet black. I've done it for a film called Fighter, and you know, when they want a George Clooney look, I ask for double the price. If 100,000 is my remuneration, I ask for double, and for black hair, I charge half of it.
You look so young.
Yeah. No,
Grandfather I've ever seen.
not at all. I'm a grandfather now. Absolutely, I became a grandfather, and
Are you enjoying being a grandfather?
well, you know, to be honest with you, can I be very honest with you? I have, when I became a father, I couldn't process this. It took me some time to become you know, to really process it. I'm married since the last 38 years, and you married only 6 years. So it's your eighth anniversary, right? Eighth anniversary, and I you know, in 8 years, I think the world is really learning a lot how you are, you know, managing your professional and your personal life. So coming to me, as you asked me about the question of the grandfather, so I'm still in the process. I was in Austria now, and I started slowly connecting with my grandson. His name is Vayu, means wind. Yeah, and I started connecting. I took him for a kind of, you know, for a walk, beautiful weather, and he was, you know, looking at the sky and the sun, and was trying to eat it. You know, yeah. You know, because that's his first exposure to the universe, to the planet, to the nature. And it's wonderful to see, you know, and how he was reacting to it. So I am slowly and steadily connecting. I'm much more quicker than the way I connected with my children, more with my grandson at the moment, yeah.
Well, I started very late with children, so I've got 2 5-year-olds. And I've done everything wrong. I have done literally everything. Like, we taught our kids Italian.
Yeah.
But I don't speak Italian. That's a disaster. They talk in Italian, and I don't understand what they're saying. And I've literally done everything wrong, but man, it's fun. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, and well, you know, you've been nominated many times for Oscars in various categories of writer, director, producer, you know, and I think you were on the August Company of Orson Welles and Warren Beatty, and you won the Oscar for the political documentary Rihanna, and if you really, honestly, if you ask me, I think you know, if you should have taken the trophy away for Michael Clayton, yeah, right, absolutely, and one of my favorite films, and of course Up in the Air and Descendants. I love Descendants, you know, so you know.
I was very lucky, you know. I think you'll agree that pretty much everything that works out starts with a really good script.
Yeah.
And if you don't have a good script, you can't do it.
Yeah.
You can't make a good film or a good performance out of a bad script. So it's almost, you're kind of relying on everybody else's help along the way. So that was a good script.
So Rihanna, yeah. And sometimes it so happens you have a great script, you do, you know, you do your best, and of course you feel it, and the entire team feels, your peers feel that you know, you're going to be definitely, this is Oscar material, and you're going to win the Oscar, or you're going to be nominated. And if it doesn't happen, how do you deal with that? If it doesn't happen?
Well, you know, everything for me has been, you know, I don't know if this phrase makes sense, but we call it icing on the cake, because for me, I grew up in Kentucky, and I was a tobacco farmer. I cut tobacco for $3 an hour, and I knew I didn't want to do that. I thought there might be something more fun to do in life, and so I moved out to California. I lived in a buddy of mine's closet for 2 years and rode a bicycle on audition. So everything to me has just been mostly luck, and I've always been very appreciative of it. So if something doesn't work out at the Oscars, that's just, that's nothing to worry about or complain about. I feel very lucky in my career, and so I've never felt that I'm owed or someone should be acknowledging me in any way. I have fun doing what I do. Most people we know, most people we meet in our lives, they don't get to have the kind of fun we have doing what we do. It's fun.
And absolutely, I agree with you. I feel blessed. Once every day I get up in the morning and if I'm I'm doing something which I love, and I'm going in front of the camera, I'm traveling all over the world, meeting so many people. So I say whatever I get every day, and whatever little whatever I have today is thanks to this show business, and I also feel very, very blessed and very, very grateful. And whatever comes, I take it as icing in the cake. I totally agree with you. And I heard that you used to, sell shoes.
Oh man,
yeah.
I sold lady shoes.
Lady shoes, yeah.
It's frightening. I'm telling you, it was like, everyone was lying about the size of their foot. I don't know why, but it was, and we were selling these shoes to these, they were like old lady shoes, and it was just a nightmare. But I got out of there finally. I sold insurance door to door.
Yeah.
That's terrible. People just hate you when you knock on their door.
But you've come a long way. But you've had your bumpy rides, but you always wanted to be an actor, George?
I don't know. It's a good question. My father was a newsman. For a period of time when I was very young, he had a variety show, a Nick Clooney show. It was in a little local Cincinnati, Ohio TV station. And he wasn't making any money, but he had a really fun life. So the family had to work the show.
Okay.
So my sister was a cue card girl, and then we would do live bits. So it would be, it was St. Patrick's Day. Again, I'd be 9 years old, and my dad would dress me up like a leprechaun and put me on the show and interview me. Like, it's a big day for you, right? And I'd be like, sure, it's a big day. And then it's Easter, they dress me up like a bunny, and they interview me. 10 years old with a cigar in my mouth. And so I always thought that it's performing, I never really considered acting as a profession because I didn't know anyone who was an actor. My aunt had acted in a couple of movies. She was a singer. And, but, then my uncle, who I didn't know, came to Kentucky to go boot. And I could visit him and say hi. He thought I would be an actor. And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Drove out in a beat up old car.
They see you as this great-looking guy, with a happily married with children, and coffee and tequila and all those kinds of things. Nobody's ever seen you exercising or working out. Never shown what's your daily routine? What do you eat to look so good?
I hate people to work out for me. I do the same thing we all do. I try to eat kind of a Mediterranean diet for the most part, and I everything in moderation, including moderation. And I, you know, I play a lot of sports. I play a lot of basketball, a lot of tennis and things like that. I still, you know, I'm lucky. I'm 61 years old and I still play sports. And I was a big, I played, and it keeps me energized until my knees go up.
Yeah. Matter of fact, even people when they, you know, obviously somebody asks me also sometimes, and I said it's thanks to my mother, you know, and my parents. I think that somewhere, sometimes it's the DNA which you have from your family, which really helps you the way you look. And of course, you have to look after yourself. And Mr. Clooney, you know, you've done all kinds of genres, you know, in films like rom-coms and you know, and sci-fi and dramas and action films, and of course political documentary. Which is the genre which is closest to your heart? Which genre?
Well, I'm going to ask you the same question, because I would be interested in hearing what your favorite one is.
Yeah.
Me, I've always, look, I grew up really as a child of sort of American cinema in the 60s and 70s, which was really exciting time.
Yeah.
Mostly America was going through such upheaval at the time. You know, we had the Vietnam War movement, and we had the civil rights movement, the women's rights movement, and the anti-drug or the drug counterculture. So the movies were really interesting from about 1964 to about 1976. And in that period of time, there were films like All the President's Men and Network and really just films with, you know, the parallax view, all these sort of paranoid political thrillers. I've always been drawn to that because I find those really fascinating and fun. I wrote a couple of them, Good Luck, and Eyes of Marjorie Road, and I've acted in more, including Michael Clayton and there's others of Syria, I'm not sure. And I like those kind of films. I think they're fun and exciting to do. You have to be careful because you don't want to become you don't want it to become a preachy. You want it to be real. It's a bit of a balance. What do you like most?
You know, of course, I haven't done a sci-fi till now. I would love to do a sci-fi. I did a show of sci-fi for Left Bank Pictures called Oasis, but unfortunately it was not green lit. And otherwise, I've never done a sci-fi. Otherwise, I've done all kinds of films. I've done action, I've done romantic films, drama, but yes, of course, I love comedies, doing comedies. I love doing comedies. And of course, I've done political thrillers and dramas. There's a film called Nayak, which I did, which is you know, it's been almost over the two decades since the film has released, and people still talk about it. And whenever there's an election, any part of this country, any state, I said, you should be like, you know, that the character I played in Nayak. Nayak means the hero. Yeah, it means hero. So I played the chief minister, like the governor of a state of Maharashtra, and you know, and so I would love to do another political film which you know, which reflects what's happening you know, in our country, and something which, of course, you don't want to be preachy. You want to, you know, basically, when I'm an entertainer the way you are, and coming to politics. Sorry, yeah.
I was going to say, unfortunately for me, some of my best dramas were comedies.
Yeah.
It wasn't fictional. That's how it worked out. Yeah. Batman and Robin was a comedy.
I read somewhere, I really laughed so much. I see you almost killed the franchise.
I tried to, I did the best I could. And that's one of those movies where, you know, there's a funny thing people don't understand. When you're really sort of just making it, and someone offers you a big franchise,
Yeah.
it's really exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really exciting. And you know, you're gonna be Batman. I call all my friends, oh, you're Batman. And all that. And then, you never consider the idea that it's going to be terrible. You know? And that you're going to be terrible in it. So it's like, the whole time I thought, this is great. And then you see it, you go, man.
Yeah, and of course, and you get a fat paycheck also if you do a franchise, yeah.
Well, yeah, if I did it well, you know, it's like when we did Gravity, they killed me after about 20 minutes, so I don't even get to do a sequel to that.
Yeah, I remember reading the script of Gravity. I couldn't understand anything. And, I just couldn't understand. It was not that I was offered the film, but my agents had sent me the script of Gravity, and I read it, and I told David, I said, my agent's name, David Anga, and I said, I just can't understand. And this was almost 12 years back, and it was made, and it's been in the works for many, many years. And and it became one of the most respected, successful Oscar winner. Gravity was a phenomenal film, absolutely fantastic. Great director.
Yeah, Alfonso Cuarón directed. He's a really wonderful director, and he has a great eye.
Yeah.
And I think he rewrote the screenplay with his son. And there was something really simple about it, and it's fun to work on. It's a weird thing because it's all in a green screen. You're just, obviously around in space, so you're just hanging out on a crane all day for like 9 months. You're in some way you go, okay, now scream.
But George, like I'm sure there must be a lot of prep involved in doing, these kind of sometimes physically challenging, sometimes emotionally challenging. So how do you prep a lot for your film, or just you walk, sometimes for a rom-com, you just walk on the set, or you have those readings, and how it is? What's your process? What's your process?
My process is pretty straightforward. As a director, I'll work with actors, some of whom are very method actors, they want to live in the role for long periods of time, and some of them, then there's like Julia Roberts and actors like that just show up, say the lines, and walk away. I don't care as long as you don't interfere with other people out of your work. As an actor, for me, I'm more this is Julia world where it's, you read the script, tell yourself a story, and try to translate that onto the screen. It's never been the way I work, but for other people works really well, and so they do that. I find life a little simpler when you don't. You don't torture the whole crew.
Yeah. And talking about Julia Roberts, and you did this film, which which is rom-com. You were fortunate. Over here in Bollywood, once you cross 40, you never offered rom-coms. You were fortunate you did this rom-com with Julia Roberts. And my friends have seen it, and they loved it. They loved the film.
Well, and Julia Roberts is 75 years old, so she looks great.
No, seriously.
What are you talking? She looks great for 70. I think maybe you're right, 73.
No, seriously, honestly.
She is, she's a great friend. It's fun to do a sort of normal adult grown-up comedy and let us sort of the old guys take a swing at it, which is pretty fun. And it's a big old hit, so we'll take it. It's fun when they work, It's interesting. It's been an interesting time. I don't know how it's been for you guys, but theaters have really taken a hard hit. The theater industry itself has taken a hard hit. There's a lot of business, a lot of streamers, a lot of business, but the theaters themselves have really been hurt, and it was important for us to have a film that we could be back in the theaters with. That was important, and so that it's successful in the theaters is really fun for us.
Oh, that's absolutely. I'm being very honest, because I go for my morning walks and I meet normal people over there who are not connected to the films, and they all really love the film. They love the film. Yeah.
Really fun. It's fun to do. It's not really my genre. I've only done one before it, and it was not very successful. And so doing that for me, I get to work with Julia, and she's a real pro at that. So it's her meat and potatoes of the food we work with.
Yeah, please, yeah. It's me, like you're both such good-looking, people, and and there are a lot of advantages. Are there any disadvantages being so good-looking? If there are any.
Well, there's a disadvantage in answering that question. Sounds like any way you answer it, sounds like a jerk. Listen, I will say I do get tired of hearing people talk about how the world is so much harder. I kind of go back to the sort of the simplest thing is, we're all wherever we are, is everybody there in that room with you is where they are in their lives from hard work, piece of luck, you go to the right place at the right time, and there's that moment where you go, oh, things should change. And so we're all a little, and by the way, you make a lot of your luck. I'm not saying that it just falls on you. But we need help from others along the way. And so I've always felt like, when I go to events and meet some of the most successful people I've ever met, we talked to Barack Obama, there were breaks that he got in his life that changed the world, quite honestly, because he became president. And so we were all a product of hard work and determination, but a little bit of luck in there too. So I feel like I've had my share of that.
That's very humble of you, and very, absolutely. And and you carry success so beautifully, and we all. And Mr. Clooney, have you ever thought of being an active politician, being a senator, or sometime? Why not taking a shot at being the president of the United States of America? I would love you to see you as a president of the United States of America. I think, what do you know?
I think it's a lot more fun to play them in film.
But I would love to see you, because I think you.
Boris Johnson there, he had a rough run, so I feel as if there are some really smart people who should be president of the United States, who have put in the time and effort to be able to make some decisions that I don't believe I should be making. I don't want to be making decisions on people's lives, life and death. There's some very important decisions to make along the way. And I think they should be made by people who have had a wide swath of experience. I do enjoy it, and also I don't dance with anybody, man.
Sorry?
You have to run for office. You have to run for office. The idea of how many, my father ran for Congress. The rings you gotta kiss and the money you have to take in to get it, and the compromises on your own beliefs you have to make. I don't have to do any of that. I can stand up for the things that I believe in, and the only results are if people are unhappy, they won't go see my projects, and then I can live with that because I made a decision. But I'm not held to a standard because I've had to make compromises along the way, and I feel very good about that in life. I'd rather pick the fights with I like to fight with people who need it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to tell you this, and I have to ask him this question, and I was really, you offered $35 million for one day's work as a paycheck, and you turned it down.
Yeah.
$35 million for one day, and you turned it down.
Yeah.
Wow. $35 million.
My wife and I had a conversation about it, and the main conversation was, if you're going to be paid, there's a reason why people want to pay a lot of money. And usually it's to sort of whitewash what they're doing. If you look at what's going on with the live golf world, there's some amazing people who were put in, who've been put in jail. A woman blogger who's been put in jail for tweeting something about free women's rights in Saudi Arabia, and she's been put in jail. And these guys who were taking money from these same people, taking hundreds of millions of dollars to sort of whitewash it. And I find that to be hard to do. And I find it to be, when your employer is the person who's also ruining the civil and human rights of other people, I find it hard to take that money, and I feel that they're using my reputation to try to clean their own. And I feel like my reputation is worth better than that. My wife and I had a long conversation about this. We'll take all the money, put it into our foundation, and never spend it, do it just to do some good. But there's a price, and and for me that price is not. It's my reputation and who I believe, what I stand for, what my parents taught me to be. Really wasn't for sale.
I think
I did take the meeting.
I would love to meet your agent. I want to see what his reaction was when you turned it down.
I would say it's really interesting things. It's a really wonderful agent named Steve Lasher. And we went in and sat down and had this meeting and talked with these guys. And I walked out and I said, I don't think I can do it. My Steve goes, okay, fair enough, thank you. And he walks away. Now, I don't know what he said after I was out of the room.
Yeah.
My parents taught me a really interesting, when I was really young, my mom and dad, they gave me sort of this lesson in life that I've always gone by, which is, my dad always said to me, you gotta pick fights, you gotta fight good fights, and you have to make decisions, and those decisions have to be that you have to challenge people with power. Anybody who has more power than you have to always challenge them, and you have to defend people who have less power. And if you do only that in your life, I don't care what you do as a career. When I was 10 years old, it drove in my head. If you do that, you're a success. And I believe that, and I've tried to live my life that way. I've failed, a bunch. I've tried to be as successful at it as my parents are, and I come up short often. But it's a goal, and it's something that I work towards every day of my life. And I think it's a good. We're raising our kids with that same sort of mentality, which is, our kids are born in sort of the lap of luxury, and they're going to have to whom much is given, much is expected, and they're going to have to, they're going to have to show up. There's a lot of fights out there that they're going to have to fight. They're going to have to stick up as people. They're going to have to learn empathy, and all those things are really important in life. And so those are important things to us, and you hope you don't lose those when as you get older.
Yeah, and talking about children, and I have 3 children. You have 2 beautiful children and a lovely wife. It's your 8th anniversary, 8 years of marriage, and I can see that you're having a wonderful time, and balancing your professional and personal life beautifully, absolutely fantastic. And how do you balance it, and don't you think, you're worried for your children the way, with the social media, and, how do you protect them, because they are George Clooney's children, they're Amal's, you both are huge stars all over the world. People know you all over the world. People are respected. There are certain kind of expectations which will be, from your children, and to live up to your names and all. And once they grow up, and of course they're young now. Well, I am, sometimes it is. I'm being very honest with you. It's been, they have these privileges, but I think they have more disadvantages sometimes, I feel.
There are some, although nobody wants to get anyone to complain about it. But look, my kids are 5, so I don't worry about social media yet.
Yeah.
I'm not on any of it, which has made me sleep well at night.
You're not on social media at all. Fantastic. I wish
listen, I'll tell you a little secret. Every once in a while, I like to have a glass of wine or 2. I don't need to pull out my phone after 2 glasses of wine and text my I have a funny Mother Teresa joke and wake up and have my career be over. I don't need that kind of access, and I don't think people need to hear my every thought on anything. I don't think that's helpful. Now, look, it's tricky raising kids. You've done it. It's going to be, all you do is you want to try to teach them everything that they can. You want to teach them things that you hope they can avoid. I have an advantage that you didn't have, because you had children when you were younger. And so your kids, your sons particularly, there would be this moment in time when they're 20 and you're 40 or whatever that is, where there's a competition in a way. They're going to be held and I'm sure that your sons and actors can compare to you.
absolutely. Yeah. There's a lot of competition, and he's compared. Yeah, right.
So now that's not going to happen with me, because I'm going to be 90 when my kids, in school and out. And so that's part of it kind of changes a little bit, when it's just the funny old man gumming the bread in the corner. They won't be as apt to hold the mirror up to my kid in the same way. And I think hopefully that's an advantage. We're going to try to raise them in a very normal life. I'm not very good, I don't know if you are, and I don't know about the people in that room and how they're good at this, they can all answer it for themselves. I'm not particularly good at balancing work and home life. My wife and I are working really diligently to make sure that we're spending more time not working. We haven't been great at it. I grew up, like I said, I grew up broke, and I was always afraid of not working, and so I continued to work. And my wife worked really hard at, trying to bring war criminals to justice, and there's not really much time off from it. Unfortunately, there seems to be enough war criminals around. And so we're trying to adjust our lives a little bit better. Because I said, listen, I'm all in 60. I had this conversation, I'm 60. I'm 61. I said, when I was 60, I said, listen, I can still play basketball with the guys, I can still run around. I said, but in 25 years, I'm 85. And that happens quickly, that 25 years. I said, so we have to make sure that while this is, while we're in good shape and healthy, we have to make sure we're living and spending our time together with our families in a more, balanced way. We're always with the kids, we're always together, but we're always working. So it'd be nice to take some time out and spend some time all around the world.
Yeah, yeah. That reminds me of a few greats all over the world. Actors like Paul Newman and Gregory Peck, and of course you cited that these are the few of the actors, two of the actors really you were influenced and looked up to. Are there any other actors besides these two greats? Even I, a huge fan of. I've seen a lot of Gregory Peck films and Paul Newman, terrific films. And are there any actors you really admire or looked up to in the past, present, you feel?
There were lots of different. The first I would say about Greg and Paul was I was friends with them. And they taught me a lot about how to be in the positions they were in. They treated it with respect, and they had fun, and they didn't take themselves seriously, and they worked very hard to try to make the world better in other ways. And I always feel like they used their celebrity the best you could, and I love them both, and I thought they were movie stars. I mean, they were, you look at Paul Newman's eyes.
Yeah.
It's just like, you look and go, that's the most handsome, and Greg is great, this deep voice.
Yeah.
Movie star. Now, growing up, I had eyes, if you wanted an actor that you couldn't take your eye off on in film as a young man, Spencer Tracy was it.
Yeah.
He always played kind of the same character. You could never take your eye off.
Absolutely.
He had a skill that was just amazing at that. Then there was sort of the newest version of the early, method actors. Before Brando was Montgomery Clift. And Montgomery Clift,
Yeah.
go watch A Place in the Sun if you guys have time.
Yeah, I've seen his films, yeah. And Spencer Tracy also, yeah.
Place in the Sun in particular, with Elizabeth Taylor and he at their most beautiful, stunning film. You couldn't make it like that anymore, but it's also just so beautifully done, and they're so good. And I remember it was the first time I was aware of what really great acting was watching Monty Clift. But I like all the old ones. I love Jimmy Stewart. I love Cary Grant. I love all those guys. They were fun to watch.
Yeah, and I was fortunate not to meet them, but I've seen all their films, and since Spencer Tracy's Guess Who's Coming for Dinner, Sidney Poitier, I really, he was a gentleman. I had the good fortune to meet him, and of course, and I've admired Brando and Pacino. Obviously, they are still doing some great work, and in the past also Paul Mooney and all the actors, these actors have seen all their great work. I remember as a young actor, I used to go to these archives. Obviously there was no digital at the time, so we used to go to these archives and watch all their old films, and but among the I've been very fortunate that I worked with your friend, or kind of you're both of the same age, Mr. Tom Cruise. And he's Yeah. He's younger to me, but still, I really, besides all these great actors and all, obviously, I learned a lot from him. And what I like about him is that it's been almost, I worked with him more than a decade back, and it's still, you feel that you might forget, he's such a huge star, but he still keeps in touch, and we keep in touch with each other, which is terrific. You send him a mail, and he answers the mail within a few hours, and that's.
He's a movie star, really, truly a movie star. The movie he just did made, $1.5 billion, and is sort of kind of like acoustic instead of an electric, the effects are done in camera. He really elevated it at a time where people were writing movies like that at all.
Yeah.
So just a fantastic business. He's been great. He's been a great ambassador for our business.
And coming to a kind of a serious note, you believe in a lot of causes, and you work towards all these causes. Any cause which is very close to your heart at the moment, which you're really passionately, you and your wife, believing and doing your best to do whatever you can for that cause? Is there anything?
We have a foundation, the Foundation for Justice, and mostly it's about trying to pick those same fights. We're monitoring trials. The thing is that even in, quite honestly, in my democracy, or your democracy, in a lot of countries, there's a tendency to use the court system as a way of getting around looking like they're not being democratic. Russia certainly does it very well at times, which is we charged them with the crime, the judge presided over it, the jury found him guilty, so they're going to jail for lying or something that was a crime against the state or things like that. But what they don't say is that the judge and the prosecutor are the same person, and the jury is all in on it. So what we do, we monitor files from the road, 40 countries right now, and monitor the practices and create a ledger and try to gather evidence to retry these people, sometimes in international courts, because our goal is to create a sort of a scoring system for each country on they are actually justice. And so we work on that for a while. I also chasing down some criminals, more criminals, by following their finances. We hired a forensic accountant, and you find some people that go on Instagram and show off, hundreds of thousands of dollars on the private jet, and they're living on, $50,000 paychecks as the Minister of Defense, in some of the countries that we've been. I worked a lot in South Sudan, and people were there. It was a very frustrating achievement. What was really failed state of another country. And so that's in my, I kind of failed in my try to thwart what was going on in North Dark for 7 years. But my life is trying some of the John Dewey soldiers in court. So it goes full circle and subsequent. Some of these people who've been so therapists to seek justice, and that's a real rewarding. And I'm lucky to have a wife who's as brilliant as my wife and is caring. So we have a lot of stuff going on. I spend time doing that to do in the movie business now. That's
So any tips for actors, young actors in India? Any tips you would like to give?
Well, it's tricky, right? Because when I was a young actor, I didn't really want to hear some old guy giving tips, and be like, what the hell is he on about this? I think there's a lot of, there's things about that machine that I always think about. I remember when I would first go on auditions, and maybe you had this too. You just go, oh, I hope they like me. I hope I don't screw this up. Oh, just like me, don't leave me. And you really get in your own way. And the truth is, you're now a producer or director. You're sitting on the couch and an actor comes in. You're just hoping
that they're going to be the right ones to see you go, we got your money.
Right.
And if you just change that to be, you walk in the door, I'm here to answer all your problems as the actor. I'm here to fix it.
Right.
That changes an attitude. That kind of confidence changes everything. You can't lose what you don't have, right? We always think as a young actor, oh, I could have blown it or I blew it, didn't get the job. No, you can't. The only difference from the time you walk into the auditions to the time you walk out is you get a job that you didn't have. So the only thing that happens is you get a job. It's the only thing that's different from the time you walk in and the time you walk out. If you think that way and work towards that, you have a much better chance of getting work, because confidence leads through to the director, the producer, and the team, always. But honestly, having said that, they don't want to hear that from me, because their worlds are very different. They're going to have different ideas of how to make, and I'm sure things are much different than they were when I was, starting out.
Yep.
You didn't have them. You could go online and look things up.
I think time's running out, so I just want to ask. There's so many questions I want to ask, and but three of your favorite films, and if you were standing on a kind of a desert or island, which would be your three favorite films, three books, if you can,
Well, I can tell you, two of them I would take in the same year. I love All the President's Men.
Oh, yeah.
I love that. Patty Chayefsky wrote this film Network.
I love
those. It's like you can't imagine. I think probably Dr. Strangelove, because I never not watched it. But on the other hand, you always go, whenever either Godfather 1 or 2 comes on, you watch it all the way through.
Yeah.
So I watch films and think those are the...
Oh, fantastic! Oh, fantastic! And okay, and so as there was, there was a scene in this latest film of yours where you're dancing and kids get embarrassed. And I've been dancing for the last 40 years, George. Yeah, and I can give you some professional tips if you don't mind, and if if I can show you some movements. You don't have to get up; you just have to sit there. I'm sure you won't be. I'm sorry, you won't be paid for that. Neither am I paid over here. So, but if you can join me and I'll teach you a few, if you don't mind. Can you?
No,
Yeah.
I don't mind at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Can we? We're looking forward. Oh, great. Can we play some music, please? So this film is a new film of mine where I played this, George Clooney kind of film where.
I'm sorry.
I have a son, and the son comes to me that he wants to divorce his wife. And before he can say that he wants to divorce his wife, I said, I want to divorce my wife.
नचते ने सारे कोई नहीं हो तेरे जैसा लगदा गिर गए आसमां से तारे ना बिंदिया तू ऐसे चमका
कले कले रहना मैनू अच्छा लगदा जो भी तू कहे सारा मैनू झूठा लगदा ना मेरे जैसा मिले कर भी इंटू कच
म्यूजिक में दे दे तू पंजाबी टच नच पंजाब नच पंजाब नच पंजाब नच ये नच पंजाब नच पंजाब नच पंजाब नच हो जा सके आजा हो जा कब हिला जा हो सारे मूड जमा जा हो मौसम ताजा ताजा सारी दुनिया में जी हिट है पंजाबी सच नच
Quoting of you, George. Now you can hear me. Okay, cool. Yeah. Time's up, Mr. Clooney. It's a privilege and an honor to speak to you. There are so many questions I want to ask you, and I have to let you go because you have a busy schedule. Thank you so much. It was everything. I think everybody has loved speaking to you.
Thank you, my friend, because you were a class act, and as I said, all my friends were very excited that I got to meet you and talk to you, so thank you.
Thank you, George.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clooney. Thank you, Mr. Kapoor. If I could request Ms. Sonal Kalra.
In LA and work with you, Mr. George. Please recommend my name for in the new film which you're doing with Brad Pitt, the big one. The big one, I'm any small cameo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I request Ms. Sonal Kalra, Chief Managing Editor, Entertainment and Lifestyle, to please present Mr. Kapoor with a small token of our appreciation.
A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions. Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
Wealthy in minerals, rapid industrialization, swift pace of development, creating its unique identity in the nation's development roadmap, is the success story of Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is presently ranked 4th in the Ease of Doing Business Index in India. A lot of credit for this goes to the Chhattisgarh's visionary leadership to create a bright future for its citizens. With the potential to generate 24,000 megawatts, Chhattisgarh is all set to be the power pivot of the country. Chhattisgarh has been topping the charts as the cleanest state. Due to the all-round rural development and agriculture welfare schemes, Chhattisgarh is a model state for rural prosperity and urban excellence. With the intent of the state leadership and results being seen on ground, Chhattisgarh is on the path of rapid and model growth and development.
There are those who are always...
How the judiciary in India is leading itself into the modern era. May I invite Utkarsh to please make an introduction first. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. Democracy is coming through a hole in the air. It's coming from the field that ain't exactly real. From the wars against disorder, from the sirens night and day, from the fires of the homeless, from the ashes of the gay, democracy is coming. Only a jurist with exceptional empathy and versatility could open his landmark judgment on decriminalizing homosexuality with these evocative lines. From the Canadian singer and author Leonard Cohen, aptly titled Ashes of the Gay. Just like the above song can characterize itself as a beacon of hope for the oppressed and the underprivileged, Justice Dhananjay Yashwant Chandrachud, the 50th Chief Justice of India, is emblematic of the aspirations of the millions of people, marginalized, vulnerable, and subjugated, for whom the Supreme Court remains the last, albeit the brightest flame of hope for justice. Justice Chandrachud's achievements are legion. They are only too well known, but the occasion demands a quick recap. After obtaining 2 advanced degrees in law from the Harvard, Justice Chandrachud went on to become one of India's youngest lawyers to be designated a senior advocate at the age of 39. Usually the designation for senior happens at the age of if you're not less than 45. Immediately after that, he went on to become the Additional Solicitor General of India and was appointed as a judge in the Bombay High Court in the year 2000, where he served for 13 years. In 2013, he was appointed as the Chief Justice of the Allahabad High Court. 3 years later, he was elevated to the Supreme Court as a judge. Now, in the last 6 years, odd years, when he has been a judge at the Supreme Court, he has constantly been associated with a raft of judgments which are of constitutional and social importance, making him well known for his progressive, humane, and fiercely independent views, and also for his impetus on personal liberty, autonomy, and rights. Now, some of the judgments other than Section 377 that would readily come to mind would include his judgment on the right to privacy, also his judgment on striking down adultery as a penal offense, granting permanent commission to women in the armed forces. Then the judgment would also include entry of women into Sabrimala temple, and the most recent one will be on the right of single women to have safe abortions. Personally, I would always say that Justice Chandrachud is not just a judge who delivers justice, but he's a judge who also discovers the path to justice with his extraordinary interpretational skills and judicial statesmanship. Now, Justice Chandrachud, I must say that we feel honored with your presence here today. It gives me immense pride and happiness to welcome you at the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. When you are at the cusp of commencement of your tenure as the Chief Justice of India, which is the final glowing chapter in your journey as a judge. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Justice Dhananjay Yashwant Chandrachud, Honorable the Chief Justice of India.
Thank you very much, Utkarsh, for this warm welcome and for giving me this opportunity to be here this morning. When today's schedule for the Leadership Summit was released, I realized that my address is squeezed between the sessions of George Clooney and 2 of my own iconic cricketers, Sachin Tendulkar and Lara. I thought my address will probably serve as a strategic timeout for lovers of art and cricket. But I'm happy to see that many of you have stayed back to listen to my address this morning. Judges often come across to people as old-fashioned octogenarians because of our black gowns and, of course, the imposing regalia. When you combine that with a sonorous voice, legal language which, like the doctor's prescription, the doctor's prescription only the chemist can understand, so legal language which only the lawyers can understand, it can be a heady combination for boredom, utter boredom. But to borrow the lyrics of that song from Doris Day and Frank Sinatra, we are among the very young at heart. So I'll begin with that this morning. I'm very often posed with questions, and you also read them in the media ever so often. And those questions are, why do different judges speak with different voices, particularly in the Supreme Court? Why can't these guys agree on one set line of approach? Why is it that in very crucial cases there are multiple voices speaking from within the same court? Another criticism or question is that why do you have to deal with whether or not to grant bail to somebody who has stolen luxury cars or maybe cycles, or who is in possession of 5 kilograms of opium? Why should you be really opening yourself up to deciding these cases? Or sometimes you're asked, why is it when we look at the dais on the benches of our courts, whether it's the high courts or the Supreme Court, that you see more men than women? That's the issue of diversity. Well, let me begin by telling you my perspective on the times in which we live. Soon after the birth of the Constitution, the Indian judiciary was considered to be a platform for resolving disputes under the law between citizens and the state, and as in a country as broadly federal as we are, between states and states and states and the union. Now, the principle which the Constitution adopted in terms of the adjudicative power of the Supreme Court is of a very broad sense of access to justice. So when the Constitution was designed, the constitutional structure was to create a court which would be broad-based in opening its doors for providing access to citizens. Now, we have widened access to a point where some believe that we are increasingly becoming dysfunctional because we have so many coming into our courts. Well, one way of looking at it is to say that, well, because you have broadened access to such a large extent, you're increasingly rendering yourself dysfunctional. The other way of looking at it is that, well, that reflects the strength of our legal system, that reflects the strength of our judicial system, because this is then a court where anybody from A to Z can really, and when I say A to Z, I don't mean any sense of disrespect to any citizen, that anybody who is denied bail can come to the court and make a cry for personal liberty, with the expectation that personal liberty would be protected. So when you compare us, say, with the US Supreme Court, which would hear about 180 cases odd in a year, or the UK Supreme Court, which would hear 85 cases in a year, we have a Supreme Court which would roughly, every judge of the Supreme Court would be reading between 75 to 80 cases every Monday, 75 to 80 cases every Friday, and then on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, on an average, say, 30 or 40 cases. So that gives you the reach of the work which the Supreme Court does. Now, many of the cases which we deal with are not necessarily cases which come to the newspapers, or cases which are even considered to be significant enough to be dealt with on social media. Most of these cases which we deal with are routine cases. And there again, one way of looking at it is, should a Supreme Court judge in whom the country has invested so much in terms of your training, in terms of your salary, in terms of, CTC to the nation, be dealing with these small cases? Somebody's pension has not been paid. A woman who has been deserted by her husband is not being paid, say, 5,000 rupees a month is maintenance. A woman who wants to terminate a pregnancy and she's denied the right to terminate a pregnancy. Should the court be dealing with these cases? And my answer simply is obviously yes. There's no doubt about it. That is indeed the role of the Supreme Court. Once we really conceive of the basic constitutional structure and design, it's important that we don't equate ourselves with Supreme Courts, constitutional courts in other countries. We might call them developed countries, because we have a uniquely Indian structure for our own institution, which lies at the highest level of the court system in India. So having said that, and having laid down, therefore, the basic framework for the functioning of our courts, what kind of challenges do we really face in today's times? I think the first challenge that we face is the challenge of expectations. And that's a huge challenge for the court. Almost every case comes into the lap, every social issue, every legal issue, and I dare say a large number of political issues fall within the adjudicatory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. The reasons for that are numerous. Very often, the government is the largest litigant in the court, and the reason why the government is the largest litigant in the court is for the simple reason that we have, over the last 70 years, bred a culture of indecision. A culture of indecision at the lowest levels of government. So be it a case of a pension, a case of compassionate appointment for a woman who has lost a spouse while in service, who wants a job in a government department, there's always a tendency. There's also a culture of distrust. And that culture of distrust leads many of our top decision makers to be very careful about taking decisions having a bearing on very high stakes. Would there be a vigilance inquiry if the person were to be promoted or were to lay down office? Would there be possibly an allegation that you made a concession to a corporate enterprise and which would be investigated into 10 years down the line? So a variety of reasons in the Indian context have led to a culture of distrust and therefore a culture of indecision on the part of public functionaries. Now, all those cases are therefore deferred to the court. We'd rather have the court decide than us taking a decision. That's one of the reasons why the courts have a large backlog of cases within the fold of cases that we decide. The other reason, apart from the culture of distrust, is possibly more optimistic, which is a culture of faith that there is something which will happen in my favor in the court. Now, we have been dealing with a variety of disputes. As you know, we've dealt with some of them Utkarsh stressed on a short while ago. Should you have the continuance of Section 377 of the Penal Code on our statute books, a colonial era law which made it an offense to have sexual intercourse against carnal intercourse against the order of nature, which basically reached out against the LGBTQI community. Should privacy be a fundamental right? So that came to the court. Is the right to a clean environment a fundamental right? Should women be in the armed forces? For instance, when we were dealing with the Armed Forces Permanent Commission issue, the Navy told us that, well, there's one critical reason why we can't have women in the Navy, which is that our Russian warships have no facility for a separate toilet for women. So we said, well, that's bad enough, but that's no reason to deny entry to women. So this is the generation of people's expectations in the court, which leads to the proliferation of litigation. I say that with a sense of optimism, but that's also a great challenge and a sobering reflection for a judge, which is that, are we really capable of handling all these issues which come to us? Is that truly the function of the court? Now, one critical area which the court has to deal with when you deal with these cases is how do you distinguish between the line of policy and legality? Very often the court is criticized that you have trenched upon an area of policy, whereas your function as judges is only to decide upon legality. Now, there is no doubt about the fact that in a democratic form of government, particularly in a country like ours, we have a constitutional democracy, policy making is entrusted to the executive arm of the government, because the executive is responsible to Parliament, and therefore it is their duty to lay down policy, it is their duty to enact laws. But equally, our Constitution has a structural design where the power to interpret laws, the power to strike down a law which is not consistent with constitutional mandate, is entrusted to the judiciary and the judiciary alone. Now, when we look at the constitutional structure from that point of view, then, it becomes very obvious that this generation of people's expectations has a flip side as well. And that flip side is, each of us in the Supreme Court and in the High Courts have to constantly ask ourselves, is this case really meet for judicial standards? You have, for instance, cases which are not meet for judicial standards. Should a statue be located in a particular choraha? Should a city be renamed to something else? Purely political decisions. But then the difficulty arises when you have cases which really have shading facets of legality and shading facets of policy. So very often in the work which courts do, it's not very easy to distinguish between what lies in the realm of policy and what lies in the realm of legality, whether it's in the context of, say, a SEBI regulation, whether it's in the context of regulating the social media, or a whole host of issues which come before us as judges. Now, social media has posed for us one of the greatest challenges of our times. None of us who are judges today were trained as lawyers or as law students in the era of the social media. Say in the 1970s or the 1980s, only those cases ever came to in the public scrutiny which, say, a Hindustan Times reporter, Mr. Krishnan Mahajan in those days, would find reporting or newsworthy and come out with a little column in the next day's newspapers. So there would be a column or two, either in the Times or the Express or the Hindustan Times or the Telegraph or the Statesman. What's happened with social media is this. There is real-time reporting of every word that the judge says in court. Now, those of you who are lawyers would be able to tell your colleagues here that everything that is said by a judge in the course of a conversation in the court does not reflect either the mind of the judge or the ultimate conclusion which the judge would arrive at. The process of judging that goes on in our courts is dialogic. It's dialogic in the sense that there is a free-flowing dialogue between the lawyers in the court or between the judges between themselves in an effort to unravel the truth or to unravel the shades of the truth which come up for decision-making. So very often in the court, you will find two types of judges. You have judges who play the devil's advocate. So when a lawyer gets up, a judge would tell you why you're wrong and what are the problems or the deficiencies in the structure of your submissions. At the other end of the spectrum, you have judges who will stretch your line of argument to its logical conclusion. So very often the lawyer will say, but oh my God, I didn't even realize that this could be the logical consequence of my submissions. But what is going on in the court, whether you have one brand of judges or the other brand of judges, or sometimes people follow a hybrid of the two models, is that there is a free-flowing dialogue between one segment of the court, a vital stakeholder, the bar, and the court, the judges who represent the other vital stake in the functioning of the judicial system. But real-time reporting in the courtrooms today, by the second, every little word that the judge says is put out on Twitter, or it's put out in any of the, it may be put out on Telegram or Instagram, and you're constantly evaluated as a judge by what you say. Now, if you have judges who then decide to keep quiet and not say things when arguments are going on, that would pose a very grave danger to the process of judicial decision-making. Because the ability of a lawyer to meet an argument, to answer the concerns of the judge, and to explore the mind of the judge or the line of reasoning of a judge is critical to the work which we do in the courts. Now, social media has challenged that assumption. What do? We live in the era of the internet. We live in an era of the social media. It's here to stay. So I do believe that we need to re-engineer ourselves as judges. We need to refashion ourselves, find new solutions, retrain ourselves, recoup ourselves, rethink our role in trying to understand how we meet the challenges of the age in which we live. A very crucial mission, which I have followed as a chairperson of the E-Committee, has been the live streaming of cases. When the COVID-19 pandemic descended upon us in March of 2020, we had two options. We couldn't function in the physical sense, and the only other option was to shut down the courts. You can shut down maybe a factory, but you cannot shut down access to justice. So we had in place a robust infrastructure of technology, and we used the on-screen facilities which we had. We bought mics so that we could have better receptivity. Now, we live in a country where access to the internet is not uniform. You have areas of the country where the bandwidth which was required for robust video conferencing is just not available, or was not available then. It's much better now. But our effort at live streaming, our effort at using the video conferencing platforms really gave us a new insight into what technology can do to transform our legal system. What technology really did for us as judges was to enable us to understand that technology has a huge potential to change the way that we have traditionally worked as judges. Our institutions have a colonial origin. When you look at the infrastructure of the oldest buildings in the country, whether it's the Bombay High Court or it's the Calcutta High Court, these are imposing buildings, replete with the most intricate of architecture. They're intended to create a sense of awe in the mind of the citizen who approaches the court, that should I transgress the limits, the authority of the law will hold out to me. That was the colonial design. But that colonial design of our democratic institutions can no longer hold good today, 75 years down independence and since the birth of the Constitution. The courts, as I consider them to be, we are instruments of the nation state. But equally, there is an element where we are service providers to citizens. Service providers in ensuring that citizens are entitled to access to justice under the framework of the rule of law. Now, what technology has done is to enable us to replace the traditional model where citizens had to access justice, reach out to justice, and replace that model where the courts can replace and reach out to citizens, not replace citizens, but reach out to citizens. And how do we do that? I'll give you a very simple example. We have, for instance, the e-court services, whether it's e-filing of documents, or virtual courts. Now, we have common service centers across India. These common service centers have been set up as part of the government's mission for Digital India. We have tried to merge the e-court services with the common service corporations so that the services which we provide to citizens can reach out to every Gram Panchayat in India. Not just to people in the metropolitan cities, not just the lawyers in the metropolitan cities who are well-heeled, they have access to the best gadgets, they have access to the best of the facilities of the internet, but reach out to that individual who has no access. Today, 76 lakh judgments of the high courts have been uploaded on the National Judicial Data Grid. Now, as a result of the uploading of 76 lakh judgments of the Supreme Court and the High Court, of the High Courts in the National Judicial Data Grid, we have opened up our processes to ordinary citizens who can read our judgments, access them. We are in the effort of deploying artificial intelligence to translate our judgments. Our judgments are written in English, particularly in the superior judiciary. But surely citizens for whom our judgments are meant don't necessarily know or speak English. How does a Tamil-speaking person, or how does a Manipuri who is affected by a judgment and an order of preventive detention know what the court has held? And unless a citizen in any part of the country is able to understand what was said in that judgment concerning her or a judgment concerning someone else, I think that sense of confidence in the judicial process would not be perpetuated. Because the ability of our courts to thrive as a judicial institution in our democracy lies in the confidence which we generate in the minds of people. Now, live streaming, which is the next stage that we have already arrived at, many high courts across the country are live streaming their proceedings. The Gujarat High Court started live streaming. So also Karnataka High Court started it. The Orissa High Court has been doing it. Delhi has done some live streaming. And the Supreme Court has been live streaming all cases of the Constitution bench involving important constitutional matters. To my mind, live streaming is important because, as we said in one of our judgments, sunlight is the best disinfectant. And one of the greatest dangers to institutions in a constitutional democracy is the danger of being opaque. When you open up your process, you generate a degree of accountability, you generate a degree of transparency, and you generate a sense of responsiveness to the needs of citizens. And when I speak of live streaming, you're not only talking of live streaming the big ticket cases which the Supreme Court decides, that's one end of the spectrum. We need to live stream proceedings of the high courts, but of the district judiciary, because the interface of the common citizen is first and foremost with the district judiciary. A person who's arrested and is subject to an order of remand, whether to police or judicial custody, comes face to face with the magistrate or the district judge. So when you live stream proceedings, I do believe that citizens are entitled to know, and they have knowledge then of the kind of application of mind that goes on in the judicial functioning. There are obviously concerns about live streaming. One of the concerns is that will that lead to grandstanding by lawyers? Will lawyers be more inclined to speak to the gallery instead of to the judge? Well, everything, including technology, has a flip side. Technology, as we know, is not necessarily perfect. So, for instance, when you use artificial intelligence to predict judicial outcomes, artificial intelligence is not gender or ideology neutral. Artificial intelligence depends upon who has programmed AI. And there's a grave danger that artificial intelligence can, if used beyond its circumscribed jurisdiction, actually affect the stereotypes which are inherent in the system. Stereotypes against women, stereotypes against the marginalized, stereotypes against the backward castes. So live streaming, to my mind, has one great potential, which is to allow citizens to open themselves up to access to justice by truly understanding what goes on behind the closed doors of courts. One great impact of the pandemic, when we video conferenced all our hearings, was a tremendous increase in the women lawyers who started appearing before the courts. And why was that? It's very simple. Ordinarily, you come to court at 10:30 in the morning and you don't know what time your case is going to reach. As we know, most women do multifold responsibilities. Now, for a woman to come to a court, particularly a young lawyer, to come to a court, and I see that repeatedly, can be very daunting. Because if you're not exactly, you have to, occupy crowded courtrooms, crowded court corridors, and you have to brush with people, all of whom may not be necessarily gender sensitive outside the portals of the court. But what live streaming did was that it allowed women to be productive in the work which they do. And the number of women lawyers who have been appearing before the court has been really amazing, which is one of the real benefits which we were able to gather in terms of the use of, in terms of the use of technology. Which leads me to the broader aspect of diversity within the judiciary. One of the questions which we are posed is this: why don't you have more women in the judiciary? Why don't you have more people belonging to the marginalized groups in the judiciary? Now, one thing which we need to understand is that the judiciary has a feeding pool. Now, which is the feeding pool for the higher judiciary? The feeding pool for the Supreme Court is either the high courts or the lawyers from the bar. What is the feeding pool for the high courts? The feeding pool for the high courts is the district judiciary or the lawyers who practice before the high courts. Now, what has happened, therefore, is that the feeding pool which determines who enters our judiciary is largely dependent on the structure of the legal profession. The structure of the legal profession, even today across India, is feudal, it's patriarchal, and it has not been accommodating of women. So when we talk of the need to have more women in the judiciary, it's equally necessary for us to lay the building blocks for the future by creating access to women now within the legal profession. Entering chambers of senior counsel, it's an old boys club. How do you gain access to chambers? You gain access to chambers by tapping your connections, by tapping your networks. Until we have a democratized and merit-based access to the entry point in the legal profession, we'll not have more women. We will not have more people belonging to the marginalized groups entering the profession. I have 5 law clerks in my office, and I've made an effort to ensure that the usual system of accessing chambers, which is that somebody calls you up and say, hey, somebody I know wants access to your office and who wants to work with you for a year, must be replaced by a more merit-based system of appointment. And when I talk of merit, let's make no bones about it. Merit in the conventional sense in our society is also a product of our cultural stereotypes. Because merit is also determined by who can speak English well. Merit is also dependent on who went to the right colleges. Merit is also dependent on who had access to the best coaching classes when they were kids. Merit is also dependent on who learned to play the violin or the piano or went to a good club to learn swimming when they were 9 or 10. So everything that we look upon today as merit is not necessarily what merit is all about. When we seek access to our law schools, today, admission to our law schools is determined by your scores in a uniform, the common law aptitude test, the CLAT. What is the CLAT test? Does it test how you're going to be 30 years down the line when you assume a position of responsibility? Or does it just tell you whether you are able to mug your scores, your questions, whether it's general knowledge or math or English, in a proper way? So how do we define merit, which is the next important thing which I want to talk to you very briefly before I conclude? How do we talk about merit in terms of the entry point into the judiciary? Do we talk about merit only in terms of the income which people earn? Then typically you will have a certain kind of people entering the judiciary. Or do we also talk about merit in terms of the social ethos of the cases for whom you represent? A woman lawyer, for instance, may be appearing for labor. She may not have large fees at her command, but she's doing that as a sense of mission to the society. So I think when we talk about broadening diversity within the Indian judiciary, we also need to have a very hard look at how we conceive of merit and how we think of diversity. Why diversity? Why do you need more women judges? Is a judge not a judge? Does it make a difference whether you're a man or woman who is deciding a case? Why do you need more women judges in the judiciary? Is it that women bring some particular gender perspective to judging? I have sat with both my male counterparts and my female counterparts. And I've found that when I sat with a woman and dealt with a case, be it a case of a gender offense against a woman, in the criminal appeals that we hear, you will see that there is such almost a monotonous regularity of the kind of offenses which take place against a woman. I was sitting with a very distinguished colleague, Justice Ranjana Desai, when I first entered the criminal roster, and she said, Dhananjay, just watch the cases involving offenses against women. In most of them, you will find a nylon rope, a can of kerosene, and a matchstick. So there is a certain perspective, I believe, which having a broader sense of diversity brings to the judiciary. It doesn't necessarily mean that women judges will be more liberal as compared to their male counterparts. That's a wrong assumption. To postulate that when you have a woman judge, she will adopt a particular ideological approach to her task of judging is wrong. It's not that men judges are, more conservative than their women counterparts. No, that's not my thesis. My thesis is that there is something intrinsic about gender, irrespective of the outcomes which you arrive at in individual case, which brings to the table a more deliberative, a more consultative, and a more dialogic process to the art and the science of judging. Now, what are the structural challenges that we face? I think one of the key structural challenges that we face in the Indian judiciary today is the challenge of the pendency of cases. Now, part of the reason for the pendency, of course, is that we have a huge backlog of cases resulting from the proliferation of litigation. 60 years ago, you had some of the basic statutes on the statute book. You had the Transfer of Property Act, the Code of Civil Procedure, the Criminal Procedure Code, the Penal Code. As our society has become more and more complex, the nature of regulation has changed. So, for instance, you have the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code now. You have a whole host of financial and economic regulatory laws. None of those laws were in force when we studied our law 30 or 40 years ago. So the consequence of the proliferation of legislation, which is not a bad thing because you need legislation to regulate the increasingly complex society in which we live. The consequence of that proliferation is that there are new patterns of litigation which are emerging before the courts. Now, how do we deal with this increase in the burden of the docket on courts? The first, I think, is to fill up vacancies. The existing vacancies in the courts need to be filled up. Second, we need to answer the infrastructural constraints of the Indian judiciary. Just yesterday, a very senior district judge from the UP Higher Judicial Service, who is now working with me as the Chief Justice of India, was telling me that he said that when prisoners are brought to the district court for their daily hearings, they are led into a staircase into a basement, all of them crowded for the day into a small basement with not even the basic amenities available for the rest, for meeting their requirements during the day. How do we, there are courts in our country where there is no toilet for women. I have been an administrative judge in progressive states like the state of Maharashtra, where I found that there was absolutely no toilet for women in one of the districts where I was an administrative judge. So when I talked to this district judge, who was a senior woman from the judicial service, she said, "Sir, you know, I have these young girls who are in their 20s and 30s who use the washroom at 8:30 in the morning, and the next time they have to use the washroom at 6 o'clock in the evening when they go home." So these are some of the stark realities of the Indian judicial system under which our judges work. Now, consistent with the fact that these are the stark realities of the conditions in which our judges work, I think they're doing a fantastic job. It's now becoming very easy to criticize, but while we criticize our institution, and I don't take that criticism with a sense of being negative, but I look at all criticism in a very positive light by saying to myself that all criticism of the court is really an effort for us to reform. All critiques of the court present an effort for us to refashion, to re-engineer, and to devise new ways of doing old habits. Our core is, of course, judging. And I leave you with just one thought, which is technology, infrastructure, filling up vacancies. These are milestones in our mission. But above all, I think what sustains judicial institutions in the long run is your sense of compassion. It's your sense of empathy. And it's your ability to answer the plaintive cry of a citizen in the wilderness. Because it's when you have that ability to hear unheard voices in the system, unseen faces in the system, and then try and see where the balance between the law and justice lies, that you can truly perform your mission as a judge. Sometimes law and justice don't necessarily follow the same linear trajectory. As we know, the law can be an instrument of justice, but the law can be an instrument of oppression as well. We know of how in colonial times, the same law as it exists on the statute book today could be used as an instrument of oppression. So how then, as citizens, do we ensure that the law becomes an instrument of justice and that the law does not become an instrument of oppression? And I think the key to ensuring that it's the one and not the other outcome which results is the way in which we handle the law. And to handle the law, I believe all decision makers, and not just judges. And I'll conclude with that by saying that it's great that we have these expectations of the citizens, but there is life beyond the law and life beyond the courts. And we need to understand the limits as well as the potentialities of our courts as institutions. We need to understand the limits of the institution because we shouldn't become cynical about the potential for doing good by the use of the law and by the use of courts as instruments to advance justice. But ultimately what it all boils down to, the court, what it ultimately boils down in our day-to-day work as judges is your sense of justice and your sense of a robust common sense. Between those pages of legalese with which I began, there's a human story. And it's when you read between the lines that you realize what the human story is. And it's only when you realize the human story that you can perhaps have made a little, one more step towards advancing the cause of justice. To be honest, I had a prepared text this morning, but then I thought I can speak to you from the heart and share some thoughts with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Justice Chandrachud. I'd like to request Utkarsh to please present you, sir, with a small token. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not taking a long break. It's a very, very short break now for tea and refreshments. Just 5 minutes. Please be back here for the next session.
A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions of lives. Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
Wealthy in minerals, rapid industrialization, swift pace of development, creating its unique identity in the nation's development roadmap, is the success story of Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is presently ranked 4th in the Ease of Doing Business Index in India. A lot of credit for this goes to the Chhattisgarh's visionary leadership to create a bright future for its citizens. With the potential to generate 24,000 megawatts, Chhattisgarh is all set to be the power pivot of the country. Chhattisgarh has been topping the charts as the cleanest state. Due to the all-round rural development and agriculture welfare schemes, Chhattisgarh is a model state for rural prosperity and urban excellence. With the intent of the state leadership and results being seen on ground, Chhattisgarh is on the path of rapid and model growth and development.
There are those who are always looking for what's next. Changing lanes, shifting modes, always in command. Sensing what lies ahead. That first scent of yet another success. The all-new Hyundai Tucson next drives now.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के विजन और प्रदेश के युवा मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी के मिशन से प्रगति के पथ पर निरंतर आगे बढ़ रहा है उत्तराखंड। रोजगार, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, निवेश और भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त उत्तराखंड के सपने को साकार कर रही है उत्तराखंड सरकार। पर्यटन से राज्य में मिल रहे हैं आर्थिक प्रगति को पंख। उत्तराखंड के सीएम तक पहुंच रही जनता की आवाज। उत्तराखंड में बढ़ता निवेश बन रहा है विकास का मुख्य आधार। राज्य की जनता की सुनी मन की बात, मिलने जा रहा है राज्य को मजबूत भू कानून का आधार। उत्तराखंड के वीर सैनिकों का हो रहा है सम्मान। प्रदेश में भ्रष्टाचार पर की बड़ी चोट। सुखी, समृद्ध, खुशहाली की तरफ लगातार है बढ़ना। जन जन का है सपना, आगे बढ़ता रहे उत्तराखंड अपना।
A land of awakening. A land of joy. A land where every step forward is a journey within. I have started my journey. When will you start yours?
With over 8,000 passionate employees, working hard in difficult terrain, pushing boundaries, transforming India's energy landscape. we stand ready with innovative prowess to write another history, fueling the nation and contributing to India's energy security. We are Oil India Limited.
From the interior parts of hilly areas to metro cities, today there are more than 8,800 Jan Aushadhi Kendras have been opened to provide affordable and quality medicines. These centers have 1,616 types of medicines and 250 types of surgical devices available at up to 90% off. By providing affordable medicines to about 10 lakh patients every day, Jan Aushadhi has been able to save up to 18,000 crore rupees for needy people in the last 8 years. Quality is also at the forefront of medicines at low prices.
2025 तक हम छलांग लगा चुके होंगे $1 ट्रिलियन डिजिटल इकोनॉमी की ओर।
आज जब हम आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं तो मेरा भी यही सपना है कि भारत में हर हाथ में स्मार्टफोन हो, हर खेत में ड्रोन हो और हर घर में समृद्धि हो।
Digital India, catalyzing new India's decade. Jai Hind.
जय जय गंगे जय जय गंगे नमामि गंगे नहीं रुकेंगे हम स्वच्छ करेंगे तू युग युग से बहती आई तूने ही हमको पाला है तेरी उंगली पकड़ चलना सीखा जीवन तूने ही संभाला है तेरा कर्ज चुकाना है हमको कर्तव्य निभाना है हमको नमामि गंगे हम स्वच्छ करेंगे हम स्वच्छ करेंगे
Power Grid, a Maharatna PSU of Government of India, largest transmission utility of country,
embarked on one such remarkable journey to establish one nation, one grid, one frequency, high voltage integrated transmission network, an electric superhighway through which power flows across the length and breadth of the country. Meeting challenges has always been a way of life at Power Grid. Transmitting power, transforming lives.
REC unleashes the potential of energy. REC funds energy. Funding that catalyzes. Funding that inspires. Funding that transforms. For sustainability and reliability. For investment and development. Adding value every day in every way. This is what our energy is. This is REC.
A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions of lives. Aditya Birla Group, big in your life.
wealthy in minerals. Rapid industrialization, swift pace of development, creating its unique identity in the nation's development roadmap, is the success story of Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is presently ranked 4th in the Ease of Doing Business Index in India. A lot of credit for this goes to the Chhattisgarh's visionary leadership to create a bright future for its citizens. With the
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sachin, Brian, and Kunal.
Okay, so that was a tea break that got over in a hurry. Good to see. Ladies and gentlemen, our guests today are two global icons. The first man is someone whose story is really the story of India over the last 3 decades. Our personal histories are so intertwined with his exploits that it sometimes becomes the only reference point for our lives, where we were, what we were doing when he did something magnificent. He's a Bharat Ratna, a national treasure, and a god of the game for all times to come. The other is a Caribbean prince who unified the islands with the swish of his blade. He enthralled the world with a hunger for big runs that was unfathomable, completely unprecedented. He did it with a high backlift and a 360-degree arc that somehow blended brutality with beauty. Through the 90s and the 2000s, and even for us, people of our vintage, the only debate was Sachin or Lara. So today, at the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit, we have Sachin and Lara. Big round of applause, everybody. Okay, so let me start, Sachin, actually with you, and I want both your thoughts on this. You know, we've grown up to your two names being taken together so often. Do you remember meeting each other for the first time, setting eyes on each other? What were your first impressions?
The first time I met Brian was in 1990. It was in Toronto. And I'd scored my first test 100 that time, and just after that there was an exhibition game in Toronto, West Indies versus the rest of the world, and I saw him in the hotel lobby. Also later on we met on the field, but in the hotel lobby, the moment I saw him, we kind of got along well. There was something going on between us. Possibly because we both were the youngest players on our respective sides. Both are to a certain extent vertically challenged, so it helped my eye line was very much there. Rather than looking at Ambrose, Walsh, Bishop, all these guys, our eye lines were very much there, so I could get hold of Brian. And whenever, we met after that also, Brian would either look out for me or I would look out for him. It's not the player that he is, but actually the person that he is. And I value that friendship. In cricket, everyone knows what he's done on the field. But my first impression about Brian was terrific balance, that agility in the crease, getting to the pitch of the ball, and then having such great hands, wrist work. It's a God's gift.
That's great. Brian, what were your thoughts about our man?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Sachin is quite right. I think it was in Canada. We also met in Sharjah and in Australia before the 1992 World Cup. We played a couple of World Series in 1990-91. And by the time I met Sachin, as he just mentioned, he was already a established Test cricketer, only a teenager, but a very established. I had played one Test match through the fact that someone got injured. Viv Richards missed the tour, and I was given a Test match. But I was now playing an intense amount of one-day cricket. And I was grateful for that because, as Sachin said, I was very small, very fragile, and I didn't think of myself as a one-day cricketer. So I had the opportunity now to hone my skills in the one-day game, start batting a little bit quicker, scoring runs, finding the gap. But my first impression of Sachin, and I was a student of the game. I watched a lot of cricket, I listened to a lot of cricket, I read a lot of books, and I've never seen an Indian batsman so accomplished against extreme fast bowlers. Now we know Indian batsmen back in the day were very good players of spin, but we were talking about a teenager and someone who scored runs against the best teams in the world, the best bowling attack in the world, home and away. And I believe from that day, you know, I sort of measured myself against Sachin. He was a few miles ahead of me at the time, and I really and truly, I know as young players coming up in different countries, playing for our countries, I really wanted to be on par with someone like that. So it was a pleasure to get there and to also spend a lot of time with him.
Lovely to hear you talk about each other this way. But let's just sort of recreate that time a little bit. You know, it's the late 80s, early 90s. You're both just starting out. And your initiation into the West Indies team, I believe, was a kind of baptism by fire. Will you just tell us a little bit about that?
You want to know about my little, my debut match? Well, actually, it was one of those periods in my life that in anyone's life they're going to remember. It was about a week long, a week earlier. India was in the West Indies, and I got a big 100 against India. And a few days later, my dad called and, you know, he asked me if I heard the team. I said, no, I didn't hear the team. He said, you're in the squad. And I got the letter from the West Indies Cricket Board with all the instructions and congratulatory notes. And the next test match happened to be in Trinidad and Tobago, where I am from. And I've been playing for Trinidad first-class cricket for 2 years. And I was supposed to get to practice at 9 o'clock. I got there at 8 a.m. in the morning. And I put my bag in the dressing room, and I went and I had a knock out on the grass. At 9 o'clock, the West Indies team arrived, and the great Sir Vivian Richards, Gordon Greenwich, Desmond Haynes, all the great players, all my role models came out of the bus, and I immediately got nervous. By the time they got to the dressing room, I felt it was my time now to go meet my teammates for the first time. Approaching the dressing room, my bag came flying out of the dressing room and landed in front of me. My bat scattered, my pads went all over the place. And I picked up the pieces and I walked back into the dressing room, and where I placed my bag in the dressing room at 8 a.m. is where Sir Vivian Richards placed his bat for the last 10 or 15 years. So that's the baptism I got. I spent the first 5 days of my career.
Did you find out who threw the bag out?
Huh?
Did you find out?
Sir Viv confessed. He said, Sir Vivian Richards threw my bag out.
He said, don't. But, in a way, it is a kind of a passing of the baton.
Yeah, well, he said
I think it's sad for West Indies cricket that you didn't throw anybody's bag out.
No. He said you're the prince, but the king is still around.
You won't believe it's a coincidence, but you sat in Sir Viv's place, and when I was actually a ball boy at Wankhede Stadium, World Cup was going on in 1987. Sunil Gavaskar invites me to the dressing room, says, come, I want to say hello to you. And actually I'm inside the Indian cricket team's dressing room, and Gavaskar himself is calling me. I was super excited. And I saw a spot where he sat, he introduced me to a few other players, and coincidentally, he retired the following year. And I went and I sat at the same spot. So luckily, my kit bag was not thrown out. My kit bag stayed at the right spot.
That's another passing of the baton. I'm loving this running between the wickets. You can please continue jiving with each other freely like this if you like. Was a common factor for the both of you, I'm going to come to you first, Sachin. Was Viv Richards a common factor for the two of you in that sense as a role model when you were growing up, watching cricket, just starting out playing?
Yes, so Viv was one of my role models. The other one, of course, Gavaskar. And I just loved the way he carried himself on the field, that effortless batting, and sometimes the whole world thought he had blocked the ball, but it would actually go past the rope. And that authority, that body language was something which attracted me. I still remember I was in Australia in 91-92 series, and I was with Sanjay Manjrekar. We were in Melbourne, and we were going out for lunch, and I saw some gentleman walking inside the hotel. I said, I recognize this walk. And Sir Viv is walking inside the hotel. I was like I was anyways a 18-year-old kid then. I became a 12-year-old kid from there because, my hero walking in front of me, Sanjay Manjrekar had already played against him, and I knew. So I told Sanjay, forget about this lunch and shopping. I have to go and say hello to him. By then he had already gone to his room. So we go to the reception. We find out his room number, and I'm kind of forcing Sanjay that you have to take me to his room right now. So we go to his room, and that was my first meeting with Viv. And after that, there were a number of occasions where, we chatted with each other. I also remember that difficult phase in 2007 World Cup when Sir Viv called me from Antigua because I was contemplating retirement. So he called me and he had a word with me for a good 40-45 minutes, convincing me that there is plenty of cricket left in me. So those kind of things stay with you forever, and then when your batting hero tells you, it has a huge impact.
Brian, how was Sir Viv to you after he had thrown out your bag? How was he with you, when you started out?
Sir Viv was tough, but my first hero was Roy Fredericks.
Right.
Short, just like myself, wear his long sleeve shirt, which I had as well, and left-handed batsman. So Roy Fredericks, I was also an opening batsman when I was a kid. But Sir Vivian Richards, the swagger, the confidence that he oozed is just amazing. As a West Indian, watching him play around the world, every single West Indian adored Sir Vivian Richards. My time with him in the West Indies team was very short, maybe a couple of years before he retired. He was very stern disciplinarian, and he wanted the best out of you. I think I learned a lot under Sir Vivian Richards as a captain, and he's someone that I admire. I didn't think I had the same skill. He was very destructive as a batsman, but I learned about the confidence that he carried and how to use that confidence, in mental wars against bowlers and opposing teams.
It's a great testament when you're calling somebody very destructive and saying he was more than me. It says a lot about the kind of impact that he had on cricket at that time. Sachin, I'm going to come to you now. I know you're with us at the HTLS Leadership Summit, and we're very happy to have you here. But I believe many years ago, when you scored your first 100, you were slightly disappointed with how the media was treating that. Will you tell us a little bit about that?
Is this the right forum to discuss all this? Yeah, I was only 12 then, and got my first 100 in inter-school game. And my photo did not appear in the newspaper. And my friends kept, nagging me. They kept, pulling my leg. Arey, tera photo aaya nahi. Normally 100 karne ke baad photo aate hai sabke. Tera nahi aaya. So I went back home and I told my brother, my father happened to be there as well, that, all my friends are saying that photograph appears in the newspaper if you get 100 or you get a 500. So my father, in our building itself, one of his friends also congratulated him that, I read that Sachin scored 100. He said, no, he's slightly disappointed because his photo didn't appear in the paper. So the friend tells my father, you ask Ajit, my brother, elder brother, we'll see what we can do. So he apparently knew someone in one of the publications, and after a few days, there was a huge write-up with my photograph. And my family members were totally taken aback because nobody was expecting this after 6-7 days. And it was such a moment where nobody wanted to go out of the house. They said, "नहीं, इतना सब कुछ होने के बाद हम नहीं बाहर जा सकते." So they were kind of, puzzled there, and the day was spent at home because my article had appeared with a photograph. It's kind of thoda sa embarrassing for the family to deal with something like this. We were never exposed to all this.
I mean, little did they know that every single expression of yours would be in the papers in the years that would follow. Brian, do you have memories of sort of breaking out, getting noticed, being this guy everybody's looking at and saying, he could play for the West Indies?
Yeah, I'm happy that Sachin talked about searching in the newspapers for your name or your face as a teenager. Well, I know in India there's tons of publications. There's only 2 in Trinidad, so it was easy to find my face if I scored 100. But yeah, I mean, it's as a youngster, one of the things that you do, I mean, I came from a family of 11. I have 6 bigger brothers and 4 sisters. And everyone was very sports-oriented. And I played cricket from the age of about 4. All my brothers were bigger. We played in the streets. We played in the savannah. We played with cricket balls, flannel balls, with oranges, lines, anything that we can put our hands on. And I remembered at the age of 6, my dad saw an ad in the newspapers for a clinic. And from the age of 6 to 16, every Sunday morning, I went to Harvard Coaching Clinic. And from there, I can hear the coaches, I can hear the parents of other kids talking about my batting. And back then, it sort of gave me that confidence that I needed as a youngster. Because you really don't know where you are as a 7, 8-year-old growing up. You're playing the sport that you like. And of course, you have heroes playing for the West Indies cricket team. But you really can't put that in perspective to say, well, I'm going to be something in the future. But I believe that a lot of encouragement came from my fans or the people that looked at me from a very early age.
I mean, a support system, at that stage is so important. And, in India, of course, there's this whole family jamboree that, follows people who do really well. Sachin, for example, when you were going to England for your first tour, I believe there was a great show of affection from everybody around. Would you tell us a little bit about that?
That was another embarrassing moment for me. I was only 13, and at my first foreign trip, I'd never worn a jacket till then. So a blazer, formal shirt, tie, formal trouser, proper shoes. My family got excited. Both my grandmothers thought, what is happening in his life? We must drop him to the airport. And grandmothers took the initiative, and they made sure that all my family members, including my uncles, my aunts, everyone was there at the airport to see me off. And you can well imagine a 13-year-old where other guys are also there and they are looking at all these things happening. वो छोड़ते नहीं ऐसे फिर प्लेयर को, 1 महीना मुझे उनके साथ बिताना था. So I was actually so embarrassed. मेरे फैमिली मेंबर्स ज़्यादा थे टीम मेंबर्स से, तो अभी जाओ, हो गया, everything is done, चलो you go. So that was my experience.
I have something very similar. I was 14 years old, and there was a schoolboys tour to India, Trinidad and Tobago schoolboys tour. And my dad was given 20 barbecue tickets to raise money. By the time he finished a couple of weeks before the barbecue, he sold over 300 tickets to the whole village. And there I was as a 14-year-old at the airport with my parents and, of course, my entourage, my whole cricket team with me, my brothers and sisters. And I visited India as a 14-year-old. I went to Trivandrum and Baroda. It's an eye-opener for me. I mean, I'm talking about when Sachin might have been still in Pampas. He might have been 10 years old. But yeah, I mean, back in those days were really the fun times of playing cricket.
Yeah, I'm liking this. Boundary, single, boundary from here, great. On that note, let's talk about your partnership together in Toronto in 1994. I mean, not everybody has watched it, not everybody knows about it, but there was a time when you guys were together on the crease for a reasonable amount of time and had a lot of fun together. What do you remember of that knock?
Well, I think we should share this. Which part do you want me to take, Sachin? Well, I think Pakistan just won the World Cup 1992. And it's 20 years late. It's what, 30 years later now? So we never know. It's 2022 now. We don't know what Pakistan is going to do tomorrow. But Imran Khan took the Pakistan team to Canada. They were invited. And myself and Sachin found ourselves on the rest of the world 11. And it was AstroTurf. It was the Sky Dome. And they had to place, plyboard and then AstroTurf over the surface. And when Ambrose and Walsh, who was playing for the rest of the world, started bowling, the ball was bouncing and it was a bit dangerous. So the captains came together and they decided that the bowlers can't run up for more than 15 yards to deliver the ball. And Pakistan went on to make a decent total. Let Sachin continue from here because we had to walk out to bat to face Wasim Akram, Waqar Younis, Imran Khan and others.
Aqib Javed, all these guys. I mean, that's when Brian realized that, there can never be a friendly match. It always eventually gets competitive. And I think we scored about 330, 340 something. We got into a brilliant partnership. I think we had some 170, 180 run partnership. And we finished, Brian got 100, I scored some 70, 80 not out. And then we had chased those runs in some 38, 40 overs or so. So that was an experience because, Brian suddenly realized that, those lines don't exist, when you're bowling second. And that is what a number of matches that we played against them would happen that, normally they would say, okay, hum pehle batting kar lete hain.
I should take over from here because what happened was that when we started batting and we started to knock the ball around, Imran Khan said to one of his fast bowlers, don't worry about the line, just go back and bowl from wherever. And Waqar Younis went back and delivered this short ball to Sachin that went over the keeper head into the boundary fence for 6. I said to Sachin, Sachin, I don't think these guys are following the same rules that we followed. I looked back and Waqar Younis was way past the mark. He said, don't worry. So I said, okay, I'm at the non-strikers then. If you said don't worry, you're taking the heat. And the next ball, Waqar dropped short. And I don't know if you know the Sky Dome, but I think it was about 60 or 70 rows back when the ball landed. And then I realized that, okay, I'm definitely batting with a genius.
Great study. So, on that note, you've met each other, you've seen each other play, you've played with each other. What are the qualities about Sachin that you admired as a player and you thought, I wish these are the qualities that I had? Was there anything about him that sort of jumped out at you?
Oh, geez, well, you are asking me to dream very big there because I think that the patience and the fortitude that Sachin showed, and it's no doubt he has a far better batting technique than I had from day one till the end of our career. And if I could have been as patient enough to score a double century, I think it was 2004, a double century without playing a cover drive, a shot that was getting him out. If I had that patience, I think I might have been smoking cigars after every single time I go to bat because it was just unbelievable to see the discipline that he showed in Sydney that day. Yeah. I think it was 241, 42. Yeah. And I mean, even Steve Waugh mentioned that it was just an unbelievable knock. So for me, the patience, the fortitude, the willingness to stay out there and grind it out is something that I admired about Sachin.
He's being a good friend.
No, but Sachin, it's really, I mean that knock, what it would have taken out of you is really quite, and it's been talked about. So a little bit about that, and then about what about Brian you wish you had.
It wasn't decided, honestly, that I don't go and play that cover drive. My brother had kind of challenged me because I was batting well, but not scoring big runs, and I'll come to that. So brother said that, the bowlers are not getting you out. There is no visible weakness as such. but the weakness is in your shot selection. So that is where you need to tighten up a little bit. I said, okay, I'm willing to accept this challenge. In this test match, I will not get out to anyone. It doesn't matter who is bowling at what stage, I will not get out for 5 days. And then I walk out to bat, and suddenly I realize Australians had planned that 70% of the deliveries will go to Adam Gilchrist, make him leave. We 11 players can test his patience. And that's when I decided, if you are going to test my patience, I'm prepared to test your patience. And let's see who gives up first. And that's why I did not play that cover drive. And when we talk about big runs, I'm going to come to that. You know, the appetite. He's not a huge man in structure, but when it comes to appetite for runs, you know, these big, massive kit bags are not enough for him. He needs. He always carried with you know, that hunger and that consistency, that flair. The way he planned, because our interactions in the 90s were to do with cricket as well. You know, generally one would interact, but one point I picked from him categorically was pacing his innings and knowing when to take chances. Because when you saw Brian's innings, I mean, the way he constructed those long innings, there were a number of occasions where he took calculated risk, and that was evident to me that if you have to play big innings, there are going to be patches along the way where you need to accelerate and put the pressure back on bowler, though he managed to keep that for a number of years that he played cricket. But I thought that ability to score big runs was simply incredible. You know, if somebody's got 400 runs in Test cricket, do I need to say anything more than that?
Yeah. No, and it's, you know, so Brian got the 500. He got in first class cricket. He got the 375. He broke Gary Sobers's record, which existed for 4 decades. And then he just let it be. And then 10 years later, Matthew Hayden comes along and scores 380 to break his record. 3 months later, Brian goes and gets 400. It's like, I'm not letting you have that one. What was it about you and these knocks?
I just think it's destiny. I don't think anyone in here could tell me. It was the 4th test match of the series against England in 2004, something like 6 months after Matthew broke the record. But I'm sure no one could tell me the total amount of runs I had here in the first 3 test matches. I had 100 runs in 6 innings, averaging 16 point little bit. And so it's nowhere in the back of my mind I could be thinking 400. No way at all. I knew that we were 3-0 down in the series, and we needed to, worst case scenario, draw that test match. And I went out there with a mindset of staying out in the middle. And things gradually got easier. And it's the way I bat as well. I normally feel that I need to survive for the first half an hour, 45 minutes, and try to get the momentum swinging into my direction. When that happens, I try to keep that momentum throughout. It just happens to be 10 years later. It happened to be England. But I could tell you for sure that it was not in the back of my mind. But to get 400 runs in a test match is exceptional. I mean, no one would believe that I scored 500 runs in the series, but all came in one match.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems a bit too much of a coincidence for Matty Hayden to do that and then you to settle the scores, but yeah, we'll just go with your story. Were there moments, but and I just want a quick answer from both of you, where you felt invincible on the ground, where you felt today, I can do anything I want. I know exactly what's happening. Nobody's going to get me today.
Fortunately, that never happened to me. I felt that the way how I went about batting in any form of the game was to survive at the beginning. And I felt that the bowler had a 70% chance of getting me out. I had a 30% chance of surviving. But if I'm there an hour later, that is going to change more in my favor. So, you know, later on in my innings, I can tell that I mentally and physically was dominating the opposition. And that's when I felt not necessarily invincible, but I felt that, I was in total control of the proceedings going out in the middle.
Sachin, what about you? I mean, captains have said this about you. There are times when they see you on the pitch and they know today we can't do anything.
There are times when you walk out on the field and you feel today nothing can go wrong, and that's the thin line between being confident and slightly overconfident, as we call it. There's always a red flag around the corner when you become too confident. But there were occasions where you end up playing a rash shot because you feel you can go out and do it. Before playing that shot, you never think that you're going to go wrong. Had I realized that, I would have corrected myself on a number of occasions. But that is what the game teaches you. Every time you go out to bat, you're not in the same frame of mind. Your thought process changes. And there were occasions where I felt I can go out and play big shots. Sometimes you kind of look at the bowler's body language and you know where the bowler is going to bowl. And you set yourself up for that big one. They come through sometimes, and sometimes you're kind of walking back to the dressing room cursing yourself.
Okay, we can keep talking. Time is a constraint as well. But there's, I just wanted to speak to both of you about, a third great cricketer of that era, who we very tragically lost recently, Shane Warne. And, I think there's anybody who could, stand toe to toe with the two of you in terms of stature in world cricket at that time. It was him. Do you have any memories with Shane? Some stories, some thoughts about him that you would?
Yes, in 2000, I had invited Warnie over. I said, come to my place and we'll do a nice meal. So I asked him, I particularly checked, are you okay with Indian food? He said, yeah, don't worry. I said, are you okay with spicy food or slightly milder side? I said, yeah, avoid spicy food. So I told my chef, khana thoda less spicy rakhna. So he had accordingly prepared. I had also invited my manager, Mark Mascarenas then. And here we are sitting on the table and I'm serving everyone. And Warnie is, eating a little bit and looking around here and there. And I asked him, how's the food? Are you okay with it? Is it too spicy for you? He said, no, it's delicious and all those kind of things. And then suddenly my manager kind of looks at Warnie and said, what happened? So he kept nudging him under the table, saying that take some food from my plate because it's too spicy for me. And I can't tell Sachin. So eventually we were in the kitchen. I had only heard stories about Warnie's baked beans and all that. But that actually turned into reality. He was onto sausages and baked beans and all those kind of things. Pizza, we ended up ordering a pizza for him. So it was not just the newspapers which were writing that Warnie was fond of baked beans and pizzas and all that. It actually happened in my place. But he didn't want to hurt my feelings, and he kind of handled that evening rather well in spite of food not being so spicy, but he was never comfortable with Indian food is what I discovered that evening.
Did you spend time with Warnie as well?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time with Warnie on the cricket field, off the cricket field. We played a lot of golf together, and I believe that I found out why he was so good at what he did. If Warnie was standing over a 1-foot putt, he was as competitive as if he's bowling to Sachin at the Wankhede. He was so focused, and I think that definitely one of the greats. He had an inauspicious start. I think he bowled a lot against subcontinent batsmen in the first few test matches that he played. But his breakout test match actually was against the West Indies at the MCG in 1992, where he got 7 for 52. And from there, his star just rose to a level that is unbelievable for spinners. I think he sort of killed the concept that was created by Clive Lloyd that you need to have 4 fast bowlers to win a test match. I think his spin was tremendous, and along with Murali, during our era, I think we played against the 2 best spinners in the world.
We won't talk about how you dominated Murali on that Sri Lanka tour. Okay, we are in the middle of the T20 World Cup. Of course, we will also not mention too much about what happened to the Indian team yesterday, but day before yesterday. But you know, you watch these guys play these kind of shots they play these days. What do you think of that? Are there some shots that you like? Are there some that you say, oh, I would have liked to play? Or what do you think about the way cricket is changing in terms of just the stroke play being so different from your time?
Yeah, I think it's amazing. I love all the new shots that they're playing. I wish I experimented with some before I retired. But obviously, the longer version of the game, opposing captains are not that defensive. So you have a lot of opportunities to score. But I think that the present-day player has evolved in a way that it's only beneficial for the game. You know, a lot of people like talking about the past players and how good they were, and these young players are not good enough. I think these players are very, very good players. I believe concentration-wise, because they're playing the shorter version of the game, they struggle a bit in the test arena, but I have great appreciation for them.
Sachin, what about you? Any shot you would like to have tried?
I have a couple of shots that I did not play, like Brian said. One is the scoop of a fast bowler keeper's head.
Yeah.
I've not played that. And neither have I played the switch hit over cover.
Yeah.
I still feel not all batters play all the shots. There are some batters who manage to do that. So it's a combined effort. So you look at someone like Virat, Rohit, or for that matter even Chris Gale. You know, from the recent past, they never played all these shots. But still, you know, they've done well. And the person is sitting right next to me. He never played all the shots. His strike rate was phenomenal, and he could.
Some would say you didn't need to.
Yeah, because there are players, but like you said, that the game is evolving,
yeah,
and players practice all these shots. It is all about practicing, and then you know once you know certain movements, your hands become really important.
Yeah.
Even if your footwork is not there, because that is what T20 also demands. You know, your wrist work, your hands. If you have good hands, you manage to play all these shots. But I have seen during these IPL tournaments that the players are practicing these shots. They're not experimenting out there in the middle. They practice these shots in the nets, because to an outsider, you feel that, oh, why is he taking this risk? But they're practicing, and the game is going to continue changing.
So we're totally out of time. Who's your pick for the final tomorrow?
I think Pakistan has the better team in terms of the individual players. England is playing very well structured cricket, but I would like to see the trophy stay in Asia.
Sachin, what do you think?
I think looking at the ground dimensions, it's going to be England. I differ a little bit. Yes, the momentum with Pakistan is just kind of peaking at the right time.
Yeah.
Nobody
92 similarities sort of
there,
arising.
but maybe England might get them to play square of the wicket, where in Melbourne, square of the wicket, the boundaries are longer, straighter boundaries are short. Each ground's dimension is different. I mean, Adelaide, you have short square boundaries and reasonably longish straight boundaries. So I have this feeling that up front, the new ball, they'll look to swing, and later on, they'll be kind of short of length, forcing them to play square of the ground.
That's all we have time for. Thank you so much, everybody. Some nostalgia, a bit of a batting masterclass, and a prophecy at the end. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that riveting session, Sachin and Brian. May I request Kunal to please do us the honors of presenting you each with a token of our appreciation. Brian Lara and Sachin Tendulkar. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving on to a session which features one of the world's largest and most diversified natural to the top level of industry. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. It's hard to be on stage after two legends. We'll try what we can. We have a heavy hitter in business in conversation with us today. Mr. Agarwal is an entrepreneur that India is keenly watching today. He's being keenly watched because he's setting out to do a very complex project, a semiconductor plant, as well as a display fabricator that are very, very integral to the electronics manufacturing supply chain, that have now acquired, geostrategic dimensions, geopolitical dimensions. We heard Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen say the other day, just yesterday, about friendshoring and the need to diversify, or rather how global firms are looking to diversify supply chain away from China. Exceedingly complex project technologically and financially, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Mr. Agarwal all the details of this project. Anilji, not a lot is known. You've made the announcement. It's a very large project, $20 billion in capital investment. Of course, there is a substantial government subsidy as well. What can you tell us today about where does the project stand? What are the details? How complex it is, and what will it mean for the ecosystem?
No, first of all, thank you, Shobna Bhartiya ji, to invite me, an ordinary person with the extraordinary people. You hear the ex-Prime Minister of England, you hear the Chief Justice of India, Sachin Tendulkar, and somebody, a boy from Bihar. You have I can see all of you. Thank you very much for inviting me. पता चलता है हिंदुस्तान में बड़े आदमी के साथ में ऑर्डिनरी आदमी की भी कदर है. See, fundamentally, the way what we are looking at, this country, if you see 1.4 billion people, the entire world is looking at India. It is naturally how we have come into the spot where you have a strong leader. The India, if you look at, we were the largest GDP, one of the leading GDP at 1400, just 700 years back. 23% of GDP of the world was India. And time has come back. Time has come back for us, is a cycle which is there. So, as far as the semiconductor is concerned, it's fundamentally the basic. how do we grow? What we are looking at today, how our young population, 15 years, 16 years, how they can get a job, how they can develop the livelihood, what they want, what they have desire. Everybody has something, how they can fulfill. One of the things has come up is a laptop. And laptop is a window to the world. If a 15 years old boy and girl has a laptop, whatever she is imagining, she wants to be a dancer, she wants to be a photographer, she wants to be a painter, the liberal arts what you talk about, everybody has something. She can find out, if she make effort, where she can go, what class she can do, what job she can create, who can be her guru, what can happen. A smartphone, EV, TV also, TV, all this has to come as an affordable price. We all Indian always look at anything. I was talking to my friend Shyam, the way he was talking about how he's developing his medical, and he always thinking, how can I support to poorest? And that is the fundamental, that our children, 15 years, 16 years, should get a laptop at 30 to 40,000 rupees, and with 70%, 80% loan. Everybody should have a smartphone. How can a 2 lakh rupees person who's earning 2 lakh रुपए कमा रहा है, उसका 20,000 रुपए phone में जा रहा है? He has to get a phone at 4,000 rupees. A TV 50,000 rupees, 60,000 rupees. Has to be at 6,000 or 7,000 rupees. These are the basic amenities we need to provide. EV, entire EV is coming, which is require these chips. I've been in the glass business last 18, 19 years. I started making optical fiber, which require a clean room and the glass. Then for 10 years, every year I have gone to Japan for acquiring a company called Evanstrat. Japanese never sell their company. I've been pursuing, there are only 4 companies in the world which make the mother glass, which is a part of display glass and the semiconductor. We have been pursuing, just 3 years back we acquired this company, which has employed 2,500 people in Korea, Japan, and Taiwan. Taiwan, we are in the heart of all the chips manufacture. And that's how we thought, let's keep working. The way this government has started building the trust is very important. When you see our Prime Minister, I say my Prime Minister because he's also Rishi Sunak, who is the Prime Minister in UK. In our pandemic time, for 2 years, the trust which he has shown to the people, that's why he's popular. Farrell, you have to just send a statement that I have no customer and I'm making a loss of 80,000 pounds, the check will come in 30 days. They started trusting. Whoever making a wrong statement, he can be severely penalized, but first the check you will get. And that's what's happening in India, the trust being built. Trust being built, a person like Anil Agrawal, an ordinary man that no, he will do it. Let's trust him. So this is my, as I looking at, then 2 or 3 years time, we make display glass. 2 things required for anything to move forward. A display for the TV, for cell phone, for laptop, or all the EVs, the glass, and the chips. Both we are setting up. We are already in this business. It's not easy. And as you move forward, I tell to all my fellows, as you move forward, door opens, new door will open, new people you will meet, and you will succeed.
Thank you, Anilji, for that passionate laying out of your, what your dream is with this project. What can you tell us in terms of the details? Where is the project coming up? We saw there was a contest between Maharashtra and Gujarat. What swung the deal finally in Gujarat's favor? Where is it coming up? How much land is it going to take? What are the kind of investments you're looking at? Tell us a little bit more specifics, about this project.
No, this was definitely the project which we have tie-up with the Evans Strat, Foxconn, World Best of People. Best of People has joined us. And this is a project which we are making just the fundamental raw material, chips and its display glass. Now, it is a complete ecosystem has to be created. The people Silicon Valley will fly, Korean will come, Japanese will come, Taiwanese will come. An ecosystem will be created. Then we are just making a fundamental raw material. Each state can make this cell phone, a TV, everybody will have his own idea, whether he wants to make a wooden frame, or aluminum frame, or a steel frame. He will have his own design. So the 105 crores to 500 crores, thousands of industry will come up. And हम लोग जुगाड़ू लोग हैं. फंडामेंटल इंडियन जुगाड़ू वो खराब शब्द नहीं है. ये हमारी विरासत है. This will put us in a different level. कि हम लोग किसी भी हालत में, कहीं भी, किसी भी हालात में अपनी पोजीशन बना सकते हैं. एंड अगर वो फंडामेंटल रॉ मटेरियल मिलेगा तो हर स्टेट में हम तो खाली रॉ मटेरियल बनाएंगे. Everybody can develop as things goes. So at the moment we have set up the independent committee, which was the part of very good consultant, Foxconn, everybody was there. And they've gone to 5 or 6 states, who is giving the better facilities, where is the atmosphere. And finally they kneel down to Gujarat. And Gujarat is a commercial, business-minded, and we are setting up there. And it is not easy. It has its own challenge. But as I said, as we move forward, door will open. But this will be in Gujarat. And then we have gone to the Maharashtra. Maharashtra will set up one of the largest downstream, which will be bigger than the Gujarat. And this will happen. Karnataka, Chief Minister, I have said, and when I shown him how this can be, where 500, 600 industry can come in, and what this will be another Silicon Valley will be created in Karnataka. So please don't make it a political. India is one. Let's make the raw material. कुआं खुदेगा तो पानी सबको मिलेगा.
One of the biggest indicators of the gravitas of this project has been your ability to bring in Foxconn as a joint venture partner. You met with the chairman of Foxconn. What did the two of you discuss?
We have a secretary, US also, we had a discussion, and everybody says, because it is black and white, been told, we don't want to deal with the China. And the preferred place is India. And they have said this, 2 things is very important in India. Other thing hum sab handle kar lenge. One is the land, and one is the bureaucracy. And I promise everybody, the bureaucracy is not there. We need this bureaucracy. नहीं तो कोई खराब गलत प्राइम मिनिस्टर आ जाएगा, कुछ भी हो सकता है. So we require this system to continue. We require this check and balance. But what was your question?
आप जब Foxconn के chairman से मिले थे,
So
मुलाकात हुए थे आप?
he's very, Mr. Young, very young man also, and very, very keen. You have no idea how entire Southeast Asia is pulling him. Because they're aggressive. You talk about Malaysia, you talk about Thailand, every country want them, 10 of them to come there. He gets sometimes very, very frustrated. I make them talk to Prime Minister, I make him talk to our Vaishnavji, very, very dynamic man, make him talk to him to make him comfortable, that we'll have the same speed. Initially there will be some little bit of frustration according to you. We live with this life. But we are there, and he's excited, and I'm pursuing him to, he can create in very short time ecosystem where from Silicon Valley, all these places, 100 top companies can come and set up their shop, and he should take the lead. So they are little bit, as things are not moving up to their speed, but I have no doubt we are there, we are holding them, it will happen.
Right. Anilji, you've been doing business in India for a long time. You've dealt with several governments, several state governments. In this case, there is, of the entire project cost, there is up to a 75% government subsidy. So the government is supporting in a very big way. What are the changes that you've seen, from the past when you used to deal with governments, both at the center and in the states? What is the change now in terms of being able to, in terms of the desire to facilitate business, bring in industry, set up, and chase for complex projects like these?
No, I just heard Chief Justice of India, which he says about the trust to build up, deficit of trust. According to me, that gap has come down a lot. Government trust, they believe that this is the place of entrepreneur, this is the place of opportunity, and they are, I met yesterday, I don't meet too much of bureaucrat, but I met the mine secretary, young man, and he looks very young, and he says, नीचे वाले लिखेंगे जो लिखेंगे, लेकिन मेरे को मैं काट के जो मेरे को ऑर्डर देना मैं ऑर्डर दे दूंगा. हमने कहा इस तरह की पर्सनालिटी अगर इसमें आ रही है तो आई हैव नो डाउट कि जो हम लोग जो ट्रस्ट डिफिसिट हो जाता है कभी कभी. गवर्नमेंट सोचती है ये पेपर भी दिखाओ, वो भी दिखाओ, कहीं कोई गड़बड़ नहीं हो. मोर एंड मोर दे विल ट्रस्ट, and trust is going up. The trust deficit is definitely narrowing down. But there has to be check and balance, because they have to make sure that what they are doing, but what they are going to invest in 5 to 6 year time after the production come, more than $70 billion return will come to Government of India. You can imagine the kind of shop is going to open, the amount of everybody will have this kind of this side of gadget, and the tax will go to the government. So this is something you are putting small, but the visionary. The world says we never thought that India will think like this. How this idea has come? How this idea has come where we say we are going to be master in electronic, and we are going to eradicate our poverty, create massive job and young people through this latest technology. And this will happen.
About 60% of the value of a laptop or a mobile phone is in the semiconductors and chips inside, plus the display. You're now going to be making both. And you hope that, in a market where Chinese brands, Korean brands dominate, this will have a downstream effect where it will spur a large manufacturing ecosystem where people will make phones. And on the upstream side, technologies will come to India that doesn't currently exist in terms of the purity of gas, clean rooms and all of that. How do you see the overall impact on the ecosystem? Is electronics manufacturing ecosystem में क्या change होगा आपके ये दो projects की वजह से?
पूरी दुनिया ही चेंज हो रही है. आज जो डिजिटल का ज़माना है, anybody who does not work through digital, through technology, their shop will be open. There is a report, the published report, that any company, any business does not run by digital, that 50% of the company is going to shut down. Artificial intelligence, digital is a need of the hour. We have our whatever human can do, but more and more system work that will create more productivity. And I have no doubt India, all Indian, today amazing. I live in England. I never seen, I lived 27 years, मेरी तो स्टोरी है, जब 5 साल में अमेरिका में रहा, मेरी बेटी का वहाँ जन्म हुआ, धक्के खा के फिर लंदन में 27 साल से रहा. मेरे को सब लोग बोलते हैं कि आप इंग्लैंड क्यों जाते हो? मैंने कहा सारी दुनिया यहाँ से रह के सारी दुनिया में काम करती है, मैं इंग्लैंड में रह के इंडिया में काम करता हूँ. All my business is in India because I feel that there is a culture, there is a money, there is a wealth. I draw. You will not believe when I tell you, I raised $35 billion sitting in England. I had no godfather, nothing, just walk in with my children, and I raised $35 billion. All the money I put into India, and a most difficult project. So I see that this is the time of India people. There was a time, I've talked to some of the search firm. This was greatest surprise for me. I've mentioned this to our World Economic Forum CEO, he was with me, and he was talking about, and I said, look, search firm, all the top multinational company, when they ask for the people, they put all the criteria, what they want. In the last, most of them mentioned, please look at our Indian also, which never happened. So this is what India is offering. Indian people being branded as honest, can do multiple work, put more hours, genetically they are smart. थोड़ा ड्रेस और एड्रेस में धोखा खा जाते हैं, वो हम लोग इम्प्रूव कर रहे हैं.
मैं एक और सवाल इस प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में पूछना चाहूँगा because there is so much interest in it. You've expressed a lot of optimism about the support and the ability to execute it in a timely manner. But the reality, of course, is that we do have project delays. Complex projects are not easy to execute. आपने कहा है कि within 2 years of groundbreaking of the plant, semiconductors will roll out of the factory. Do you feel confident about this?
We have made a full plan. It's a scientific way. We are not going to bring all the technology together, but the proven technology. I can go through the technical side also, the 20-inch, but whatever the proven technology, which is automobile technology, some of the laptop technology, chips we require, will be provided because we just have to duplicate. This is the constant research will go on. We'll find better chips. It's like a medical. Every day you do the research. I'm very confident. My heart and soul is in it. And the way the government is supporting, the state government is supporting, the wave has come in, where everybody wants to join us. The best of people. ईश्वर की कृपा भी चाहिए, वो भी लगता है साथ में है, उसके बिना तो कुछ हो नहीं सकता है. तो मेरे को कोई डाउट नहीं लगती है within 2.5 years, but parallelly 10 times more we have to create the ecosystem. We have to work seminar after seminar, where एक movement चालू हो, जिसमें कि ये downstream सारे स्टेटों में बनना चालू हो जाए. People start believing that they will get the display glass. Today we import almost $30 billion of semiconductor and the glass. You can imagine. And they should start believing, and the ecosystem parallelly has to start. Not this what I'm doing, but parallelly 50% work will be to making people believe that there is opportunity and we should be part of it. And I request all of you, please study this. This is the greatest opportunity which can happen in the electronic industry, which will change because all of us have a young children, all of you are young, we have a startup, amazing startup. World has said that if there is a startup trend which is in India, risk-taking ability is in India. So I urge all of you to look into that, at least study and see what we can do.
Anilji, your life's work has been in resources, metals, minerals, oil and gas, and you've always said that India needs to do more prospecting and more mining. Pehle, it was not taken very seriously, but now, given the geopolitical situation, everyone is realizing that you need as much self-sufficiency as you can in metals and minerals. You've said that startups need to be permitted to prospect, in a countrywide manner and then sell those rights. Is there a practical thing? Can startups have the kind of technology needed to do prospecting and then sell the rights to those finds?
First of all, I want to clear that out of $100, you will be surprised. $73 of ours goes in import. And there is nothing which we can't produce. हम लोग गरीब लोग हैं, कहाँ से अपना 100 रुपये में से वो मदर इंडिया की पिक्चर ध्यान में आ जाती है कि सारा जो है वो हमारा जमींदारी ले उठा के ले जाता है. तो हमारे तो $100 में तो $73, 85% oil you import, 100% gold you import, all the electronic you import, all the copper you import, all the fertilizer you import, all the arms, ammunition you import. सेना की वर्दी है वो भी आप इंपोर्ट करते हो. इनफ इज इनफ. इट हैज टू रिवर्स. ये सारे हमारे हिंदुस्तानी लोग बाहर में काम करते हैं, तो जो हमारी यंग पॉपुलेशन आज जो दुनिया चाहती नहीं, अब मैं तो लंदन में रहता हूँ, दुनिया चाहती नहीं है कि हिंदुस्तान में प्रोडक्शन हो. हिंदुस्तान एक मार्केट बना रहे. हिंदुस्तान एक मार्केट बना रहे. जैसे ही आप मिडल ईस्ट वालों को बोलेंगे हम तेल बनाएंगे, उनका चेहरा झुक जाता है. हम हैं बैठे हैं ना. हिंदुस्तान में जो नेचुरल रिसोर्स है, आई एम लिटरली लाइक ए जियोलॉजिस्ट. वी हैव अ बेटर जियोलॉजी देन साउथ अफ्रीका, कनाडा, better geology, and Australia. We have to explore. We have to explore. Exploring has to be done in the world by the junior mining company. What is junior mining company? Which means our youngster who pass out as an engineer, any engineer, he should be allowed. Like आज टेक्नोलॉजी वर्ल्ड में इंडिया वाले क्यों फेमस हुए? आज बिल गेट ने क्यों इतनी बड़ी कंपनी खड़ी की? क्योंकि वो कंपनियों पे कंपनियां खरीदता चला गया स्टार्टअप वालों से. हजारों कंपनियां उसने खरीदी, हजारों में से 300-400 उसकी चली, बना के उसने बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर की कंपनी खड़ी कर दी. सेम चीज़ हमारे रिसोर्स में होना चाहिए. मैं हर कॉलेज में बच्चों को जाता हूँ कि भाई तुम 5 करोड़ में 7 करोड़ में एक ड्रिलिंग मशीन मिलती है. You look at all the data rooms are available in Geological Survey of India में, you do your research, there will be failure. And to fund 5 crore, 10 crore, the banks and people are there to fund you. But the government policies, which I am working with them all the time, what they say, if you find anything below the ground, you hand over to us. How that is possible? Give them a free hand. Whatever their discovery, when you allow in technology, they develop any technology, they go to a bigger player and sell them. Same thing should happen to our youngster. They can sell. There will be movement. आज इंडिया में 2-3% ही एक्सप्लोरेशन हो रहा है अगेंस्ट 70%, 80% इन द वर्ल्ड. इट्स अ हार्ड टाइम इफ यू डोंट एक्सप्लोर. अमेरिका झगड़ा करता था इराक से, ईरान से. इतनी इनसिक्योरिटी थी बिकॉज दे आर ओनली प्रोड्यूसिंग 50% ऑफ देयर ऑयल. दे ओपन अप द पॉलिसी कि अगर आपको ऑयल मिलेगा तो आपका है, वो जमीन भी आपकी है. घर घर में ड्रिलिंग मशीनें लग गई. आज उनकी 130% ऑयल वो प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं. इंडिया में भी वही ट्रेंड चला है, वो होगा. गवर्नमेंट को भी समझ में आ रहा है, वो बोल रहे हैं हमने कानून ऐसे बना दिया. कानून तो हमारे फायदे के लिए बना है ना. कानून को दोबारा तोड़ना है, देखना है, करना है, रिव्यू करना है. मेरे को कोई डाउट नहीं है कि जो हिंदुस्तान में हमारे पास माइनिंग सेक्टर में ऑयल, गैस, कॉपर, फर्टिलाइज़र, एनीथिंग यू टॉक अबाउट, हम 95% वुड आज इंपोर्ट करते हैं. 97%. हम तो नेपाल, बिहार के बॉर्डर पर रहने वाले आदमी हैं. लकड़ियाँ बेच बेच के हम जिंदा रहें. आज सब लकड़ियाँ हम बाहर से खरीद रहे हैं. आज वर्ल्ड में आप चले जाइए, 4 साल में पेड़ बड़ा खड़ा हो जाता है. एक छोटा सा कानून बनाना है कि आप 4 पेड़ काटोगे, उसकी जगह आपको 20 पेड़ लगाने पड़ेंगे. इतना सा ही कानून है कि आप जितना आप लकड़ी निकालोगे उससे 4 गुना आप कर दो. ये फॉरेस्ट के क्लियरेंस हैं, ये सब चीज़ें आप देखेंगे तो इतनी अपॉर्चुनिटी है इंडिया में, और ये अपॉर्चुनिटी का जस्ट दरवाजा ही खुला है. आप लोग सब तैयार हो जाइए. जो अपॉर्चुनिटी, जो मज़ा काम करने में है, आप कुछ भी कर लीजिए. और किसी में मज़ा नहीं आएगा जब काम में जो मज़ा आता है और किसी चीज़ में आता नहीं है. वो अपॉर्चुनिटी अपने को आने वाली है. आप देखिए हमारे पास वी हैव 52 डिफेंस फैक्ट्री. 52 डिफेंस फैक्ट्री. पता नहीं आप लोग गए हैं कि नहीं गए. मैं जबलपुर गया हूँ, मैं भुसावल गया हूँ. वो पूरा नगर है, पूरा का पूरा नगर है. प्रोडक्शन 10% हो रहा है. ये नहीं कि आदमी होशियार नहीं है, उनको एम्पावर नहीं है, कुछ ना कुछ कहीं ना कहीं जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है वो नहीं है. हम लोग लार्जेस्ट एक्सपोर्टर ऑफ आर्म्स हो सकते हैं, और ये होगा. उस रास्ते पे चल पड़े हैं. टाइम हो सकता है थोड़ा लग रहा है.
Anil ji, we are out of time, but I'm going to sneak in one last question. ऐसा सुनने में आया है कि आपके लाइफ के बारे में एक मूवी बन रही है, तो हीरो कौन होगा?
आपसे बड़ा कौन हीरो हो सकता है? आप में मैं सलमान खान भी देखता हूँ. देखिए आप.
My day has been made. Thank you so much, Anil ji. It's been a great pleasure having you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agarwal. If I could request Sruthijit to please present you with a small gift. Thank you very much, Mr. Agarwal and Sruthijit. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take a break for lunch. Lunch is arranged outside in Rani Bagh. We will start our next session at 2:40, so please be sure that you're back by about 2:30 or 2:35.
A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances, which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions of lives. Aditya Birla Group. Big in your life.
wealthy in minerals. Rapid industrialization, swift pace of development, creating its unique identity in the nation's development roadmap is the success story of Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is presently ranked 4th in the Ease of Doing Business Index in India. A lot of credit for this goes to the Chhattisgarh's visionary leadership to create a bright future for its citizens. With the potential to generate 24,000 megawatts, Chhattisgarh is all set to be the power pivot of the country. Chhattisgarh has been topping the charts as the cleanest state. Due to the all-round rural development and agriculture welfare schemes, Chhattisgarh is a model state for rural prosperity and urban excellence. With the intent of the state leadership and results being seen on ground, Chhattisgarh is on the path of rapid and model growth and development.
There are those who are always looking for what's next. Changing lanes, shifting modes, always in command. Sensing what lies ahead. That first scent of yet another success. The all-new Hyundai Tucson next drives now.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के विजन और प्रदेश के युवा मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी के मिशन से प्रगति के पथ पर निरंतर आगे बढ़ रहा है उत्तराखंड। रोजगार, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, निवेश और भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त उत्तराखंड के सपने को साकार कर रही है उत्तराखंड सरकार। पर्यटन से राज्य में मिल रहे हैं आर्थिक प्रगति को पंख। उत्तराखंड के सीएम तक पहुंच रही जनता की आवाज। उत्तराखंड में बढ़ता निवेश बन रहा है विकास का मुख्य आधार। राज्य की जनता की सुनी मन की बात मिलने जा रहा है राज्य को मजबूत भू कानून का आधार। उत्तराखंड के वीर सैनिकों का हो रहा है सम्मान। प्रदेश में भ्रष्टाचार पर की बड़ी चोट। सुखी, समृद्ध, खुशहाली की तरफ लगातार है बढ़ना। जन जन का है सपना, आगे बढ़ता रहे उत्तराखंड अपना।
A land of awakening. A land of joy. A land where every step forward is a journey within. I have started my journey. When will you start yours?
With over 8,000 passionate employees working hard in difficult terrain, pushing boundaries, transforming India's energy landscape. We stand ready with innovative prowess to write another history, fueling the nation and contributing to India's energy security. We are Oil India Limited.
From the interior parts of hilly areas to metro cities, today there are more than 8,800 Jan Aushadhi Kendras have been opened to provide affordable and quality medicines. These centers have 1,616 types of medicines and 250 types of surgical devices available at up to 90% off. By providing affordable medicines to about 10 lakh patients every day, Jan Aushadhi has been able to save up to 18,000 crore rupees for needy people in the last 8 years. Quality is also at the forefront of medicines at low prices.
2025 तक हम छलांग लगा चुके होंगे $1 ट्रिलियन डिजिटल इकोनॉमी की ओर।
आज जब हम आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं, तो मेरा भी यही सपना है कि भारत में हर हाथ में स्मार्टफोन हो, हर खेत में ड्रोन हो और हर घर में समृद्धि हो।
Digital India, catalyzing New India's decade. Jai Hind.
जय जय गंगे, जय जय गंगे, नमामि गंगे, नहीं रुकेंगे, हम स्वच्छ करेंगे।
युग युग से बहती आई तूने ही हमको पाला है, तेरी उंगली पकड़ चलना सीखा, जीवन तूने ही संभाला है, तेरा कर्ज चुकाना है हमको, कर्तव्य निभाना है हमको। नमामि गंगे, हम स्वच्छ करेंगे, हम स्वच्छ करेंगे।
Power Grid, a Maharatna PSU of Government of India, largest transmission utility of country,
embarked on one such remarkable journey to establish one nation, one grid, one frequency, high voltage integrated transmission network, an electric superhighway through which power flows across the length and breadth of the country. Meeting challenges has always been a way of life at Power Grid. Transmitting power, transforming lives.
REC unleashes the potential of energy. REC funds energy. Funding that catalyzes. Funding that inspires. Funding that transforms. For sustainability and reliability. For investment and development. Adding value every day in every way. This is what our energy is. This is REC.
Good evening and welcome to a special telecast of the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. I have with me then External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar. This is a very interesting time, but as the Minister was telling me, all times are interesting and every year is interesting in its own way. I want to start, Minister, with a slightly macro question. Even around 5 years back, there was a sense that there was a stable global order, both geopolitically and economically. Globalization seemed to be the model that would work. And things seemed settled. But over the last 5 years, I mean over the last decade really, but increasingly so over the last 5 years, we've had many shocks to the system. COVID, of course, is one shock to the system. What's happening with the climate crisis is another shock to the system. Geopolitical conflicts have always been there, but they are now causing untold havoc when it comes to supply chains and the economic impacts that they play out. And things suddenly look a lot more unsettled. How do you see the future going forward, the medium-term to long-term future going forward? Are we in for a period of churn, or will things settle down again, or will we find a new equilibrium?
Well, first of all, let me say it's a great pleasure to join you today. And through you, I send my good wishes to all the people who are watching the summit and reading your newspaper. I think it's a good note to start the conversation, because I would actually say probably from about 2008, and I use 2008, the global financial crisis, as the inflection point, you can say. I use that to actually underline that the globalization model has been more and more challenged. You had political manifestations of that. I think Brexit was one manifestation. Election of Donald Trump was a manifestation.
what you had economic manifestations which people were in denial about. I think there was a kind of a globalization mantra which a lot of people, including in our country, bought into without too much application of mind and too much thinking of our own interests out there. And in a sense, the COVID brought out into the open a lot of the problems which till then had been kept firmly under the carpet. So we actually saw that supply chains were very fragile, that production was actually overly concentrated, that people were dependent on limited geographies. And by the way, a lot of this was being politically leveraged as well. So it wasn't just, I'm not talking purely from a economic efficiency viewpoint. I'm even reminding you how in the last 10 to 20 years, actually the globalization was being politically utilized to actually for national advantage and to shape global politics. So you had all of this one after another building up. I think the Ukraine conflict has added to the stress factors. My sense is there are some long-standing issues. Fragility can be enhanced by terrorist actions. This year, you've seen how actually climate change is affecting the global economy. You've had a very, very hot summer in Europe. You've had in many parts of the world, including us, extreme heat, extreme rain, in some parts of the world, extreme cold. So overall, I would say, let's talk short to medium term. I would be looking at a very unsettled world, at a lot of turbulence and volatility. I think this is a time when we frankly need leadership, we need experience, we need the ability to guide this nation in rough seas. And believe me, the rough seas, you can already feel the waves in a way.
Well, what does it mean for policy? What does it mean for foreign policy specifically? And you mentioned leadership. What does it mean for the country's approach to various factors? Because at the end of the day, we have a population of 1.3 billion, and there are challenges.
Mm-hmm.
There are huge challenges. Food is a challenge. I mean, we are an extremely food secure nation, but something like the climate crisis could actually jeopardize that too. Economic factors that are happening around the world do have a cascading effect on what is happening in our country. So how do you create your own policy? How do you draft your policy? What are the inputs that go into it?
In a sense, a common worry among all the major economies and polities of the world is because, what I told you is not rocket science. I mean, I think this is a very widely shared assessment among people in my business, that we are going to go through difficult times. We should not think of it as incidents. We should think of it as layer after layer, complication after complication. This is a general assumption on which everybody is working. Now, how do we respond to it? I think in a way, a lot of countries today, they call it, giving it different names, but they are trying to de-risk their daily existence in a way. They are, in many cases, trying to become more self-sufficient or self-reliant. They are limiting their international exposure in areas where they don't need to. They are looking for redundancy. If you were reliant on a few trade partners, you look for more. If you are buying from a few sources, look for more. So there is a big sort of an economic churn, which is today centered around more resilient, reliable security supply chains. There is also, I would argue, a digital churn, where today, where your data is, who harvests your data, who processes your data, these things matter. Some time ago, frankly, even though there were voices of concern in this country, people were not bothered who runs our, what is in our telecommunications network, how do our smart grids work. I think today these are all increasing sources of concern, in my view, legitimate concern. So there is today hedging, de-risking, redundancy, a kind of a self-reliance going on. So to my mind, when people, today look at the government's goal of an Atmanirbhar Bharat, we should not think of it, in that old sort of primitive globalization, non-globalization, we are going back to protectionism. I think this is a new era. We need, as a big polity, with very large vulnerable sections in this country, to actually see how do we safeguard ourselves in a difficult era. How do we build those capabilities in a difficult era? So it is a mindset change, it's a capability change, it is a strategic change.
And it's a model change.
Yes, it is a model
because,
change.
one of the key tenets of globalization was that you would make where it was the cheapest to make a product, or you would source from the place where it was cheapest to source from. Except that because supply chains are no longer dependable, and we've just been shown because of COVID and then because of geopolitical factors how fragile they are, there is all the more reason to at least strategically important products to ensure that you have capability to make them within your own borders.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. I do not disagree with you, but I have a much more fundamental reservation. This logic which you said, where is it cheapest to make from? Essentially what was happening was, we defined reform, saying it's cheaper to make in some other country, for example, China. So therefore, you felt, let us progress by importing stuff from China. Now, what was happening was we were not reforming our own economy because somebody else had reformed faster and stronger than us. So, our concept of reform was very limited. We were not doing, we are not building the deep strengths and the supply chains. You had GDP growth, we didn't have employment growth commensurate to that. So I actually, frankly, think that there's a fundamental issue about the model, not just a security question mark or a strategic question mark. I would say an economic question mark, a social question mark, a political question mark. That in this country, do we really think we will build a future based on other people producing cheaper than us? Where is our competitive sense? Where is that desire to take this nation forward? I think that was what was lacking till 2014. That there was no vision about where this nation was going. What is it which we need to continuously do to actually improve our performance? What is it we need to deliver to our people? How can you justify reform if reform does not mean employment and, domestic benefits to the more vulnerable sections? And today, if you see, I would say, for me, progress would be digital delivery of benefits, financial inclusion, the, idea of actually manufacturing in India. For a country like us, I've heard people who say, we should not even be in manufacturing. I don't know what their vision of India is. Believe me, it's not the vision I have, and I don't think the majority of people in this country have either.
That's very well put. You mentioned digitization, so I want to just ask you one more question on this topic, and then of course I want to get into more specifics. Because of the information economy, you now have these very large non-state actors, big tech, and you mentioned data sovereignty and things like that. And these are basically firms that are, and platforms that are huge enough to actually control, manipulate information, shape opinions. And you could say that, there's a school of thought that says this is no different from the oil companies of, the first generation oil companies and what they did around the world. But it's actually far deeper. And in some ways,
they manipulate your mind more than oil companies
and
did.
Sometimes it's far more insidious.
Yes, absolutely.
So how do you deal with that?
I don't think there are easy answers, but I think first of all there should be awareness. There should be awareness today that you have private players whose size is bigger. I mean, if you actually take the market cap of some of these companies and look at it in terms of GDP of countries, they will be fairly high up there. So you have companies who are bigger than many countries. Now, it's not just a matter of size. We are now increasingly seeing they have interests, they have agendas, they have views. Now, some of them may be, typically we tend to pick on, the tech companies because they are very visible. But I think it's a bigger problem than that, which is you have around the world people with economic interests, with ideological viewpoints, who believe today that it is their power, their right to certify, decertify, criticize, support, legitimize, delegitimize. This is an issue. We speak today about democracy, but I point out to you, when democracy gives results which sometimes does not suit an elite in some part of the world, immediately you start attaching adjectives and caveats. No, this is completely ideological. It's like saying, I didn't like the way this match produced a result, so I'll now question the match. Or I will say there's something wrong with the pitch. So, and please understand, this is politics. Okay? Do not take this as a debate. Please do not take this at all as an objective evaluation. This is pure politics, which is sometimes today's politics. The one thing globalization has done, it has globalized politics. People, when you cannot win inside a country, you export the debate outside. When you cannot get enough voices inside the country, you will call up backup from outside. So, these are all challenges in today's politics.
We will now descend to matters which are a little more mundane. India released its G20 logo earlier this week with a focus on one Earth, one family, one future. Ambitious and bold goal, like all goals should be. But like you pointed out just now, we are going through several simultaneous crises, from climate change to polarization between the great powers, extreme nationalism in some corners. How do you intend to navigate this reality? Because as G20 chair, it's one of the things that we have to do to achieve our goals.
Well, let me make 3 points here. One, the G20 was envisaged as a financial forum. You can say economic forum. Okay, it came. The immediate backdrop to it was the global financial crisis. I think first of all, it's important that the G20 remain true to the G20. That it has a mandate, it has an agenda, there is a tradition. It should focus on what it was meant to do. The second point I would make is there are broad global concerns out there, which most people intuitively agree on the concerns. They may quibble, haggle over the solutions. But today, for example, after the COVID, how can anybody say health is not a priority? When you see its power, how can we say digital doesn't, should not be central? Or we're all agreed. I mean, I think the climate deniers are today less and less with each passing day. So, green growth, sustainable growth. There are even agendas which are laid out. There's an Agenda 2030 on sustainable development. There are commitments which countries made in Paris and in Glasgow, and by the way, before as well. You can go back to Kyoto. So some of it is known, okay. But I think what is, from India's perspective, first of all, remember the G20 summit under Indonesia's presidency is still to take place. So we have to wait for that to happen and really take stock after that. Obviously, we have our ideas, we have our debates. The Prime Minister has been holding consultations inside the government, outside the government. But finally, my sense is a country like India, about whom there are so much expectations from the global south. We need to reflect not just our viewpoint. We also, I think there's a broader constituency that we represent. I think that constituency has hopes on us. So my sense is that when we sharply articulate what are the presidency priorities, I think we will do so with a sense of larger responsibility. It's probably a bit early right now to say exactly what it would be, but you can see, the world's problems are pretty obvious today. I think you look at energy security, you look at food security, you look at worries about fertilizers, climate, all these are there.
At a time of increasing stress areas between the great powers, a body like the G20 obviously has, there are lots of issues, right? I mean, it's not easy to smooth them over. And Indonesia's experience over the last year has shown just how difficult it is. Do you see things settling down?
I think the Bali summit will tell us something. At the moment, it's fairly obvious that emotions are high. I would say strong views, polarization, I think would certainly be one description for what is happening. But do remember one thing. In terms of the politics or the strategy or the actual sense, I'm now talking about the Ukraine conflict. In a sense, it is perceived as a East-West polarization. But if you look at the implications of it, to some degree now it has become a North-South polarization, because the South is feeling the brunt of the impact without actually being able to influence any of the decision making in the process. That is one set of issues. There are other set of issues, as I said, issues in our part of the world. These are, some of them are economic issues, some are issues about, what kind of world do we live in? Do we, respect for international law, for the rules, for norms, for countries dealing with each other, respecting each other's sovereignty. These are sometimes very fundamental issues. Now, some of these will obviously influence G20, but remember, G20 is not the forum to settle these issues, or frankly, even to primarily debate this issue. There are other forums to do that. I mean, G20 has a mandate. That mandate is very much, an economic, financial mandate. But, this is the real world. So I guess some things, we will see a spillover.
You've continuously spoken, not just now, but even previously, about the implications of the war on the global south.
Mm-hmm.
India is one of the few countries that speaks to all sides concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Given this, there's been increasing speculation, especially in recent days, about an Indian role in sort of brokering peace between these two countries. Two questions. One, is the conflict ready for resolution? Because, there's a time when, it looks like both sides are ready to come to talks, and you probably have a great sense of whether it is that time now. And two, is India willing to be a facilitator and offer us good officers to sort of broker a peace between these two countries?
You asked whether the situation is ripe or is it premature. I think your question itself is premature. And in a way, we're not looking, we cannot approach today's problems with sort of models or experiences drawn. This is a very, very different situation in which we are in today. My own sense is that those countries who really believe that that this is, as the Prime Minister said, not an era of war, who do not believe that such issues can be settled on the battlefield, who believe that there is an urgent necessity for countries to get back to the negotiating table, who can see the suffering which others are facing, the difficulties which others are facing, who have nothing to do with this issue, but they are collateral, in a sense, collateral damage to what is happening. So I think countries like this is very important that, in a sense, I would look at it like a body of opinion, who articulate their concerns and try to shape the thinking of those more directly involved in a positive direction. I think beyond that, to suggest anything else, I don't think is justified at this point of time.
One of the things the conflict has done is really told us a little bit about the balance of power around the world, right? I mean, it's not as if the West has managed to have its way. It's not. And it shows the limitations of multilateral fora also to achieve the desired objectives. Where do you see great power balance going? I mean, is it going to be a multipolar world, as you've said? Is there likely to be a concentration more along bipolar lines? How is it going to be going forward?
I'm not sure I'd put it the way you have. I would put it this way, that the one bit I would sort of seize on from your remarks is the multipolar reference. But I think even multipolar suggests a degree of stability, that instead of two or one or two, many have arrived. I think the global situation is far, far more fluid. In the near term, perhaps more than the near term, the real challenge is it's going to be very difficult to find balances. Different parties will push and pull to try to improve their positioning or standing or influence. So you are going to have really, again, I would say perhaps for this decade, a far more fluid international situation where there will be ebbs and flows and combinations and issues and frictions and possibly worse, which is what we have seen. So I'm actually, I began by painting to you for reasons of, COVID and economic stresses and globalization inequities and conflicts, a certain picture which quite honestly was not optimistic. But I would say, even from a narrower perspective, is there a settling down among major players? I do not see a settling down among major players in the near term. In fact, I think there are a whole lot of new dynamics, some of which have been triggered by
and it's churn, right? It's not just jockeying; it's proper churn.
Yeah, it's a proper churn. It's a churn. I do not know if you want a more stronger term than a churn. No, which goes in different directions. I would just think back, where were we a year ago and where are we now? So I think that, I would really like to share that sense of how uncertain, unpredictable, volatile, turbulent this world is going to be. And therefore, why it is important in India that we get our act together. And a large part of getting our act together is doing the right things at home, building up the strengths at home, doing the governance, the delivery, the creation of capabilities and assets. At this time, it's I think particularly vital that we find our feet and we stay strong, because there is this sort of sense of a long period of global uncertainty before us.
Coming to China, you've maintained that the situation with China is not normal and that it can't all be peace and tranquility till actual peace is arrived at the border.
No. I think it's important to get me right.
Yeah.
I am saying that unless there is peace and tranquility in the border areas, unless there is observance of agreements and no unilateral attempt made to change status quo, the relationship cannot be normal and is not normal.
China seems to have reframed the issue in its own public narrative, right? I mean, one connected to sovereignty and territorial integrity, and also tried to earn domestic capital from it. Do you think the situation has become more intractable now? Do you think that progress can be made?
I would say, clearly what happened in 2020 was an attempt by one party, and we know which one, to depart from agreements and understandings. And that is at the heart of the issue. Now, have we made progress from then? In some respects, yes. Relatively speaking, there were multiple friction points. I think, and in those friction points, there was dangerously close-up deployments by the military. I think some of those issues have been worked out in keeping in mind equal and mutual security. But there are some which still need to be worked upon. So I think it's in the nature of what I do that you have to keep, it's important to persevere and to keep pushing. You don't, because it is tough or it is complicated, you don't say, well, that's not going to happen. So I keep on at it, and I do genuinely believe that there will be a realization, there should be a realization that the present state of relations is not even in China's own interest.
Well, what can we do to make sure that this realization is there?
No, I think we are doing a lot of things in terms of various policies and various pronouncements and the state of relations. So, after all, ask yourself, if you are an objective observer looking at the state of India-China relations, could you suggest actually that everything is okay and this can carry on without any negative impact for the parties concerned? I don't think so. Yeah. So I think it's pretty obvious. I don't think there's any ambiguity about our signaling and our messaging. Naturally, it's for, they will wait from their interests and where they are. But I put it this way, that it isn't just a matter of public sentiment, and public sentiment is strong, let me tell you that. I think it's government policy, it is national thinking, it is public sentiment, and it is strategic calculation. I do not think that the current state can continue without damage to the relationship.
One of the key themes in Xi Jinping's nationalist narrative is Taiwan. Do you see a risk of escalation of tensions across the Taiwan Strait?
I don't do predictions. I do calculations. And sometimes when I do calculations, I keep it to myself.
I think you've answered that question. Moving on to Quad, got more institutionalized in recent years. The mechanism seems to have evolved. What do you think has worked, and what do you think are the areas where you think more can be done?
I would not get over-focused on this whole institutionalization of Quad. To my mind, it is all, that's exactly what we are not trying to do. Meaning, the idea of Quad is a sort of an easy, comfortable consultation process and ability to work together, responding to the needs of the day, the issues of the day. So, what has happened is a lot of international relations in the last 75 years is about this whole, we must have a treaty, there must be an obligation, there must be a secretariat, there must be institutions. This is like, guys, that's not what it is about. So, I would say judge it by its effectiveness, by its relevance, by the impact it is making. And I would say from 2017, 5 years ago, when this incarnation of Quad came into being, at that time at a sort of secretary level, I attended the first meeting as foreign secretary then. I think from that today to reach the summit level and do the things which we are doing, looking at the coordination and the global good that the Quad is contributing, I think has been very commendable.
Both US national security and its national defense strategy mention India as a key partner. The relationship has grown, it seems to have become warmer. What do we see as the role for US in our own national security and strategy metrics?
The United States is today one of our principal partners, any way you look at it. Politically, militarily, economically, people-to-people contact. So I cannot overstate the importance of this relationship. My sense of what has changed in the last few years is that the two countries are looking at the relationship and then examining and strategizing how it applies to a world in transformation. So it is how they are actually using the relationship for a larger purpose. I think that is really what has changed. I mean, obviously they will look at it from their worldview and their perspective. We will do so from our own. But I would say this, that today, as someone, I started working on the American account more than 40 years ago. I mean, sea change would be a gross understatement. I mean, today, I think the level of contact, the level of comfort, the openness, the ability to work together, I think this have really been quite remarkable. It's been quite a remarkable journey.
Do you think, you just mentioned this change with respect to the US. With the US in particular and with the West in general, our approach as a country, as a culture, has traditionally been one of distrust. Is that changing?
There are actually historical reasons for that. And we both know it. But it's important as we get bigger and go up in the world, we also strategize. Even on likes and dislikes and trust and distrust, you must strategize. Okay? I put it to you that a lot of the big changes in the world, especially in Asia, if you look at the rise of Japan, at the rise of China, of Korea, of ASEAN, even some of the European countries which staged a comeback after the Second World War, they did so in partnership with the West. Okay, so choices are never absolute. Okay, choices are historical, comparative. Choices are sometimes also calculative. I would say, to my mind, if I take the West as an entity, there are obviously some areas where we would not think similarly. There would be many areas where we would. the fact that we are a democratic society, a pluralistic ethos, the fact that we are a market economy. I think these are all characteristics which bring us closer to the West. But I would, at the end of the day, make an interest calculation that I believe today that India's interests are served well by working closely with Western countries. I think that sense today, even that calculation today is reciprocated by the West. When I look, not just you mentioned the American relationship, but I look at our relationship with the EU, I look at the relationship with UK, with Australia, if you can count Japan as part of the West. I think there is also a transformation with the collective West, and I believe that's very much in our interest as well.
Last question. I'm sitting here with India's foreign minister, and we've been conversing for almost 35-40 minutes, and we've not discussed Pakistan at all. At one point in time, I think the conversation would have solely been about Pakistan. So as a last question.
Times have changed, haven't they?
Yeah, they have changed. Where do things stand?
For the better, I hope you agree.
For the better.
Yeah.
Where do things stand?
With Pakistan?
With Pakistan.
Well, I think it's, our understanding within the government is not different from the expectations of the public. My sense is the people of the country want a neighborly relationship with Pakistan, but they want a good neighborly relationship, and good neighbors don't do terrorism. I think it's as simple as that.
Dr. Jaishankar, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
A warm welcome to Mr. Das.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch. I have with me Mr. Shaktikanta Das, really needs no introduction, Governor of the Reserve Bank of India. And I think we can all safely say that, especially over the last 2 years in the course of the pandemic, has been one of these reassuring voices every time he comes on television to sort of present his policy. The bank has seen us through a really tough phase, and there are challenges ahead, and so he and I are going to be discussing this. This is a session where we will be taking audience questions, so you will find cards on your table. Please fill in your questions and your names. There will be people coming across to pick them up, and I will filter them and ask the questions which I think can add most value to this gathering. I'm going to start with a big question, Mr. Das, which is the economy. What is your prognosis? Where do you see it heading? What do you think is good with the economy? Where do you see the vulnerabilities?
No, I was just requesting him to provide. We find in many of these, chat sessions which various television channels they organize, somehow for some reason they keep the chair so deep that if you are sitting here, you feel so uncomfortable. I think that, he has an advantage. So I've just requested, but that's on a lighter note. But talking on the economy, I would like to say that, the Indian economy remains resilient. You look at the whole world, where the other economies are standing, the kind of stress they have gone through. The entire world has withstood multiple shocks, and I call it triple shocks of COVID-19 pandemic, then the war in Ukraine, and now the financial market turmoil. The financial market turmoil is mainly emanating from the synchronized monetary policy tightening across the world by central banks, especially the advanced country central banks, led by the US Fed. And naturally, the spillovers are felt by the emerging market economies, like including India. So in this kind of successive, turmoil that the world has gone through, that has left the entire European Union is today facing a recession situation. They're on the brink of a recession, but there are possibilities that they will avoid that. United States is holding stable, but there are other countries also where the growth has slowed down. Now, so far as India is concerned, economy, overall macroeconomic fundamentals, the financial sector stability, all these aspects, they remain resilient. The banking sector, that is the financial sector, is stable because all the parameters with regard to banking or the non-banking lenders or the other major financial sector players, you look at the data, I don't want to, load too much of data on you. They are stable. Overall, the financial sector in India is stable. The growth numbers are looking good in the current context. Our estimate is that India will this year grow by about 7%. The IMF has projected that India will grow by about 6.8% in the current year. And that puts India among the fastest growing major economies in the world. We have a major challenge with regard to inflation, but comparatively, if you see, our target, the upper ceiling is about 6%. The last inflation number which was released for September, the inflation was 7.4%. We expect the October number, which will be released on Monday, we expect that to be lower than 7%. So therefore, inflation is a matter of concern with which we are now dealing effectively. For the last 6 months or 7 months, we have taken a number of steps. We have increased the interest rates. And government also has undertaken several supply-side measures. So overall, just to sum up, the macroeconomic fundamentals of India remain strong and resilient. Growth prospects are looking good. And I think, as we assume the G20 presidency, thank you. As we assume,
thank you.
As we assume the G20 presidency in 2023, I think India is taking over the presidency of G23 at a time in a year which is perhaps the most challenging year in modern times. And we are assuming presidency of G20 with stronger macroeconomic fundamentals compared to many other countries.
Inflation, you spoke about inflation, and in keeping with your mandate, one part of your mandate as central bank is inflation management. You sent a letter to the government explaining the whole process of management of inflation and why it is still above the band. Can you tell us what you said in that letter, or is that information confidential?
No, what we have written in the letter, I think anybody can make an intelligent guess. Basically, the law requires that when for 3 consecutive quarters the inflation remains above 6%, it will be treated as a failure of monetary policy, and the Reserve Bank is required to write a letter to the government highlighting 3 things. Number 1, what are the reasons for which it has happened? What are the principal reasons behind that? Number 2, what steps the Reserve Bank proposes to undertake to bring it down below 6% and closer to 4%, which is the target rate. And number 3, what is the time frame within which we expect inflation to come back to the target level? So we have broadly explained the reasons as to why it happened, and I have spoken about it on several occasions. In fact, I think about a week ago, I also spoke in one conference in Mumbai, where I have explained why the inflation went up in India. Now, in February this year, when we met in the Monetary Policy Committee, our inflation projection, and which was not different from what the market, the professional forecasters were estimating, we projected in February this year that our average inflation in 22-23 financial year will be about 4.5%. We did stress tests assuming crude oil even at $100. And we found that even at $100 per barrel of crude oil, the inflation would be maximum 5%. That was the estimate we had made in February. Then on 24th February, the war started, and naturally it completely changed the picture. And thereafter, you know, the crude oil hit $130 per barrel before coming down to 120. It remained around 120, 110 for considerable period of time. Now, of course, it has come below 100, but it ranges between 93, 95, 96. So in February, it looked that the inflation is well under control and India is well on course to reach the target of 4%. But the geopolitical crisis, the sudden spike in commodity prices, the sudden spike in edible oil prices, the sudden spike in prices of cereals, you know, wheat, for example. We have surplus wheat, but price of wheat in India also went up because we are a part of the globalized world, and the international prices of wheat went up because, you know, from the Black Sea region, a lot of wheat exports goes into the rest of the world. So we were impacted by major external factors, and the entire, the entire inflation picture underwent a particular change. So, I mean, these are the three things, as I mentioned. We have explained why it happened. And the other two aspects, I don't think I'll be able to tell you now. I mean, the first question you can answer yourself, and I have said it earlier, it's easier to answer. But the second two questions, I will leave it for the time being.
All right. If oil stays where it is, or it continues to range round about what you're saying it will range at, which seems like a conservative estimate, right? I mean, $95, it could go up. The problem is we don't know what is going to happen with the war. It seems to be a war without end. And global inflation isn't easing. There's already some talk that maybe we need to revise our inflation band, that we've got a certain inflation band, maybe India's inflation target needs to be revised upwards. What is your thinking on this?
You see, there is a reason why the target has been kept at 4%. There was a committee in the Reserve Bank in, which it was an internal committee of the Reserve Bank, which did a detailed analysis and found that 4% inflation target with a price band of plus minus 2%, so that we have a range of 2 to 6%. And the RBI research at that point of time found, and even now that holds good, that inflation above 6% for India would be detrimental to growth. It will be counterproductive because it will act, it will act through a negative loop. You will have, if it is above 6%, the financial savings will be hit, the investment climate will hit, India will lose the confidence of international investors if it remains above 6% for a prolonged period. So any inflation above 6% is detrimental to growth. So therefore, 6% has been kept as the upper tolerance band. And the fact that we have a tolerance band, between 4 and 6%, that gives RBI enough policy space to use during times of stress, as we did during the COVID-19 pandemic. Although the inflation was about 5.5%, the Monetary Policy Committee very consciously and quite rightly decided to tolerate higher inflation, because during COVID, the priority was to support the economy by keeping liquidity easy, by keeping the interest rates lower. During COVID, we could not, when the COVID had still not ended, when the economy was still facing a lot of stress, and that year we had a negative growth, a negative growth in India after a long, long time. So therefore, that was not the time to start your monetary policy tightening. So this range we have between 4 to 6% gave us the flexibility to keep the monetary policy supportive of the economy, and we decided to deal with the inflation at a later date, that is after, after things are under control. So this year in April, when we started the change in our stance, last year's growth, 21-22 growth, I think that last year's growth was, what was the growth last year? It was about, I think, 7.7%. It was 7.7%. And so that was the time we changed course. So coming back to your principal question, is it the time to change the interest rate, the whole regime? I would say that 6% target, that is 2 to 6% with 4% as the main target, makes a lot of economic sense. And we should not think of shifting the goalpost because, because we have not been able to meet it. We remain committed to bring it down, bring the inflation down to 4% over a period of time. But I quite also take note of your point. Internationally, there is a debate which is now starting. I don't want to enter into that debate so early because we need to study it in greater detail. Internationally, there is a debate now starting. We had low interest rates for a long time. It was called low for long. There is now a debate starting that are we entering into an era of high for long? Are the internationally, are the interest rates going to remain high for too long? Then you have a challenge, and then I think every country internally will have to analyze what they want to do it. And if this length of the high inflation is due to certain structural factors, then I think countries need to look at it internally. But so far as India is concerned, I would say that we stand committed to the current target of 4%, which makes a lot of sense, and it gives us enough flexibility to deal with crisis situations, to deal with shocks like the type of COVID that we encountered.
Your point on whether or not the issue is structural, I think it's a great point. The question that follows is simply whether the shocks that you spoke of, the externalities, are they unprecedented enough for us to think in terms of making a change, or do you think these are shocks that you've negotiated before as a country and can negotiate again?
No, it's too early. In fact, I would not like this debate to start prematurely. I think it's too premature to enter into that debate. It will only mean less commitment of central banks to fight the war against inflation. It's too early to enter into that debate. I personally believe, and the Reserve Bank of India also believes, that we should not enter into that debate so early in the day. Let us see how it works out this year, next year. Going forward, if we see that the inflation globally persists, and the inflation will persist as long as you have the geopolitical crisis continuing. Of course, it will depend on the intensity of the geopolitical crisis. But if the geopolitical crisis sort of becomes something like where there is a simmering war, but not a major conflagration, then things may settle down because supply chains will get restored. There is friendshoring, there is reshoring, supply chains internationally are getting restructured. The world will deal with it, the global community will deal with it. So if geopolitical crisis, instead of being at a point of conflagration, if it moderates and remains a kind of a simmering latent war, latent conflict, some skirmishes here and there, and if the supply chains get mended, I think we will see an earlier end to global inflation than what I said earlier, which some people are talking about, that could it be an inflation, high for long?
Excellent.
So it is premature to start that debate, and it will unnecessarily dilute the commitment and credibility of central banks to fight the war against inflation.
That is a point well made. So I will not go down that road. Let's move on to the rupee. You've repeatedly said that RBI does not have a preferred band for the rupee-dollar exchange rate. But you've also been intervening off and on in the forex markets. Is there a medium-term, long-term kind of method to this intervention? When do you choose to intervene? Why do you intervene?
You see, our intervention depends on, it's impacted by day-to-day developments. Some data point comes. 2 days ago, the US CPI inflation data came, and the rupee appreciated by, from 80, by 1 rupee. From 82.80, it came down to, from 81.80, it came down to 80.80 yesterday. Now, on a day-to-day basis, there are developments. There are also situations where somebody makes a statement somewhere. Some statement emanates from, advanced countries, and that impacts the market. We also study what kind of flows, inflows and outflows are taking place on a day-to-day basis. Many of the inflows and outflows are easier to anticipate. We would have anticipated them, but there are also some unanticipated, unexpected, flows, both inward as well as outward. So the strategy is decided that, on a day-to-day basis, within a broad, within the broad underlying theme, which has principally 3 objectives. One is to prevent excessive volatility of the currency movement. You cannot have a situation where suddenly in a matter of 2-3 days, there will be a sudden crash in the prices of, in the exchange rate of the rupee. So the first objective is to prevent excessive volatility and facilitate and ensure an orderly evolution in the exchange rate of the rupee. Orderly evolution in both directions, while it is appreciating and while it is depreciating. In fact, if you recall, when there were heavy inflows during the pandemic year, 2020 and 21, that is the time we built up our reserves. We were just, picking up dollars in the market, and we built up our reserves because we knew that the reserves which are coming with great speed will flow out at some stage, and we have to be prepared for that. So the reserves went up from about $400 to $642, which was the peak. Now, we built up this $240 because we knew that there will be a reversal of situation where we will have to provide dollars to the market. And the market, at one point of time, there was no dollar supply in the market. It was only Reserve Bank which was supplying the dollars. So therefore, we started intervening in the market, which means we were selling dollars. Now, there were some observations made that RBI is, using these reserves indiscriminately. It's not so. We picked up these reserves only for this rainy day. And when it rains, I have said it earlier also, you have to pick up your umbrella and use it. We didn't pick up reserves just to keep it as a showpiece in, in the Reserve Bank of India. And even at this point of time, our reserves are very comfortable. So the first objective of our market intervention in the forex market is to ensure an orderly movement of the exchange rate. Second is to anchor market expectations. Because if the Reserve Bank or the central bank doesn't intervene, the market takes it that, okay, the rupee will just depreciate, and Reserve Bank is indifferent and agnostic to it. So that will fuel further depreciation. So we will have to anchor expectations in both directions again, both when it is appreciating and when it is depreciating. And the third, a stable exchange rate regime is at the core of the overall financial stability of a system. That is the principal factor, because if you have so disorderly movement of your currency, it will impact importers, it will impact exporters, it will impact investors, and it will produce a lot of, it will lead to kind of disruptions, which ultimately will result in financial sector instability. So the third and the principal objective is to maintain financial stability, which requires stability of the exchange rate system.
You spoke of disruption, and technology and new business models are disruptors in their own way in the financial system. What is the central bank's approach to governing new age financial products and companies, which needs to balance governance on one side, prudence, governance, consumer protection, and on the other side, facilitate innovation and growth of fintech in the country?
You see, the Reserve Bank, we are very supportive of innovation, but every innovation has to be well regulated when it is actually implemented when it is commercialized or when it is implemented as a financial, as a financial intermediary or as a part of the financial system. This has been a problem area. There were complaints of customer harassment and problems of excessive interest rates being charged, and there were some cases of harassment of the borrowers, and this became more felt especially during COVID, when perhaps because of lockdown and all, the unauthorized lenders, when they started giving pre-approved loans, people started taking the loan. So we at that time, I think as early as June in 2020, we had issued a fair practices code for all entities. And thereafter, we constituted a committee. And about 6 months ago, we have come out with our guidelines for the digital lending. We have issued digital lending, a regulatory framework for digital lending, with principal focus on customer protection, on transparency of the loan product. In fact, we have said that every digital lender must have a key fact statement, KFS, a key fact statement, which should clearly reflect the rate of interest in an annualized manner, the interest rate as well as other charges in an annualized manner. Because what happens is when somebody offers you, you take 100 rupees and pay 1% per, 1 rupee per day as interest, it looks very attractive. But 1 rupee on 100 rupees per day, that is 1% per day. If you calculate it on an annualized basis, it is, prohibitive. So we have said that the interest rate should be, there has to be a key fact statement, which should show an annualized rate of interest, including all, all-in cost annualized charges. We have said that there should be a mechanism for, customers' grievance redress. So the guidelines are very robust, and it has been well received in the market. That also says there has to be a complaint officer. If there are complaints, it has to be complaints have to be received by whoever is the digital lender. But let me also say that despite this, there are still illegal, digital apps. These apps which are continuing with the practices of lending. So we have had detailed interaction with the law enforcement authorities, and those have to be entities of this nature will have to be dealt with by the law enforcement authorities. Whenever something like this comes to our notice, we immediately pass it on to the concerned law enforcement authorities to take action, legal action and other action, against such entities.
Yeah, you're right. Predatory lending, especially in small towns, it's a malaise. It's also among consumers who are not aware, which is also the way many of the crypto exchanges used to function, right? I mean, I remember the CEO of one of them came to see me, and he spoke very proudly about people who were investing in cryptocurrency in small towns. And my heart sank because these are people who are not aware of the risks. What about the CBDC? You've made some. There's a pilot which is now going on. Tell us a little more about this. And fundamentally, is there a functional benefit to digital currencies, or is it one of those nice-to-have things?
No, it has a fundamental benefit. The world is changing. The way business is done is changing. Technology is evolving very fast, and you have to keep pace with the times. That is on a, that's a kind of a motherhood way of looking at the whole issue. But more specifically, you see, printing of notes, currency notes, paper notes, it involves cost. It involves cost of printing, cost of buying paper, cost of logistics, cost of storage, and the entire logistics and everything. It requires a lot of effort and a lot of cost. This will be going forward much less costly in terms of, compared to the paper currencies. That is number one, it will be less costly. And number two, this is something which will become very important for cross-border transactions and for cross-border payments. Today, when money is, let us say, remitted or transferred on a cross-country basis, on an average, according to a World Bank report, the average charges are about 6%. When CBDC comes in, let us say, in a group of countries,
it will be much lower.
The costs will be practically, very marginal, very marginal. It will be the cost of overheads of our system, their system, it will be substantially minimized. And it will be instantaneous. Of course, you may ask a question that even now under UPI, we are working for real-time transfer of money. In fact, between India and several other countries like Singapore, the United Arab Emirates, other Gulf countries, already the UPI is being linked so that the real-time transfer of money takes place between India and those countries. You may say that this is happening, but UPI is a payment system, whereas this is a currency system. UPI facilitates the, the payments to take place. Here the currency itself, the currency issued by the central bank will get transmitted. And this is less costly. It will facilitate international payments, cross-border payments. It will be good for exporters and importers. And I think the future belongs to technology. And there could be a time where, half the world or more than half the world would be on digital currency, and you cannot be on paper currency. You have to be sort of moving in, in tune with the changing technological developments.
Moving on to a slightly more macro question. Before the pandemic, there was this consistent debate, not just in India, but in many parts of the world, on the autonomy and independence of central banks and of the role of government. And what we've seen since is central banks and governments increasingly having to act in concert. What are your views on this?
You see, when I joined the Reserve Bank of India on 12th of December 2018, on the first day I had a press conference in which I had said that the monetary authority, namely the Reserve Bank, and the government, which is the fiscal authority, there has to be coordination, because both are working in the interest of the economy. Both are in the business of ensuring public good. And these two institutions need to talk to each other, need to engage with each other. The process of consultation has to prevail because both are dealing with the economy. What you say that in certain countries, central bank autonomy, let me tell you very clearly that so far as India is concerned, now what does autonomy mean? Autonomy means autonomy in decision making. If I talk to somebody in government, or if there is an engagement with the government, and there is an interdependence of the government with the RBI and the RBI with the government needs the RBI for, financial inclusion, for digital payments, for so many things. The Reserve Bank also needs the government because we need legislative changes. And let me also mention that many legislative changes which have been carried out over the last 3 or 4 years, we got additional powers to regulate the NBFCs. We got additional powers to deal with the problem of the urban cooperative banks. We got the housing finance companies which were earlier regulated by the National Housing Bank. They had to be, they were transferred to the RBI because there is no difference between a housing finance company and a NBFC. So we also need the support of the government. And ultimately, if the economy has to do well, both fiscal and monetary authorities will have to work in close coordination. And this coordination, this conversation, let me mention that it happens all over the world. It's not something peculiar to India. It happens all over the world, but various kind of extraneous noises come from time to time. But there is a close coordination, there is a constant engagement between the Treasury and the monetary authority, between the finance ministries and the monetary authorities world over. It's nothing unusual, and especially in COVID times, even the, the conventional purists have now recognized that to deal with stress situations like the COVID situation, there has to be proper coordination between the monetary and the fiscal authorities. And a coordination and engagement does not mean compromise of autonomy. Nobody interferes in each other's work, but we share our views. Look at the issue of inflation. While we have taken several monetary measures by controlling liquidity, by raising interest rates and several other measures, the government has undertaken supply-side measures, in terms of bringing down the taxes on petrol, diesel, reducing the import duty on edible oil, on pulses, which have had a positive impact on inflation. So there is an interdependence between the two.
You have to act in concert. Governor Das, thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you here, and I'm sure our audience is going back feeling very secure that we have a stable hand at the wheel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sukumar and Mr. Das. As is customary, may I request Mr. Sukumar to please present you with a small token of our appreciation. Thank you very much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as we move on to the Sharda Ugra. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Viswanathan Anand and Dommaraju Gukesh. Sharda, it's over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to check how many chess enthusiasts in the audience, if you can put your hand up. Anand, that's got a good number. We didn't think there were so many. So I'm sitting here on the stage, and my first instinct is to think that maybe the IQ level has just dropped dramatically because I'm here, I should get off the stage. But since I'm here to have this conversation, it's fantastic. What we are seeing here before us is more than a quarter of a century of India's chess engagement with the world. So all of you know Anand, five-time world champion, now deputy president at FIDE, pathbreaker and a pioneer for so many things and the creator of this completely new generation of young chess players. And we have Gukesh here, who was at one point the youngest, second youngest chess champion, a grandmaster in the world, and was followed up very quickly by another young Indian. He's still number 3. Anand is still ranked, the highest ranked Indian on the FIDE rankings. Gukesh is number 2 at this point. And between Anand and Gukesh, who are sitting here, is a string to a story that is quite remarkable, quite moving in many ways, and one that is not seen elsewhere in the world. So Gukesh, along with about 7 other young chess players, is a part of the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. So these bunch of brainiacs, sort of, they are all working together with Anand's guidance, with his mentorship, with all his experience and knowledge, to create the next generation of champions, to create like a whole cast of champions. I don't think there is any other chess school that works like this in the world. Anand tells me that a few are emerging at this point in time. But Anand, just let us know what it's about to be working with these younger chess players. How does it make you feel? Was it like the Botvinnik school had all these Russian champions coming out when you started?
Yes, this was a chess-focused thing. I had been in an academy once before, but that was the NIT Mind Champions Academy, and that was from a totally different side. We were trying to bring the benefits of chess to education. So, the skills, the habits you build up and things. And that was a mass thing. We had it and in 1 year, the student population where the program was operational was more than 1.5 million. So that was on a totally different scale, much earlier. In 2019, I went to give a talk at Westbridge. And at the end, they asked me, just as I was heading for the airport, they asked me, would you be interested in collaborating in some way, and can you think of something? I said, okay, let me get back to you with some thoughts. And I immediately thought of the Botvinnik Chess Academy, which was something that Mikhail Botvinnik had in the 50s, 60s. Famous, it's most famous for Botvinnik seeing the games of young Anil Kapoor and saying this boy has no future. So it's a bit unfair to the program, but anyway, that's what's it's the best known story about it. And Kasparov was a product of that academy. So my first thought was, well, why not do something like that? I have some backing. We will pick a certain number of youngsters and support them. So we were supposed to launch it in April 2020, but the pandemic took over. Later in the year, in December, we finally launched it, and it was online, but that made sense for a lot of reasons. I took some of my former coaches, Gajewski, who lives in Poland, Artur Yusupov, who lives in Germany, Sandeep Chanda, who lives in Kolkata, and later on Boris Gelfand has come in from Israel. So it had to be online. It wasn't only because of the pandemic, but it also had to be online. And I picked our youngest thing. So my criteria was roughly young, so that they have years to improve, but already having shown certain results. So at that point, they were all 14, maybe one was 15, and they were all grandmasters already, which is scary because I became grandmaster at the age of 18. And this is a good 5 years earlier because they in fact got it a while earlier. And 2 girls. Okay, at that point, 1 girl, Vaishali. Later on, I added Arjun Erigaisi and Savita. So we are now. And Leon Mendonca became a grandmaster right after we announced the academy. And he was also 14, so it's now currently 8. And the idea is just to support them. We have regular classes every month, certain number of classes that they can attend. Initially, it was easy because I just thought they are young, they are probably neglected endings, they probably don't know the classics, they probably don't know this, so the course material is clear and we'll take it from there. At the end of about 6 months, and I was amazed because they were really hungry for information. They would just take all this stuff in, and class attendance, they were all there, they were working very hard, and it seemed to pay off immediately. I wouldn't say it's exclusively thing, but of course I felt very proud because they took off. They were all roughly 2,550 to 2,600 in terms of rating, and now they're all above 2,600. We have 2 above 27. Pragnananda very close behind, Nihal Sarin very close behind, and the youngest 2 also were following. Same with the girls. They were both crossed 2,400. So, at least the progress has been immediate and great.
So Gukesh was grandmaster, like Anand said, he turned grandmaster when he was 18. Gukesh, who is 16, who turned 16 in May, at the age of 12 years, 17 months and 17 days, he was the youngest grandmaster, second youngest in the world. There's a lot more to applaud him about. He's a gold medalist at the chess Olympiad as well. So he's had an enormous sort of burst of success, and then he came into the Westbridge school. So tell us, Gukesh, what has it been like working with all these champions around you, youngsters like yourself, working with Anand? What has that experience been like? Is there competition? Is there camaraderie?
Yeah, first of all, I was...
Can you hear at the back of the room? Can you hear Gukesh? Just to put the mic up. Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, I got an invitation to Waka from Vishy sir in 2020 December, and as soon as I heard the news, I was just super excited because like most of the Indians, Anand sir was my role model and the reason I got into chess. So I was super happy to just be able to discuss chess regularly with Vishy sir and all the coaches, Gajewski, Yusupov sir and Sandeepan. Also in 2021, Gelfand also joined the school. So I was just very excited, and I can't really explain how much I've learned from all the classes, and just discussing chess, even out of classes, just discussing some position with Vishy sir, just seeing how he thinks about chess has been a huge learning experience for me.
You are a product of the internet generation completely. You're a modern chess player. You're a 21st century chess player. Would you like to have started chess at the age that Anand started it, in the time that he started it, without computers, largely based on books? What do you think about that? Do you study sort of the masters and how they played and how they handle situations on the board?
Yeah, it was quite different from the current generation. There were no engines, or at least not a lot of strong engines, and even the preparation, the way they analyzed games and openings, end games, everything was very different. And I mean, I'm very happy to be in this generation. Learning from engines is a great. Is great, but I'm also curious how it would have been for me to play chess in Vishy sir's generation, where like everything was just so different. So.
Anand, what is your take? Would you have liked to have started your chess at this time with all the chess engines available, everything available, machines?
Well, unlike him, I'm in a position to compare,
Yeah.
and I miss this old world terribly. I really miss going to the club and forming an opinion in 5 minutes based on what you saw on the chessboard, and not having to check sheets of papers and notes or computer lines which scroll through dozens of pages. I miss that. And what surprises me, how quickly that world has disappeared. Also, I don't envy people who work today. It is of course very interesting, and you get fantastic information, but so does everybody else. It doesn't give you an advantage. So in that sense, no, I wouldn't change it for anything.
So at the moment, there are many formats of chess that are there. It's almost like cricket. There is classical chess, which is 7 hours. A game can go to 7 hours. There's no time limit on every player. There's rapid, where you have to, the game ends in an hour and you have about 15 minutes to make a move. There's blitz, which is the T20 of chess, where a player gets about 3 minutes to make a move. And then I just found out today about bullet chess, which is it's a 2-minute match pretty much, and you have you can basically, you've got 1 minute to time to play on the board. And the Indian chess players have been fantastic in all the new formats. They've been beaten all the great players. Gukesh beat Carlsen last month in a tournament. So is there any particular format, Gukesh, that you love playing, that you enjoy playing, that you want to succeed in as well?
I generally like all the formats except bullet. My style matches mostly to classical chess. I'm someone who like calculates a lot. I like to take my time and calculate a lot. So classical kind of suits my style. But recently I've also started working on my speed chess skills. Bullet is not something I've not been very interested in, and also not a lot of practice, but rapid and blitz I do enjoy it. It's just a different kind of, you need different qualities for classical and speed chess time controls. So yeah.
Anand, you were called the lightning kid when you came because of the fact that you played fast chess, and now you're just seeing chess has been escalated to another level of sort of speed. What is your response to all these formats that are there, that exist? How do you define what is a successful chess player in this age? You know, what is success in chess at this point? When you started out, everyone wanted to be world champions, you wanted to make the candidates and go and take on the world champion, but what is it like today?
In a sense, the most respected format, the one that most fans took seriously, was the one that produced the most interesting and high-level chess. And 50 years ago, classical games were far superior to anything that was played in Blitz, because people had time to think and find good ideas and avoid obvious mistakes. So that was the tradition then. You were considered a world champion when you won the classical chess format. Blitz was played casually, but there were no official tournaments. It was quite unlucky for me that I basically dominated rapid chess, and to some degree Blitz chess, but classical chess even more, from 1990 or so, when I started participating in high-level tournaments, till about 2007 or 8. But there were no official competitions then. There was no rating list for rapid chess. And now, in the last 10 years, dozens of rapid records, dozens of rapid rating records, Blitz records, they're all being tallied up. And I lived in the pre-record era almost. But anyway, as people got familiar with rapid chess caught up in quality with classical chess pretty fast. There is still a gap, but it's not as big. But the big influence of computers has been that chess knowledge has expanded in so much that nowadays a Blitz game can be very high quality and a classical game can be low quality. And so right now, what you should be successful in, I think you should have an open mind with formats, play whichever one the audience is willing to come and watch. And if you produce a good quality game, then great. But the main thing is to show your skill in what's available. Also nowadays, I mean, he just come off an event in Hyderabad, which was played for a live audience. It had lots of bullet. It had chess 960, blindfold chess, so every variant tried it. And look, if the audience appreciates that, then that's a valid success. And you can say, look, I perform better at this. If you can do something consistently, if you can do it more than once, nobody can dismiss that luck. And that's more or less where I see things these days. It's harder and harder to say that having a lot of time gives you an edge in quality when the computer is playing such a big role in the background.
Because of COVID and because of sort of the internet age, anyone can play chess with anyone in any corner of the world. They could even before COVID. But could you just tell the audience, Gukesh, what it's like, the difference of actually sitting in front of a board and playing in front of a player? Anand has got some great stories, but we'll start with Gukesh about actually the psychology that's involved in sitting in front of a board and playing with them. What have you learned in your career so far?
I mean, when it comes to the chess technical part, I think there isn't much difference because okay, it's the same basically, but when I'm playing online, I do miss that atmosphere which is there in over the board events. Just sitting across your opponent and just the body language and seeing how they react to certain moves and stuff like that. In online, you don't see your opponent's faces. It's just you and the board. But yeah, I do like over the board better because of the atmosphere, and I don't think there are any other differences.
Is there a sign when you know you're doing well against an opponent sitting in front of you? What are the tell signs? What are the signs that you look at and you say, okay, this is going to be my game now, he's nervous or whatever?
I think it depends on the opponent. Some are expressive and some are just extremely calm. For example, Magnus, the world champion, he does show some emotions when things are not going his way, but let's say Fabiano Caruana, another elite player, he maintains a poker face whatever thing is happening on the board. So it depends on the opponent, but yeah, I can sense some kind of discomfort when opponents are not doing well.
Anand, you've said sometime in your book you've talked about how a player's breathing tells you what's happening, and chess is full of all these great psychological stories along with what's happening on the board.
Yes, you can sense an opponent fidgeting. You can sense them breathing more impatiently. You can see it in their face, and some of them, the more fair-skinned ones, their face will go red, and you know something's happening. You you can pick up on these things, but even with the Sphinx characters, if their moves start to become erratic, then you know that something is cracking. So somebody, when they feel that their situation is desperate and now they're going to make desperate moves, moves which most likely to fail but have some odds of success. From that, you can draw a lot of conclusions. You immediately know, okay, he thinks his position is cracking, now I've got to be careful and just haul this in, that sort of thing. So it used to be a purely psychological game. And I have the opposite sense, that for me, that is the natural environment. And to use woke terminology, online tournaments are like a safe space where your opponent disappears and you're cut off from all these streams of information. But over the board, I think, has a certain character to it in this way.
So now you're deputy at FIDE, and so the question of psychology and players, what we're hearing about is the great scandal, which is the cheating scandal, the online cheating scandal. Now, you've had stories of cheating in chess, online chess, over-the-board chess. Your battle against Topalov is very famous for all the rumors and controversies that came about it. So, can you sense when a player, when cheating is happening, online, offline, I mean, over the board? Can you sense when it's on? I'm asking as a player, and then I'll ask you formally as the.
I understand. I can sense it, and in some cases it is extreme. So there are situations where but it hasn't happened that much. It happened once last year to me in a charity simul, online by the way, and then I had the sense, but the moves just don't match up with the supposed opponent. In games, it's much harder to tell. I think when it's a sequence of events, when you are playing the game and there's a flow to it, then you sense it more. But it's very hard to look at the moves afterwards and get that same vibe. Or maybe I tend to trust my colleagues, because I'm famously, when Topalov was accused in 2005, my reaction was I looked at his moves and they're good, but they're not, certainly it doesn't indicate cheating to me. But quite strong players made the accusation. The very next year, Topalov made the accusation himself against Kramnik, that he was disappearing into the toilet, and this is his famous toilet gate. So that was another thing. And once again, I looked at the games and I thought, I don't see it. I saw Carlsen Niemann, and I thought, wow, it's a great game by this kid. I mean, he, exactly when people, when you play Carlsen, you're desperate to get it over with. Many people have this problem that they want to get it over with. They can't handle the tension of playing him for a couple of hours. So even if they have a better position, they use that as a springboard to liquidate into a drawn thing, and they take the draw. But Niemann kept conserving his advantage, even though he still had to work hard, and he converted very well. And I thought Carlsen literally cracked at the end, to come to our earlier conversation. You could literally, from his moves, you could think here he has just cracked. And flow happens, and that was it. Then I read this very cryptic tweet of his, and I still didn't understand. I had no clue what he was referring to. And then Hikaru, I think, started in his stream, he started mentioning how people have said that Niemann is cheating. So this is how the thing started. And then it hit me, oh, they're actually accusing him of cheating, and do they have any proof? Because once again, the moves didn't say anything to me. I don't know, am I naive or my colleagues paranoid? Maybe I'm too trusting, or maybe I've just set the thing, or maybe I've just gotten to the habit of what I cannot prove, it's better to keep your mouth shut. That sort of approach. But it's a tricky question, because with computer assistance, there will be no smoking gun. I mean, you're not going to catch someone at the scene of the crime. You'll have to some degree, just take your gut feeling. So there are quite a few chess players, strong chess players, who have no particular reason to swim in these waters, but who choose to suspect him. I keep an open mind at this point, but there are commissions now investigating the matter, trying to look at it slowly. But again, there is going to be no proof. We'll have to conclude that first that a crime was done, and then that somebody did, actually committed it. it's not a nice situation. But also, as Deputy President, I have to be careful in this theme. It's not even about jeopardizing what the organization is. It is simply that we will need a procedure that works consistently. Yeah. In this one case, you can have an opinion, but you need something that works in all these cases, and we'll have to determine what is the level of correlation. And should the correlation be narrow? Can it just be a percentage of all the moves? But a lot of the moves are theoretical, a lot of the moves are routine, they shouldn't correlate. Then you take the smallest subset of moves and see the correlation that with an engine suggestion. Do you compare, and people are using databases of millions and billions of games to compare. So there's a lot of stuff which will have to be done by experts in fields which I find very hard to comprehend, data analysis and statistics. And hopefully at the end of this, we'll come out of it. But I would still say that it's, even on online websites and all, it must be under 1 in 10,000. I don't think
1 in
10,000 games.
Right.
So it is a small number, but because the number of games is played in the tens of millions, that still produces a high number of cheating allegations. They say that at kids levels and all, it's rampant. But again, the thing is, it's more like a social science experiment. Will people cheat when they know they're not going to be caught? I mean, it's almost going off into that territory. Nonetheless, I feel confident that we will come up with some solution. We'll live with it. Because I think still in the long run, if you cheat, you will be caught at some point in chess. And so that's the hope.
Gukesh, your generation, what are the conversations about cheating? Can you tell, or do you suspect it at times when something's happening? What are the signs again?
When I'm playing against a cheater, I think any strong player or experienced player can just find out by the moves.
What is it in the move that you find is not in sync with what's?
I mean, you know the opponent's strength, and okay, they can make 1 or 2 very good moves, but doing it on a consistent level is quite suspicious. But about the current scandal, I don't have much knowledge, and yeah, I think it's better not to jump to any conclusion.
What are your ambitions, Gukesh? What do you want to do in chess? What do you want to become? What is your dream?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to enjoy chess and play as much as I can. And my goals are pretty much the same from the start. I want to try and become the best, and yeah, hopefully someday I can become the world champion.
From a future world champion to someone who's been one 5 times over, Anand, what are your thoughts about where Indian chess is, where world chess is? We're almost at the end of the session, so just to conclude, where is chess? Where do you think it's going? How's the game in India?
We've definitely got a massive movement in India. So thanks to a lot of prior initiatives, and I think now there's a wave. Lots and lots of people play chess. Lots and lots of people follow chess. Technology has played a big part in that. Especially internet access has made chess more accessible to everyone. And if you look at something like the Queen's Gambit and so on, it worked, but it also worked in 2020 in a way it wouldn't have been this wildly successful in 2015. So the timing was right. And right now, chess has got, in India, has got the wind in its sails. And the important thing is we have this kind of golden generation. So Gukesh, his peak rating put him in 16, I think, in the world. He's now dropped off a bit from that, but he's top 25 player.
Yeah.
Arjun Erigaisi is just 1 or 2 points behind, so it's marginal. Nihal Sareen just finished in the final of an online global event. Pragnananda, we've seen, he's beaten Magnus 5 times this year. So that's important because regardless of the format, knowing that you can beat the best player, and the best player in the world is playing his games at full power. I mean, Magnus takes these games very personally.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's his own tournament even. So, you know that that's going to give you confidence down the line. He's just chalked up his first, Arjun is chalked up. So, especially with the boys, we have a fantastic generation of and the nice thing is, if they all keep challenging each other and they keep looking nervously at each other, it'll motivate them all the way to the top. I'm very hopeful, and I'm obviously going to try and support them through the Waka Academy for a while longer, but I mean, there'll clearly come a point when and the other thing is, of course, where chess will end up. So when they play for a world championship, it might not look like the world championship I played in. It might have changed a lot. Our audience is changing, the world itself is changing, everything's going differently. But I'm very optimistic for the future of chess in India.
A round of applause for the two kings of Indian chess, Viswanathan Anand and Gukesh. Thank you very much. It was lovely chatting with you.
Thank you, Sharda and Vishy and Gukesh. I'd like to request Sharda to please do us the honors of presenting both of you with a token of appreciation each. Gukesh and Vishy Anand. Thank you very much for that fascinating session on what goes on behind the scenes. Thank you very much, both Viswanathan and Gukesh. And all the best for all that lies ahead of you. Please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving on to our next session, which has the Honorable Minister of Textiles, Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and the leader of the Rajya Sabha. We just quickly make the changes. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister of Textiles, Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, and the leader of the Rajya Sabha, Mr. Piyush Goyal, in conversation with the Managing Editor, Special Projects and Senior Anchor at Network 18, Anand Narasimhan, on India and its place in global trade priorities. Anand.
शुरू करें सर? Namaste, Jai Hind, and thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here at the HTLS. It's very prestigious for me and personally very special that I have the Union Minister with us. Sir, मेरा 3 briefs है because और मैं सीधी बात करूँगा. Newspaper, head Hindustan Times. Leadership Summit, and we as a channel have been leaders for the last 6 months. So थोड़ा अपनी भी तारीफ कर लेते हैं. Network 18, News 18 India, CNN News 18, CNBC TV 18 and CNBC Awaaz have been the #1 channels. तो हमारे 3 objective हैं sir, top line, bottom line और headline. So all 3 have to come from you. And we'll talk about Bharat. The biggest challenge first up, if you have a Bharat narrative as a government, and we are looking at Azadi Ka Amrit Kaal, that means the challenge for you is continuity. How confident are you that you will be able to continue this narrative for the next 25 years?
First of all, I'm glad कि आज आप सीधी बात कर रहे हो. Because by your own admission, I'm assuming कि I should be worried next time I talk to you whether सीधी हो रही है या टेढ़ी हो रही है. पर मुझे लगता है आज पूरे what's the language here? English, Hindi, what do you prefer?
जैसे भी.
I believe the world today, whether it's the political world, whether it's the business world, probably people at large also in most parts of the world recognize that India has arrived. They can very clearly see the India story, not only economic story, but as a nation. The story shows a lot of positivity in mindset. The story shows an aspirational billion wanting a better life for themselves, for their families. The story shows political stability, a huge thrust on a corruption-free society, an energetic, youthful nation which wants the good things of life, which is willing to experiment, which is willing to innovate, which is willing to take risks, which is not afraid of failure. And a nation such as ours, providing talent, providing the demographic dividend, providing a robust foundation on which they can see economic growth for the next 2 or 3 decades in the minimum. A nation which, even though it is $3.5 trillion economy today, every statistic and every mathematical formula that you may want to use will clearly show you upward of a $30 trillion economy when we celebrate 100 years of independence. When you put all of these together, very clearly you can see we are that one bright spot in the world, which will, going forward, not only change the lives or write the destiny of 1.5 billion people, but probably help the world economy also grow, because they would be dependent a lot on India, on India's growth story, and on India's market, demand from India, talent from India. And therefore, the top line has a very robust growth ahead of it. The bottom line is going to be exponential growth. And the headline is, India is going to be a global superpower in the next 25 years.
बट अगर आप हिमाचल हार गए तो हेडलाइन चेंज हो जाएगा. मोदी फेल, मोदी सरकार फेल. इट्स अ गेम ऑफ नैरेटिव्स. हिमाचल इज गोइंग टू पोल्स टुडे. पिछली बार 44 थी, अब की बार
न्यूज़ दे रहे हो या व्यूज दे रहे हो, क्या है?
मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ.
I thought news was about reporting what is going to happen.
I am also talking about what's happening.
हिमाचल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी विजय नहीं होगी, भारी मात्रा से विजय होगी. देखिए, जिस पार्टी के नेता में इतनी हिम्मत नहीं है कि वो जाके कैंपेन भी करे वहाँ पे, और मेरे तो हैरानी होती है कि चुनाव हो रहा है गुजरात और हिमाचल में, और यात्रा हो रही है केरल में और तमिलनाडु में. मुझे लगता है वो तो अपनी पार्टी जोड़ने में ही अभी इतने व्यस्त हैं सभी जगह कि एक के बाद एक जैसे जैसे वो वेज आउट हो रहे हैं भारत की राजनीति से. I wonder whether they have given up on Himachal even before the elections.
But पीयूष जी, हिमाचल जितने कई सारे हिमाचली हैं यहाँ, वो कहेंगे कि 20-25 साल से तो इट वाज सिंह वर्सेस धूमल. तो अभी प्रतिभा सिंह जी वहाँ हैं, वो कह रही हैं 45 सीट कांग्रेस जीतेगी. आज भी उन्होंने कहा
उत्तराखंड के चुनाव के बाद कम से कम वो नैरेटिव खत्म हो गया कि पहाड़ों में ऑल्टरनेट इलेक्शन में दूसरी सरकार जीतती है. अब प्रो इनकम्बेंसी की भी वैल्यू हो गई है. और मैं समझता हूँ जैसे जैसे देश में जागरूकता आ रही है कि हमारे वोट की क्या कीमत है, जैसे जैसे लोगों में ये जागरूकता आ रही है कि एक निर्णायक नेतृत्व कितना जरूरी है, हाउ इम्पोर्टेंट इट इज़ टू हैव एन ऑनेस्ट गवर्नमेंट. आफ्टर all said and done, you will see that the Bharatiya Janata Party across the country, one after the other, has not only shown pro-incumbency, but has focused itself on development works. And we have not fought any election trying to look at divisive opposition attacks and stuff like that. We focused on the work that we've done. Development and growth and prosperity has been our agenda in every election. And I must share with you, since you connected it with my narrative, that from the day I became a minister 8.5 years ago, until very recently in any interaction, if by chance also we suggested to the Honorable Prime Minister that, you know, this decision we should either take or not take because of a particular election, he has consistently given us only one mantra, that you are the representative of 135 crore Indians. Elections will come and go. You do your job, you do your duty, just like he expects the nation to do its duty. जो उन्होंने 5 प्रण में जो बात कही कि देश को अपना कर्तव्य भावना से इस देश को आगे सींच के लेके जाना है, और मैं समझता हूँ ये हम सबको अप्लाई करते हैं. आप ऑनेस्ट जर्नलिज्म करो, यू गिव योर व्यूज, यू आर अफेक्टिंग ऑनेस्टी, यू गिव न्यूज, यू आर बीइंग ऑनेस्ट टू योर जॉब, यू आर डूइंग योर ड्यूटी. If I start discriminating or making policy only on election, then I will not be doing my duty. And once everybody in this room and everybody in the country focuses on doing their duty, sky is the limit for our potential.
If that was the case, then why was the entire cabinet 18 months ahead of election changed in Gujarat? 38 people out, Vijay Rupani not contesting, Nitin Patel not contesting. Why did that sea change happen? Those who were opposing you in 2017, जो bike rally मोर्चा निकाल रहे थे, आज आपकी पार्टी में है. So is now winnability at all costs. So when you say that nation first, so यहाँ तो winnability first हो गया.
दोनों प्रश्न में मेरी बात में कोई अलग नहीं है. जहाँ तक सरकार में किसको रहना किसको नहीं रहना, ये तो समय समय पे पार्टी का निर्णय होता है
जी.
और मैं समझता हूँ इसके लिए तो पूरे देश की जनता दाद देती है कि ये एक डिसिप्लिन्ड पार्टी है. यहाँ पे कौन मंत्री बने कौन नहीं बने, किसको पार्टी की जिम्मेदारी है. आखिर हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी सीनियर कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर थे, उनको दायित्व मिला भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष का, तो उन्होंने अपने अध्यक्ष का निर्वहन बड़ी अच्छी तरीके से किया. तो इस पार्टी की ताकत यही है जो श्रद्धेय अटल जी ने एक बार कही थी कि इस पार्टी में हम सब कार्यकर्ता हैं और कार्यकर्ता का पद कोई कभी किसी से हटा नहीं सकता, लेके नहीं जा सकता. बाकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज समय समय पे हर एक की चेंज होती रहती है. जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मिलती है उस पर हर एक व्यक्ति काम करता है. आपने हाल में ही देखा नितिन जी का भी बयान आया, नितिन पटेल जी का, रूपानी जी का बयान आया. सबको अलग अलग जिम्मेदारियां दी जाती हैं, वो उस जिम्मेदारी को पूरा करेंगे. तो ये हमारी ताकत है, ये हमारी वीकनेस नहीं है. और रही बात दूसरी आपने जो कही कि कुछ नए लोग आ रहे हैं, देखिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी देश की पार्टी है, आज विश्व में सबसे बड़ी लोकतांत्रिक पार्टी है. हम नए लोग चाहते हैं. मैं तो चाहूँगा इस कमरे में कुछ लोग बैठे हुए भी राजनीति के साथ अपने आप को जोड़े, क्योंकि राजनीति को अच्छे लोगों की आवश्यकता है. आप भी विचार कर सकते हो आनंद, राजनीति ज्वाइन करेगा. कपड़े में वेशभूषा में तो आपने काफी कुछ अडॉप्ट कर लिया.
ये तो भारतीय वेशभूषा है, उसको नेताओं ने अप्रोप्रिएट कर लिया, तो मैं थोड़ा उसको नैरेटिव वापस बात नैरेटिव की है तो उसको रीसेट करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. पर मेरे लिए फिलहाल ये कुर्सी ठीक है, आई एम हैप्पी एट दिस चेयर. बट जैसे नैरेटिव की बात आई, गुजरात में पिछली बार 100 पार में तकलीफ थी. नाउ दिस टाइम अराउंड कितने पार? बिकॉज दैट विल सेट योर नैरेटिव फॉर द नेक्स्ट 10 असेंबली स्टेट्स नेक्स्ट ईयर. 10 असेंबली इलेक्शंस है और फिर 2024 99 इन द सेंस 100 पार में 100 पार करने में आउट ऑफ 182.
समय समय पे परिस्थितियां जो वर्तमान रहती हैं उसके हिसाब से चुनाव के निर्णय में थोड़ा आगे पीछे भी हो सकता है. आपको ध्यान होगा उस समय पे पाटीदार आंदोलन, कुछ हमारे पटेल भाइयों को मिसगाइड, भाई बहनों को मिसगाइड करने की कोशिश की थी उस समय की विपक्ष ने. पर उनको ध्यान में आया बाद में कि वो उनको भ्रमित कर रहे थे और फिर पूरी तरीके से वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं उसके बाद. और उसके बाद आपने जितने और चुनाव गुजरात में हुए, बाई इलेक्शन हुए हों, लोकल बॉडीज हुए हों, उसमें देखा होगा बीजेपी स्वेप्ट एवरी पोल. और ये चुनाव का तो मैं आपको जो मेरा अनुभव है और जितनी मेरी राजनीतिक सूझबूझ है, मुझे मौका मिला इस बार काफ़ी गुजरात के इंटीरियर्स में जाने का, किसानों के साथ बातचीत करने का, छोटे कारीगरों के साथ, इंडस्ट्री के साथ, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं से भी काफ़ी एंगेज किया. रिसेंटली भी पिछले हफ्ते वडोदरा में जो प्रोफेशनल्स हैं उनके साथ चर्चा हुई. मुझे तो लगता है इस बार ऐतिहासिक विजय गुजरात में भाजपा की होगी. ऐतिहासिक
150
जो आज तक कभी 150 पार होगी.
150 पार होगी.
150 पार भाजपा की सीटें हैं.
बिकॉज इफ यू क्रॉस 150.
और इस कमरे में मैंने बाय द वे HT समिट में पहले भी कुछ प्रेडिक्शंस किए हैं, उसका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड आप जरा निकालिए.
ठीक है, टीम लग जाएगी. कल के हेडलाइन में आप देखेंगे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड आपका क्या था, और फिर वो तो छपने ही वाला है.
नहीं, अगर आपको हेल्प चाहिए तो मैं बताता हूँ. अक्टूबर 2018 में, अक्टूबर 2018, विच इज अ गुड 6 months बिफोर द लोकसभा इलेक्शन ऑफ 19, इसी कमरे में HT समिट में, और कोई गूगल कर ले यहाँ पे बैठा हुआ, मैंने कहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की 297 से 303 सीट्स लोकसभा 2019 में आने वाली है।
तो वो आ गई थी, क्या बात है।
303 आई।
303, एक ज़्यादा। बट आई कम बैक टू दिस। आपने कहा कि गुजरात में झाड़ू मारेंगे। एक पार्टी है जो पंजाब में झाड़ू मारने के बाद अब सूरत के चुनाव में, वो सिविक बॉडी चुनाव में झाड़ू मारा, आप गुजरात में भी झाड़ू मारने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उनका सिंबल भी झाड़ू है। उनके बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे? चुनौती पेश कर रहे हैं?
मुझे लगता नहीं है कि ऐसी कोई चुनौती है। देखिए, कोई भी देश में 100% तो सब एक पार्टी के हो जाए, वो तो डिक्टेटरशिप वगैरह में ही होता है, जैसे हमारे नॉर्दर्न कंट्री में जिस प्रकार के शासन हैं। लेकिन हमारा एक लोकतांत्रिक देश है और इसमें पूरी सबको स्वैच्छा है कि किस भी विचारधारा के साथ अपने आप को जोड़ सके। और स्वाभाविक है कि अगर ऑपोजिशन वीक होती है या जो विपक्षी दल है गुजरात का, अगर उसकी कुछ वीकनेसेस होती हैं तो वो एक वैक्यूम जो क्रिएट होता है, कोई ना कोई उसको भरने का प्रयास करता है। हम सभी का स्वागत करते हैं, हम सभी को इनवाइट करते हैं कि हमारे साथ लड़े, हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। आपको याद होगा उत्तर प्रदेश में कितना आप जैसे सभी पत्रकारों ने हाइप किया था जब गठबंधन हुआ, भाई भाई का, भाई बहन का, सब कुछ हुआ वहाँ पे। तो फिर भी आप एक के बाद एक चुनाव देख लीजिए। 2014 के बाद हर गठबंधन के सामने, हर अलग अलग पार्टी के सामने भारतीय जनता पार्टी विजयी होती रही है और बड़े रूप में विजयी होती रही है।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि झाड़ू भले उनका सिंबल हो, झाड़ू आप मारेंगे इलेक्शन में सीटों में?
हम इतने ऊंची बातें नहीं करते हैं। हम विकास के लिए जनता के पास उनके आशीर्वाद के लिए जाते हैं।
मैं फिर घूम के उसी बात पे आऊँगा, नैरेटिव की, बिकॉज आर envisioning a new tomorrow is the thought process. So this envisioning also happens when you set a narrative. So let's talk something which is in your domain. You wear multiple hats. तो सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि भारत दुनिया को कह रहा है, पहले था, अब ये हो गया ना एनीवेयर बट चाइना, ABC। तो पहले था NBC, नोवेयर बट चाइना, अब हो गया है एनीवेयर बट चाइना। सो यू आर सेइंग कम टू इंडिया, बट हाउ विल दे कम टू इंडिया when we have just in September walked out of doing a US-driven agreement with Asian nations, just like we walked out of RCEP. We don't have an economic trade agreement with the US yet. We're still talking to the Brits on FTA. With the European Union also, they said करेंगे। ब्रिटेन में तो उधर ही ये हो रहा है, तो दिवाली का डेट तो निकल गया। So how are we going to get this narrative right?
सबसे पहले तो थोड़ा परिपेक्ष ठीक कर दूं आपका। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की सरकार कोई भी FTA फॉर द सेक ऑफ अ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट नहीं करती है। कोई भी अरेंजमेंट है तो सब स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ बड़ा एक्सटेंसिव कंसल्टेशन होता है, भारत के हितों को देखा जाता है, हमारे देश का लॉन्ग टर्म प्रोस्पेक्टिव बेनिफिट क्या होगा, दूसरे देश का क्या होगा, फेयर है, इक्विटेबल है, बैलेंस है कि नहीं, इन सब चीज़ों के ऊपर बहुत गहराई से मंथन करने के बाद ही हम कोई भी इंटरनेशनल अरेंजमेंट करते हैं। मैंने अपनी फाइलों में भी देखा और उद्योग जगत के साथ भी काफ़ी जानकारियां निकाली कि 2008, 9, 10, 11 उस दौरान जो फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स हुए वो कैसे हुए और उसके पीछे कितनी ज़्यादा एंगेजमेंट थी विद स्टेक होल्डर्स और कितना केयर लिया गया भारत के इंटरेस्ट का। समय के अभाव में मैं उसका डिटेल नहीं दे सकता हूं, पर कभी आप आओ या कभी मुझे लंबा समय आप दो कोई इंटरव्यू में, तो मैं आपको एक एक एग्रीमेंट की जो कमियां बताऊंगा, तो आप हैरान हो जाएंगे कितना अनबैलेंस्ड और अनफेयर ट्रेड डील्स हमने पास्ट में किए।
So that means India's interest was compromised.
लेकिन आरसेप जो नेगोशिएट हो रहा था, आरसेप से हम क्यों निकले? आरसेप में 16 देश थे भारत मिला के, तो 15 और देश थे। 15 में 10 देश आसियान के हैं जिनके साथ भारत का ऑलरेडी फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट है। जापान एंड कोरिया 12 हो गए। न्यूजीलैंड इतना छोटा है, हमारा टोटल ट्रेड $300 मिलियन का है और जिस दिन मैं चाहूँ मैं एग्रीमेंट उनके साथ कर सकता हूँ। अभी समय नहीं है, इतना काम का बोझ है कि अभी सभी देश चाहते हैं हमारे साथ FTA करना। न्यूजीलैंड मिनिस्टर भी मिलके गए हैं वैसे, डेमियन। ऑस्ट्रेलिया से हमने कर ही लिया और मुझे तब भी दिखता था कि हम कर सकते हैं। तो इफेक्टिवली आरसेप क्या था? चाइना इंडिया फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट। अब मुझे मालूम नहीं किस परिस्थिति में उस समय की 2012 की वर्तमान सरकार ने और नेतृत्व ने, और ये डिसीजन उनके सीनियर मोस्ट लेवल पे लिया गया है सरकार के, पता नहीं सरकार के सीनियर मोस्ट लेवल ने लिया है या सरकार के बाहर किसने लिया, वो मुझे नहीं जानकारी है, क्योंकि फाइलों में वो तो दिखता नहीं है। वो तो फिर आपको जज करना पड़ता है देख के कि किस पार्टी ने एमओयू किया पीआरसी के साथ, वो सब तो जानकारी आपके पास मेरे से ज्यादा ही
एक सज्जन बैठे हुए थे और जो अभी चाइना के प्रेसिडेंट हैं,
हाँ, तो वो सब जानकारी आपको मालूम है, इससे मुझे मालूम
तस्वीरें आपने भी देखी।
पर आरसेप में भारत था नहीं, हमने ओखली में सर डाला। और क्योंकि जब भाजपा की सरकार आई, हमारा निर्णय था कि हम कंटिन्यूटी में बिलीव करते हैं, हम ये नहीं बिलीव करते हैं कि सब कुछ जो पिछली सरकार ने किया वो गलत है, तो हम कंटिन्यू करते रहे एंगेजमेंट। लेकिन जब मैंने स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन की, कंट्रीज इंडस्ट्री particularly MSME, डेयरी, दे वर पैरानॉइड, दे वर स्केर्ड कि अगर आरसेप पे भारत ने हस्ताक्षर कर दिया तो उनके सबके बिजनेस बंद हो जाएंगे। चाइना में कोई ट्रांसपेरेंसी नहीं है, चाइना में कॉस्टिंग का कोई मतलब नहीं है, चाइना से अगर ये ग्लास इंपोर्ट करता है कोई तो पता नहीं चलता है, उसका कॉस्ट कई बार ऐसा होता है कि यहाँ पे रॉ मटेरियल कॉस्ट से भी सस्ता, लैंडेड फ्रॉम चाइना। ऐसे अनफेयर कंपटीशन में जानकारियाँ वहाँ से मिलती नहीं है, बीइंग अ नॉन ट्रांसपेरेंट इकोनॉमी। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि मोदी जी ने बहुत साहस का और हिम्मत का परिचय दिया कि आरसेप से वॉकआउट किया, और आज तक एक दो इकोनॉमिस्ट छोड़ दो जिन्होंने कभी बिजनेस नहीं किया, जो तो सिर्फ लिखते रहते हैं अपने आपके एडिटोरियल्स और आपके पेपर में ऑपेड्स, उनके अलावा आज तक किसी इंडस्ट्री ने मेरे पास आके ये नहीं बोला कि आपने गलत किया, आरसेप ज्वाइन नहीं किया। यूनानिमसली द नेशन स्टूड विद अस कि थैंक गॉड यू सेव्ड आवर कंट्री। पहली बात, यूएस आज इतने अलग परिस्थितियों में कि कांग्रेस में वो कोई और नया एफटीए को पास करा सके, वो संभव ही नहीं है, इससे वो किसी के साथ नया एफटीए नहीं कर रहे। ये कोई इंडिया के लिए नहीं, इंडिया से तो आपने अभी मिस जैनेट येलेन के स्टेटमेंट्स सुने, आप कैथरीन टाई के स्टेटमेंट सुन लो, यूएसटीआर, जीना रायमोंडो के स्टेटमेंट्स गूगल कर लो, दे ऑल आर लुकिंग एट इंडिया एज देयर फ्रेंड, ट्रस्टेड पार्टनर एंड द फ्यूचर टू हेल्प इकोनॉमीज ग्रो। रही बात वो आईपीएफ के ट्रेड पिलर को ज्वाइन करने की, भारत अपनी रणनीति अपने टर्म्स पे तय करता है। अमेरिका को मैंने कहा कि आईपीएफ पे मुझे मार्केट एक्सेस को दोगे तभी मुझे कुछ मिलेगा, अदरवाइज आप कल बाइंडिंग कमिटमेंट चाहते हो अलग अलग विषयों के ऊपर, मैं क्यों बाइंडिंग कमिटमेंट लूँ, मुझे रिटर्न में क्या मिल रहा है वो बताओ। अभी भी मेरी मीटिंग वीसी पे हुई आफ्टर आई केम बैक, तभी भी मैंने कहा it have to be good for my people and my country. What do you give me in return will determine whether I join the trade pillar. पर आप negotiate कर लो, आपकी negotiation में अगर कोई जो चीज़ आती है हमें कुछ उसमें लाभ दिखता है तो हम अभी भी ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं, हमने ना नहीं बोला है, हमने अभी के लिए ना बोला है, बाकी 3 पिलर्स में तो हम हैं ही साथ में। पर अमेरिका और भारत के रिश्ते दिनों दिन सुधरते जा रहे हैं और अच्छे होते जा रहे हैं, और आज जो लगभग 250 बिलियन का हमारा व्यापार है दोनों देशों के बीच, इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज, मेरा विश्वास है कि आगे आने वाले 7-8 सालों में नॉट द ट्रेडिशनल ग्रोथ रेट, ये कम से कम 500-600 बिलियन हो जाएगा 2030 तक, जब मेरा अंदाजा है कि भारत का एक्सपोर्ट गुड्स में भी $1 ट्रिलियन और सर्विसेज में भी $1 ट्रिलियन, दोनों मिला के $2 ट्रिलियन का एक्सपोर्ट मैं 2030 तक मेरे आँख के सामने देखता हूँ। गुड्स में हम लगभग 10-11-12% ग्रो करेंगे हर वर्ष, सर्विसेज में 19 से 20% ग्रो करेंगे, उसके पूरी प्लानिंग कर रखी है, चर्चाएं इंडस्ट्री के साथ हुई है, बहुत एंथुजियाज्म और एक्साइटमेंट है, और काबिलियत तो भारत की इंडस्ट्री की it's one of the finest set of people we have in industry today.
But Piyush, if I may ask you, right now we are at about $418 billion and you're saying $1 trillion. So it's more than twice, that's the jump that you're looking at. but we are looking at a situation around us जहाँ एक तरफ कहता है इस रूट की सभी लाइनें व्यस्त हैं because there is a war or a conflict. The other place there is a hegemony and then there is a problem. There are other nations which are going through an economic downturn, so saying भाई अभी पैसा नहीं है. So we are looking at a state of flux around the world. How are we going to go into the market and sell when people are not willing to buy?
सरकारें और for that matter business world भी कोई day to day और month to month उतार चढ़ाव से कभी पैनिक नहीं करती है. हमें लॉन्ग टर्म विजन के साथ और एक स्टेडफास्ट पाथ पकड़ के चलना पड़ता है. समस्याएं तो आएंगी, समस्याएं समय समय पे आएंगी, अलग अलग बार अलग अलग समस्या आ सकती है जी. इन सबको नेविगेट करना पड़ता है. हो सकता है कुछ महीनों के लिए अब एक तरफ कोविड की महामारी से अभी निकले ही हैं, युद्ध भी चल रहा है जिसके कारण विश्व भर में महंगाई है, विश्व भर में आर्थिक व्यवस्थाएं डगमगा रही हैं, ग्रोथ कम है, ट्रेड डाउन है, तो स्वाभाविक है उसका कुछ इम्पैक्ट तो भारत पे भी आएगा. हमें एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए. पर जैसा एटलीस्ट हमने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से सीखा है और खास तौर पे कोविड में तो उसका परिचय पूरे देश से देखा, कन्वर्ट एवरी क्राइसिस इनटू एन अपॉर्चुनिटी. ऐसी परिस्थिति में जब आपने जैसे एनीवेयर बट चाइना बोला, जैनेट येलेन ने फ्रेंच शोरिंग की बात की जी, तो विश्व भी देख रहा है बाजार कहाँ है, डेल्टा कहाँ पर है. आज 3.5 ट्रिलियन से 30 ट्रिलियन का डेल्टा. और बता दीजिए विश्व में कोई और देश के पास है क्या? आपने पूछा था पिछले प्रश्न में, मैं रह गया बताना कि यूके ईयू के बारे में, कनाडा से मैं और भी गिना सकता हूँ क्योंकि जीसीसी भी चाहता है एफटीए करना, रशिया और यूरेशिया उनके जो कॉन्ग्लोमरेशन है वो भी चाहता है करना, स्विट्जरलैंड का एक एफ्टा ग्रुप है वो भी चाहता है करना, अलग अलग ग्रुप्स या देश, इजराइल चाहता है भारत के साथ करना. सब आज पूरी दुनिया चाहती है कि भारत के साथ करार करें, फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट या कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक पार्टनरशिप करें. हमारे पास क्षमता नहीं है इतना. ऑलरेडी हम एक सुबह एक के साथ नेगोशिएट करते हैं, शाम को या रात को दूसरे के साथ. तो ऐसे स्ट्रेस चल रहा है हमारा, एंड वी पुल द इलास्टिक एज मच एज वी कुड इन टर्म्स ऑफ नेगोशिएशन, बट we don't compromise on the quality of our negotiation. And we will never compromise with what is good for India, even if it takes longer time.
But is this assertion, आपने WTO में भी assert किया, you got 4-5 different clauses inserted, and I was there, witness to the effort that you took. And, the foreign minister has also spoken about at various forums. But is this strategic autonomy or this assertion of Bharat as a nation, 25% of the world's population, and a nation that wants to earn its place and deserves its place, is it hurting us somewhere?
I don't think so. मैं समझता हूँ आज हम कोई assertion के हिसाब से अपनी बात नहीं रखते. हम अपनी बात जो देश हित में है, जो जनहित में है, उसके ऊपर खरे उतरते हैं. हमारे मन में कोई arrogance नहीं तो वास्तव में किसी के पास ऐसा बिजनेस मॉडल हो कि उसको दिखता हो कि उसकी बिजनेस तो 10 गुना हो जाएगी कंपेयर टू हिज कंपेटिटर्स, तो कई बार एरोगेंस भी आ सकती है. बट आई प्रॉमिस यू, हमारी सब नेगोशिएशन, सब इंटरनेशनल एंगेजमेंट्स में भारत में कभी एरोगेंस नहीं आती है. भारत का नेतृत्व हो, भारत की इंडस्ट्री हो, हम बहुत सौम्य तरीके से, बहुत इज्जत से अपना व्यापार करते हैं. अपनी बातचीत पॉलिटिकल हो, जियो पॉलिटिकल हो, इकोनॉमिक हो, वी डील फ्रॉम अ पोजिशन ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ विच वी हैव, बट पूरी शालीनता के साथ और फेयरनेस चाहते हैं. हम कोई अनफेयर नहीं चाहते हैं कि क्योंकि हमारे पास मार्केट है, क्योंकि हम एक वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसी है, क्योंकि हमारे पास रूल ऑफ लॉ है, क्योंकि हमारे पास डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड अगले 30 साल यंगेस्ट पॉपुलेशन इन द वर्ल्ड रहेगी, क्योंकि हमारे पास टैलेंट और मैनेजरियल पूल है. आई कैन लिस्ट आउट, हमारे पास फूड सिक्योरिटी है, हमारे पास इलेक्ट्रिसिटी की पर्याप्त मात्रा में संभावनाएं हैं और क्लीन होते जा रहे हैं, सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे बहुत काम हो रहा है. आई कैन लिस्ट आउट 100 रीजंस which could have made us almost get onto the edge of arrogance. Yeah. But still, India treats our smallest nation, a nation which may have only 5 lakh or 10 lakh population also, we treat them as an equal. मेरे पास कोई मंत्री आता है कोई देश का जिसकी 40 लाख 30 लाख पॉपुलेशन है, उनको उतनी ही इज्जत मिलती है जितने कोई बड़े विश्व पावर को मिलती है। तो भारत की जो सभ्यता है, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो 5 प्रण दिए उसमें एक प्रण तो ये भी दिया ना, गो बैक टू योर रूट्स। और रूट्स में हमारे भारत की जो हमारा रिच कल्चर है, ट्रेडिशन है, उसमें सभ्यता भी एक चीज।
बट पीयूष जी, मेरा प्रश्न भारत के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नहीं था, भारत को कैसे विश्व दिखता है, बिकॉज दैट्स वेयर आई वाज ट्राइंग टू पॉइंट दैट हम तो सभ्यता से बात कर रहे हैं या तरीके से बात कर रहे हैं, पर उनकी तरफ से क्या एक रेजिस्टेंस है कि ये देश क्यों बोल रहा है। एंड दूसरी बात, हम उन देशों के साथ जुड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं जहां पर बैठकर लोग भारत तोड़ो के प्लान्स बना रहे हैं। वी आर गोइंग एंड सेइंग वसुदेव कुटुंबकम, पीयूष जी, एंड दे आर सेइंग Hindu nationalist party and Hindu nationalist prime minister. You see, again, it's the game of narratives. We are saying we want to play, engage with you. They are saying they are using terms of disengagement.
आनंद, जितना मैंने अभी तक विश्व का रवैया भारत की तरफ देखा है, मैं नहीं समझता उनको ऐसा कुछ लगने लगा है कि भारत ज़्यादा हद से ज़्यादा आगे बढ़ रहा है या भारत को नहीं बढ़ना चाहिए या भारत के खिलाफ कोई अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल पर नेगेटिविटी मुझे तो नहीं दिखी है। साधारणतः उल्टे विश्व को अचंभा लगता है कि ये देश ने कैसे कोविड संभाल लिया। कहते हैं, मुझे स्वयं को जानकारी नहीं है, पर जितना रिसर्च किया उसमें दिखता है कि स्पेनिश फ्लू के समय इंडिया हैड मोर डेथ्स ड्यू टू स्टार्वेशन देन ड्यू टू द स्पेनिश फ्लू इटसेल्फ। पर हर एक विषय में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस प्रकार से, चाहे वो मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज़ हो, ऑक्सीजन हो, वैक्सीन हो, या फूड सिक्योरिटी के लिए जो NFSA में फूड सिक्योरिटी के अंतर्गत जो फूड ग्रेन 80 करोड़ लोगों को मिलता था, उसको लगभग डबल करके सुनिश्चित किया, एक बच्चे को कभी रात को भूखा ना सोना पड़े पूरे इतने बड़े देश में। ये सब चीज़ देख के वास्तव में तो पूरे देश में भारत की तारीफ, दुनिया में भारत की तारीफ होती है। पूरी दुनिया में लोगों को लगता है दिस इज़ अ रिमार्केबल, वेरी डिसाइसिव, वेरी सेंसिटिव लीडरशिप, और उसके साथ वो और एंगेज करना चाहते। जैसे आज लगभग सबको उम्मीद है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के रहते ही यूक्रेन रशिया का युद्ध का भी कुछ समाधान हो सके। तो आज विश्व में अगर आप नजर रखिए पूरे विश्व के नेताओं में, आज डेमोक्रेटिक वर्ल्ड में हु इज द टॉलेस्ट लीडर इन द होल वर्ल्ड? It's Prime Minister Modi.
Yeah, the surveys also point to a 74% approval rating. Yeah.
For the last 8 years, consistently for 8 years, और मुझे लगता है आप पुराने इतिहास में जाएं तो शायद कभी ऐसा स्थिति नहीं होगी कि 8 साल तक कोई एक नेता विश्व में सबसे ज्यादा पॉपुलर नेता के रूप में कंसिस्टेंटली हर सर्वे में आया।
But is this narrative the one that is flying, or the other narrative that's headlining?
आप जिक्र कर रहे हो कुछ न्यूज़पेपर्स या कुछ लोग
आपको हिंदुत्व पार्टी कहते हैं, हिंदू नेशनलिस्ट गवर्नमेंट कहते हैं, हिंदू नेशनलिस्ट PM कहते हैं, तो
आपको लगता है कि चंद लोग रिप्रेजेंट द होल कंट्री? ऐसे तो भारत में कितने लोग हैं जो भारत को तोड़ने में लगे रहते हैं। अब उनकी तरफ हम ध्यान दें, इतना हमारे पास समय ही नहीं है। हम चिंता में है कि भारत प्रगति करे, विकास करे, भारत कैसे एक साथ काम करे, भारत का माइंडसेट कैसे विकास की तरफ जाए, भारत का माइंडसेट कैसे देश को प्राथमिकता दे, इंडिया फर्स्ट के माइंडसेट से देश कैसे एक साथ हो। और मुझे आनंद आता है, मैं अलग अलग कैंपसेस या यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में जाता हूँ, engaging with the children of today and the leaders of tomorrow, it invigorates you. Yesterday at Banaras, I had an interaction with startups. I tell you, you feel so excited about the future of India. कहाँ बनारस? हम सोचते हैं बैंगलोर सिलिकॉन वैली है भारत का, गुड़गांव है, पूना है, मुंबई है। रियली तो इंडिया की रियल ताकत देखनी है तो कभी बनारस जाओ, कभी जमशेदपुर जाओ, कभी कोई छोटी जगह जाके देखो। युवा युवतियों में जो उत्साह है, जो भविष्य के लिए वो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, इट्स रिमार्केबल। and innovative research, innovative ideas that come out.
पीयूष जी, समय 4.5 मिनट हैं। देखिए, तो लास्ट के 2-3 प्रश्न हैं, वो इन टर्म्स ऑफ, वंस अगेन मैं सेंट्रल थीम नैरेटिव ही रखूंगा, भारत की बात करेंगे। कहीं ना कहीं आज़ादी के पिछले 75 साल में और उससे पहले भी ये जो कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट, पंचप्रण की बात की थी और कहा था कि गुलामी के इस माइंडसेट से निकलना है, कहीं ना कहीं हम सब में सेल्फ लोदिंग इंग्रेंड है कि आप अपने आप को कम आंखी. How do you emerge out of this self-loathing? Are we doing enough for the next generation to believe in who we are? Because this is a stumbling block for us. हम दुनिया के पटल पर साइंस में अच्छा करते हैं, सब जगह अच्छा करते हैं, मैथ में अच्छा करते हैं, सब में अच्छा करते हैं. जब कल्चर की बात आती है तो लड़खड़ा जाते हैं. इतिहास की बात आती है लड़खड़ा जाते हैं. सभ्यता की बात आती है लड़खड़ा जाते हैं.
मुझे लगता है अब आस्ते आस्ते ये परिस्थिति बदल रही है. कुछ ही कैंपसेस रह गए, कुछ ही व्यक्ति रह गए जो शायद हमारे युवा युवती भाई बहनों को मिसगाइड करने में सक्सेसफुल हो रहे हैं या इस प्रकार के नैरेटिव को सक्सेसफुली आर्टिकुलेट कर पा रहे हैं. शायद कुछ मीडिया के भी मित्र इसमें जुड़े रहते हैं. पर साधारणतः अगर हम देखें,
मीडिया को एक तो आप ऐसे लपेटे में ले लेते हैं, पर ठीक है.
ऐसा मेरा किसके व्यक्ति विशेष या पेपर विशेष टिप्पणी नहीं थी, पर कुछ लोग तो हर वर्ग में रहेंगे ना
जी.
मीडिया इज नॉट इंसुलेटेड. आप भी समाज का हिस्सा हो
जी.
उसी में से आपके यहाँ भी लोग आते हैं
जी.
कुछ लोग ओपिनियनेटेड होते हैं तो न्यूज़ के बदले अपनी व्यूज को थोपने में लगे रहते हैं. ये अलग बात है कि कई मोर ऑफन देन नॉट दे आर नॉट सक्सेसफुल. बट आज मुझे लगता है कि देश में साधारणतः अगर हम देखें तो एक बड़ा पॉजिटिव एनर्जी देखने को मिलती है. बहुत हाई लेवल ऑफ नेशनलिस्टिक स्पिरिट आज सब जगह देखने को मिलती है. आई मीन मुझे मालूम नहीं आप जा पाए हो कि नहीं और यहाँ बैठे हुए हमारे मित्र जा पाए कि नहीं, पर कल जैसे मैं काशी विश्वनाथ के मंदिर का दर्शन करके आया, मंदिर में दर्शन करके आया और पूरा वो परिसर को जो देख के छाती वास्तव में चौड़ी होती है कि वी हैव अराइव्ड एज ए नेशन. भारत अपने इतिहास को फिर एक बार प्राउडली प्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं दुनिया के सामने. तो वो जो माइंडसेट ऑफ वीकनेस है अब वो चंद लोगों में रह गई है. एज ए नेशन देश बदल रहा है. और मुझे कल स्टैटिस्टिक्स बता रहे थे
जी.
कि गत कुछ महीनों में जब से मंदिर का उद्घाटन किया माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने
और कॉरिडोर
तब से लगभग 10 गुना ज़्यादा लोग 10 टाइम्स मोर. और कल तो वर्किंग डे था ना, कल फ्राइडे था
जी.
मैं सुबह गया हूँ एंड जो भीड़ थी वहाँ पे ऑन अ फ्राइडे मॉर्निंग इट वाज अनबिलीवेबल. एंड सीधा गंगा जी के तट से काशी विश्वनाथ को जोड़ देने का काम. और अगर आप में से किसी ने बनारस पहले का देखा है और वो गलियां देखी हैं और वो जैसे इट वाज इम्पॉसिबल कि कोई ये इमेजिन भी कर सकता है. पर आज भारत का माइंडसेट इसलिए बदल रहा है क्योंकि अनइमेजिनेबल चीज़ें हो रही हैं देश में. किसने कभी कल्पना की थी कि भारत में टेक्नोलॉजी का इतना रेवोल्यूशन आएगा कि दुनिया में जितनी डिजिटल फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शंस होती है उसमें भारत सबसे ज़्यादा होगा. आई एम टोल्ड 6 बिलियन फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शंस, यानी 600 करोड़ फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शंस पिछले महीने हुई हैं. 600 करोड़ क्या होती है दुनिया को तो छोड़ो, मुझे लगता है कि शायद हमको स्वयं को नहीं लगा था इतना ज़्यादा हो जाएगा जी. तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि भारत बदल रहा है, भारत के लोगों का मन बदल रहा है, भारत का आत्मविश्वास और मजबूत हो रहा है और भारत का भविष्य और सुरक्षित हो रहा है.
भारत का भविष्य सुरक्षित है. आखिरी 40 सेकंड है. भाजपा का भविष्य सुरक्षित दिख रहा है आपको?
भारत का भविष्य तो और गति पकड़ रहा है और मजबूत होते जा रहा है प्रधानमंत्री
कार्यकर्ता तो
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में. आई थिंक जो आज देश भर में आप जिधर देखो, तमिलनाडु तक में आपने देखा, जिधर भी जाओ देश में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जो लोकप्रियता है, जिस प्रकार से उनके ऊपर आज विश्वास है पूरे देश का और दुनिया का, जिस प्रकार के नए नए इनोवेटिव आइडियाज़ लेके वो देश को तेज गति से आगे लेके जा रहे हैं, जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने देश में भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त भारत बनाने को एक प्रकार से मिशन बना दिया जिसमें पूरा देश भी जुड़ गया. एक प्रकार से नई ऊर्जा के साथ अब देश का निर्माण का कार्य हो रहा है और भविष्य बहुत उज्जवल है. I can assure you, the new tomorrow of India is a bright tomorrow, a very, very powerful tomorrow, and a very prosperous tomorrow with prosperity for every citizen of this country.
Ladies and gentlemen, Piyush Goyal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goyal. It's always a pleasure to hear you, sir. May I request Anand to please present you with a small token of our appreciation? Thank you very much, sir. Grateful to have you at the 20th HTLS. Girl, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We're on to our 9th live session of the day-long 20th Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. And we're soon to be joined on stage by two popular actors, Akshay Kumar and Charan. May I request you all to please remain seated and refrain from moving around as we quickly get the stage ready. Sent to the office there quickly. Send it up. Still there, they can go to the office. Quickly go. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Sonal Kalra, who is the Chief Managing Editor for Entertainment and Lifestyle at Hindustan Times, who will converse on the transitioning of Indian cinema into a more vibrant and inclusive phase with popular actors Akshay Kumar and Charan.
Good evening, hello, welcome to the hopefully entertaining entertainment session of the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. As you all know, this is our 20th year and it has to be more special than all previous years, and indeed it is, because I have two superstars with me, one with 30-something years in cinema and like achieving superstardom and the sheer amazing diversity and range of work that he's done, and another with 30-something years in this world and achieving superstardom with first Telugu cinema and then all over, and actually now all over the globe with his recent super success of RRR. Please, could I have you get some energy and put your hands together for Akshay Kumar and Charan. I love the fact that only my session is allowed this cheering and hooting, while in all other sessions I see grim faces sometimes because, you know, it's just the nature of work. But I also see a lot of lovely women smiling, and I'm sure these two gentlemen here, you have crazy female fan following, can also see these women giving them extra special smiles and waves. Right. How does it feel, Akshay? Delhi aapka shehar hai? Come here. How does it feel coming to Delhi for doing something special like this?
Obviously it feels I'm at home. What feels? I am at home. I belong from here. I've achieved everything from here. I started my life from here. And it feels I'm at home. And that's it.
Right.
But yeah, you're right. I must say, I was watching the earlier one, everybody was very quiet. Let's enjoy ourselves because this is the entertainment kind of thing. So I would just suggest everybody, if you feel like whistling or anything, I mean, so just do it. Let's not have quietness. Let's enjoy ourselves just for another half an hour, then we'll go away.
There you go. Ram, welcome to the Hindustan Times Leadership Summit. This is your debut with us. Akshay's been here with us in the past. And does coming to Delhi hold any special significance for you?
Firstly, I can't ask for a better debut. Sitting with Mr. Akshay Kumar, who was our inspiration. And small word about Delhi. Whenever we had holidays, especially in summer, in the south it used to be Ooty, the Nilgiri Hills, and in the north it always used to be Delhi, Leh and Ladakh. So Delhi was our base always. And a couple of years back, my dad was the tourism minister, and also we enjoyed Delhi like never before. Thank you, Delhi, and thanks for welcoming us again.
Thank you. How lovely. So Ram, we'll start with you. I mean, there's an unparalleled lineage that you have when it comes to cinema. I mean, to have the legend, Mr. Chiranjeevi as your dad, you had Naga Babu, Pawan Kalyanji, Allu Arvindji as your uncles. To have somebody like an Allu Arjun, who's also a superstar and your contemporary for a first cousin. Yeah. At what age was it a given that acting and films is going to be your calling?
Firstly, I mean, we're fortunate. Of course, all of us have worked hard under the umbrella which Dad had opened up for all of us and laid the path so beautifully. But eventually, all of us had to work really hard for this position and to sit here with all of you. It took us, it was a long journey, but I'm really fortunate. And at what age, I don't know. I mean, it was a very conservative family. Though all of us are actors, I will still remember if Dad was on a cover page or any awards, it always used to stay in the office, never came to our residence side. So I was very scared whether bolna chahiye ya nahi bolna chahiye, whether I want to be an actor, because he never entertained a single film magazine to come inside. He always had a very normal home. It was not like a celebrity home. Right. So at later stage, he might have kept cinema away from us, but cinema was never away from us. It had to eventually land up like this.
Right. Well, Akshay, aapke bare mein, we've always known a lot of your background. I mean, the fact that you came...
I was just thinking about, मेरे घर पे बिल्कुल उल्टा है. मैं अपने बेटे को, I want to show him films, I want to tell him about films. He doesn't want to see films. I want to put him into all that, but he just doesn't want to see anything. He just wants to do his work, what he wants to do. He wants to study and he wants to do fashion designing. So, you know, there are two ways of doing. One, you keep it hidden, or one, you give them so much that they don't want to do it. They just don't want it.
Nice, sir. In between, I thought I had to come up with something in life. I had to do something. So I thought I'll do mechanical engineer.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did pursue and made my dad feel
and
like...
guess what I wanted to do?
Yeah.
I wanted to be Bruce Lee.
You know, Bruce Lee has it's a strange connection, because I was reading up on your body of work, and you've done a film called Bruce Lee the Fighter.
Yeah. Not so good, not so good. No, you can forget about it.
But Akshay, it is, you know, kuch cheezein pata hai. The fact that, you know, you were working in a restaurant in Bangkok. Some people think you were a cook. You've told us that you used to wait on tables and even deliver food and all that. Not too many people know, however, that Akshay was also a jewelry salesman in Kolkata. Or you used to get jewelry.
लाजपत राय मार्केट से मैं ज्वेलरी खरीद के मैं बॉम्बे में बेचता था. करीबन 12-15% मिलते थे उसमें, क्योंकि वहाँ के कुंदन की ज्वेलरी यहाँ से खरीद के तुम बॉम्बे में बेचो तो पैसे ज़्यादा मिल जाते थे.
तो ये पैसे बनाने की बिजनेस एक्यूमेन आप में शुरू से ही है.
तो और आदमी यहाँ मुझे बताइए किस में नहीं है. कोई झूठी बोलेगा जिसमें नहीं है, सब में है. सब बनाना चाहते हैं, और गलत होगा कोई कहेगा कि मुझे पैसे नहीं बनाने, मैं बस अपनी ज़िंदगी जीना चाहता हूँ. सभी बनाना चाहते हैं और अच्छी ज़िंदगी जीना चाहते हैं.
True that, true that. So coming back to the Bruce Lee connection, you were saying that Bruce Lee had आपने कहीं पहले भी बोला in an interview that somehow becoming Bruce Lee was
I always think, I mean, so just like how he was saying he wanted to be a mechanical engineer, I wanted to be Bruce Lee. I just wanted to follow his, what he used to do. You know, it is very important for a person to have a vision कि वो ज़िंदगी में क्या बनना चाहता है. आदमी कुछ भी हो, लेकिन मैं बोलता हूँ बचपन से ही आदमी को एक विजन होना चाहिए कि कुछ कर दिखाने का, कि मैं इस जगह पे जाना चाहता हूँ. मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आप सबको बताता हूँ कि मुझे ब्रूस ली बनना था, मुझे मार्शल आर्टिस्ट बनना था. And can you believe it? I kept on, I came to know that he practices martial art 5 to 6 hours a day. So I also started doing it. I still remember मैं दिल्ली में रहता था तो मैं राजघाट में जाया करता था exercise करने. Rajghat is a place here.
Okay.
It's a big huge garden
Right,
also. So I used to go to Rajghat. तो मेरी नानी मुझे करीबन 4-5 रुपए देती थी. तो मैं टमाटर, ककड़ी और सारे vegetables ये सब लेके I used to go as a picnic. Every day I have done this. जब मैं इधर रहता था. And I used to go and practice martial art for 5-6 years because I just wanted to be Bruce Lee. And I'm glad, and I'm telling the youngsters also, that have a vision. Whatever you want to become in life, but have a vision. The most important thing in this world or in this thing is that you should have a vision. Whatever you want to become, just go for it. And today you see, it has helped me also. Like I practice martial art and it has helped me being an actor. मुझे तो पता भी नहीं था कि मैं एक्टर बन जाऊंगा. ये तो एक इत्तेफाकी बात है. मुझे मौका मिल गया कि एक्टर बना और मेरे एक्टिंग के अंदर, टैलेंट के अंदर, एक्टिंग के अंदर मुझे मार्शल आर्ट ही सबसे ज़्यादा काम में आया. So I always said I'm a stuntman first and an actor next.
Well, have a vision, says Akshay Kumar. And talking of vision, Ram, RRR is an unstoppable force. You recently went to Japan to promote the film. It's got released in Japan.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's been just a couple of weeks and it's already crossed Bahubali's earnings and it's doing massively well. At what point of RRR did you realize that it's going to be a big success? Or
not while making.
Not while
we
making
were too busy. We were too busy with the working of with shooting of RRR. But of course, even on the day of release, we did have 20% of divided talk. But thanks to the pan-India audience today, it has completely overshadowed all those little talks. And it never have I imagined going across the boundaries from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana was also a big achievement, but we did it. And going across other countries, going into other countries like Japan, some very conservative markets like Japan, very orthodox markets, and there to be appreciated is very, very, heartwarming.
It is heartwarming indeed. But I have to particularly ask you about the opening sequence. I mean, all of those who may have seen RRR, the entire intro scene of yours, I mean, he's like, it is, you start by thinking it's larger than life and then it completely overwhelms you. Yeah. What went into doing that?
We shot that over 35 days. Usually certain films finish. Akshay sir will finish a movie in 40 days or so, I heard.
खत्म हो जाती है, मैं क्या करूँ?
But it took us a long time to shoot. We were shooting with 3,000 people or to 4,000 people a day in certain days. And I have a huge dust allergy since I was a kid. I had an operation for sinus as well. But look at my, my fate. I had to land up in a fight sequence for 35 days with dust. And they couldn't, once the director said cut, they wouldn't know where I was. I had one assistant wave a white flag saying Ram is here, so please come and take him. So it was engulfed, we were engulfed with dust, and it was such a beautiful shot. So majestic, the whole play.
Totally.
All thanks to the great master filmmaker, S.S. Rajamouli ji. Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. No, majestic is the word indeed for it. Akshay, 2022 started on a high note because Suryavanshi had released around the end of the last year. And then, that your film got people back into the theatres after the pandemic. But then came 3 or 4 films which didn't really do as well as you would have expected them to do, didn't really perform at the box office. So how does it impact, in fact, not just yours, basically for Hindi cinema, I must say, pura saal beet gaya, we are in the mid of November. किसी की भी पिक्चर नहीं चल रही. You can count practically on your fingers. Kashmir Files did well. Bhool Bhulaiya 2 did well. To a certain measure, Brahmastra, for all the costs that it may have incurred, did well. But I mean, we are in the last end of the year. कुछ भी नहीं चल रहा है. मतलब हो क्या रहा है?
हो क्या रहा है? देखिए, हो ये रहा है मेरे हिसाब से, we have to, things have changed. Audience wants something different. And this is what we should think, that we should sit down and try to give them, it is our fault. It is not the audience fault that they are not coming. It is us. We have to give them what they want. And that is what we have to rethink. We have to dismantle what you have made. You have to just put it down. You have to start all over again. Think again. What kind of cinema would they want to see? So this is what we have to learn more. So I think I want to start completely differently in a different way. And that is what I've started doing it. Ki just give them something different and try to talk to them, understand what they want. Because जो pandemic के अंदर हुआ है ना, their choices have changed rapidly. Earlier it used to have a speed of changing, but now after the pandemic things have changed. But nevertheless, we are all going to sit together, work hard on it, and we will try to give the audience what they exactly want.
That's very heartening to know. Dismantle and reinvent is your mantra.
Yes, we have to dismantle. That is the important thing, because we have to understand what they require. And अब और भी मैं आपको बताऊं कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं. ये सिर्फ एक्टरों को ही नहीं, बल्कि प्रोड्यूसरों को भी, बल्कि थिएटर्स को भी, सबको अपने अपने, मतलब मैं बताता हूँ, मुझे अपनी प्राइजेज करीबन 30 to 40% नीचे लानी है. लोगों को, थिएटर्स को समझना पड़ेगा. मतलब basically the whole thing. See, it's a recession time also. Things have to come. We have to understand the pain of what the audience has also. They also have a limited amount of money to spend on an entertainment. You cannot be spending so much for this, the kind of pricing you have. So everything has to change. Everybody has to dismantle all what they have. And we have to restart again. So that's what I think. I mean, this is what I think.
That's your opinion. Very valid points there, and particularly about the cost of a theatre outing. So
everybody, not only the cost of theatre, the cost of me, cost of making the film, cost everything. We have to work on it back again.
Yeah, but also from an affordability point of view, and actually we earlier had Mr. George Clooney and Mr. Anil Kapoor in a conversation, and George Clooney also pointed it out that across the world, the theatre going experience has taken a hit and has taken a sharp hit. Back here in India, we, one wonders if in today's times, is it possible for a family of 4 to spend $300 per person on a ticket, to spend 300 rupees on a cold drink, to spend 400 rupees on popcorn just for one person. So you can well imagine the kind of cost it takes for a family. Kaise koi afford karega? So as stakeholders, do we hear the actors telling the theatre owners that they need to relook at their pricing?
Sorry, just saying.
Are we likely to see?
See, I can only say about it. I can see everybody has their own thing. The theatre people must be having their own problems, why they can't do it or can they do it. Sure. I am talking about what I think. I am talking about me. I think everybody has to drop things 30 to 40% down. Everybody. And especially if you want your films to go where they should start going again. If you want the public, if you want the people to get the habit back again to come back in theatres. This is what I think.
Right. And so talking of that, एक और factor ये भी है कि लोग ये, by the way, the theatre goers in the south have not really, I mean, the number is marginally higher. So before we go on to OTT and its impact on theatre going, आपके यहाँ popcorn महंगे नहीं हैं?
बहुत महंगा है मैम. पॉपकॉर्न और समोसा हर जगह महंगा है.
So what explains the difference in theatre goers?
For example, like Sir said, you have to rethink, restructure your whole game moving forward, be it in the script level, making level, like he said, the exhibitors. Everybody have to pitch in and do their own game in this big game, have to play their part in this big game. Eventually, towards the end, if you see how films are still running, like he said, a good subject, a good script, nobody can stop. People will come to the theatres. His film has got people back to the theatres from Suryavansh. There's a film, Bhool Bhulaiya, his remake, which people came back to the theatres. In the south, we have a couple of films like Pushpa, KGF and RRR. They've got back. And again, I had another small release after RRR. I did a guest appearance. Again, nobody came to see that, though it was right after RRR. So what we have to understand is a good content will always drive people back to theatres and maybe spend also on the samosa and popcorn if they like.
But everybody has to cut their prices.
Cut their prices for sure.
Fair
yes.
point, fair point. So that's, you see a consensus there that from superstars that people need to relook at pricing. But another factor is that people think ki, unless there is a larger than life experience that they're getting out of a theatre film, 3-4 हफ्ते में OTT में आ जाएगी तो देख लेंगे. So which also is making people think कि अगर VFX, so we had never earlier in so many decades see a common person talk so much about VFX, and अगर VFX ऐसे है तो theatre जाने का फायदा है. So what really creatively happens to those love stories, those emotional family dramas? I mean, would it not effectively have a place on the big screen?
It's very tricky at the moment.
Absolutely
it's
right.
Very tricky. I mean, say, yes, you're right, Sonal ma'am, that people require to see larger than life, an epic film like so-called RRR, a KGF, a Suryavanshi. But I don't know. If I may ask, I don't know. If I may ask the people sitting here, would you think, I may say, a film like Toilet Ek Prem Katha, would it do well now? I'm asking you all. No. Am I saying no or am I hearing yes? No. Why? Because it doesn't have that epic? Does it not have that whole bigness in it? Or because it's just a small little story, but rather people would want to watch it in OTT platform or wait for it to come? I think that is what it is. I think people want to watch that big cinema.
Sure.
And we have to try, and as I said, dismantle the whole thing, start making. See, you have to cater to OTT also. You have to cater to the audience also, the cinema-going audience. So everything has to be changing in it.
So ये formula बनेगा when everyone started thinking about it.
But I just hope one day people come for all the cinema. That's all. I can only pray for it.
Surely. Actually, one critical feedback that comes your way is that you do too many films in a year. लोग कहते हैं कि अभी we just 40 दिन में खत्म हो रही है. I don't even know the real truth behind actual film 40 दिन में खत्म होती है, और now it's become a sort of a fad to say. But 4-5 फिल्में मतलब इतना काम क्यों कर रहे हो? People are saying.
So मुझे बताइए, यहाँ कौन है जो बोलता है कि आदमी, कोई अपने बच्चे को बोलता है इतना काम क्यों करते हो? आदमी बोलता है कि इतनी गैम्बलिंग क्यों करता है, इतना पीता क्यों है, लेकिन कौन बोलता है कि इतना काम क्यों करता है? मतलब मुझे बताइए, आदमी, आज मैंने किया क्या है? मैं 4 फिल्म साल की करता हूँ, हाँ करता हूँ. मैं एड्स करता हूँ, हाँ करता हूँ. मुझे आज भी याद है जब मैं ब्रूसली बनना चाहता था, मैं 5 से लेके 6 घंटे प्रैक्टिस करता था. मेरे पड़ोसी वो आके बोलते थे, भाटिया साहब, मेरे डैडी को बोलते, भाटिया साहब आपका बेटा पागल तो नहीं है, इतना प्रैक्टिस क्यों करता है, इतना मार्शल आर्ट क्यों करता है कि सुबह से लेकर शाम तक लगा रहता है, किक्स मारता रहता है. आज उसी की वजह से हूं यहाँ. और आज मैं काम करता हूं, कोई चोरी तो नहीं करता. मेरी समझ में नहीं आता. लोग मुझे, कोई मीडिया वाले मुझे पूछते हैं कि यार आप इतने सुबह क्यों उठ जाते हो? अरे सुबह उठ रहा हूं तो उठता ही हूं ना. मतलब सुबह बनी है उठने के लिए. अरे रात को इतनी जल्दी सो जाता. अरे बेवकूफ, रात को सोता है आदमी. मेरी समझ में नहीं आता मैं गलत क्या कर रहा हूं. आप इतना काम क्यों करते? अरे कौन नहीं करेगा, काम करूंगा मैं, 4 फिल्में करूंगा. हाँ, अगर पिक्चर के अंदर 50 दिन चाहिए, 50 दिन दूंगा. 70 दिन चाहिए, 70 दिन दूंगा. मैं अपने दिन की बात कर रहा था, 40 मेरी 50 दिन में खत्म हो जाती। वैसे तो पिक्चर को करीबन 70, 80, 90 दिन लगते हैं, लेकिन मेरी समझ के बाहर है। आज मेरा मतलब, कभी मैं ऐसा बोला नहीं हूं, लेकिन आज मेरा मन करता है मैं बोलूं कि क्या बात है भाई, क्या मतलब शेरवानी में क्या परेशानी है कि मैं इतना काम करता हूं, वो आपको तकलीफ होती है। सॉरी।
So what I did was that I knew that we'd have very limited time here, so I asked all your fans, because we are also getting streamed live, I asked a lot of your fans to tell us a few questions which I should be asking you, and I thought I'll pick up the... So, एक तो fan armies है आप लोगों की. There's so many people, uncountable people responded. You're very, very nice fans you have. So the one big question that came for you, Ram, was about RC15, and that's how I realized that, you know, this means your 15th film, Shankar's film, and people are saying, your fans are saying, sir, itne din ho gaye, mahine se shoot ho raha hai, when are we getting, when is the look reveal happening? When are they going to see the look?
Yeah, I want to ask Shankar sir the same. I have no clue. He is a maverick director. Akshay sir also worked with him in Robo, and it was my dream to work with him. Since '92, I was a big fan of Shankar sir from his earlier days of filmmaking. And I'm just fortunate I'm on his sets, and the rest I'll leave it to those maverick directors to decide what is right, when it is
sure. But you're
the
soon
right
to
moment.
go abroad to shoot another schedule of the film.
I'm also waiting along with all of them to see my first look, the first title announcement, the date, everything.
Okay.
Yeah, we are heading to New Zealand day after tomorrow.
You're going to New
Yes.
Zealand for this. So Ram, on behalf of all of your fans, please request Shankar
I will.
that the look is getting awaited very, very strongly.
Absolutely. Thank you. I will.
Sure. And Akshay, of course, this has been trending since yesterday, and I have to ask you on behalf of millions of your fans, there is speculation that you may not be doing Hera Fairy 3. What is the reality? Please tell us directly now in your words.
Okay. See, Hera Fairy has been a part of me. Like a lot of people have memories, even I have good memories about it, and मुझे भी दुख होता है कि इतने सालों से वो फिल्म बनी नहीं, मतलब उसके आगे का part 3. And जैसे मैंने कहा आपको कि we have to dismantle things. We have to start thinking in a different way. See, the film was offered to me. I was told about it. But the screenplay, script, and everything, I was not satisfied. I was not happy with it. I have to just not say it. I have to do what people want to see. And that is why I backed out. I took a step behind. For me, it's a part of my life, my journey. It's in a huge way. हेरा फेरी मुझे भी बहुत दुख हो रहा है. मैं खुद भी बहुत दुखी हूँ इस बात से कि मैं कर नहीं पा रहा हूँ, because I'm not happy with how the things have shaped up. The creative thing and what it is, I'm not happy with it. So that's why I just backed out.
Sure. Ram, can't not talk about the fact that the success of RRR and also the success of KGF and Pushpa brought into focus the whole how South Indian films are working, and my fraternity is as guilty, if not even more than the common person, of sort of bracketing all of South cinema, while there is an excellent cinema happening in Telugu, in Tamil, and very different ones in Kannada, in Malayalam. But we have for years and years, bracketed all of that and called you all South stars. Now, with the success of all these films, and this coinciding with the fact that Hindi cinema doesn't seem to be working at the moment, is there ever a feeling of vindication? Is there ever, when you sit with a fellow star from the Telugu cinema, etc., कभी ऐसे होता है कि अब दिखा दिया ना, अभी इन लोगों को पता चल रहा है हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं? Is there ever that kind of a feeling?
Never have I ever thought like that. And knowing all my colleagues in South, we don't think like that. We actually, the exposure the Bollywood films have is tremendous, and how it made an impact, especially watching his films. We all had a huge, big smile on my face, on our faces, from Kiladi series to Hera Fairy series, the Houseful series, the good films which he made, the thought-provoking films he made, like Padman, Kesari was one of my favorite. So, such wonderful films were made. We never thought it was coming from another region. We always got inspired, and it always inspired youngsters like us to make better films from wherever we are coming. And yes, we wanted our films to, I mean, not beating around the bush, but here, yes, I wanted our films to also reach beyond our states. And it was only time that our films were accepted way more than it was accepted in the past. Of course, Mr. Rajnikant and Kamal Haasan ji also has traveled across, and they've done very well. And my dad have done a couple of films like Aaj Ka Gundaraj, Gentleman, and some of the films. But today, we have become a unit, like one unit, the Indian cinema unit, which we are calling today. And I'm so proud to be in this era where we all are, in the future, we all are coexisting, and we're not like somebody from different regions. I want to work with somebody from Gujarat industry, Bengal industry, from beautiful director from Bengal. I love Bengali films. I wish somebody from there comes and casts me in their film. So I really wish this is going to become a very seamless cinema, seamless industry, which borders are blurred.
Whatever may have led to this, but as you said, this completeness of Indian cinema now, and maybe the redundancy of terms like Bollywood, Collywood, Tollywood, which is soon happening. But Akshay, you've been one person who's actually, and Ram was saying this backstage, I heard him say that to you as well, that you've always, I don't think you've differentiated ever between Hindi films, and you've produced a Marathi film in the past. You are now working in a Marathi film.
No, I've produced Marathi films, I've produced Punjabi films,
Yeah.
I've worked in Kannada film, I've worked in Gujarati film. So, see, ये जो है ना एक I had gone to his room, I met him, and I was telling him, I said, this whole thing of Telugu cinema, Tamil cinema, Hindi cinema, Gujarati cinema, why can't we just call it Indian cinema? And that's it. It's Indian cinema. I would prefer it like that.
Absolutely.
Sure. Well, lovely. And but Akshay, you've spoken about a certain reluctance on the part of Hindi film actors to do multi-hero, multi-star cast films.
Yeah, I have been, as I told you about it, that I'm talking about having epic films. So that can only happen if lot of, let me say, 2-3 actors or multi-actors come together, or people like, Ram Charan and me and somebody else also. We all do a film together. That is how cinema is going to be seen now. See, today, look at Hollywood. What are the cinemas they are bringing to the cinemas, not on OTT? They are bringing all kind of Marvel movies. That is the cinema they are bringing, where everybody come together and people want to see that. They want to see, they want to experience, they want to enjoy. They want to sit down on that कि मैंने 350 रुपए दिए टिकट के, भाई मुझे बताओ, मुझे कहानी तो चाहिए मुझे, लेकिन कुछ और भी बहुत सारी चीजें बताओ. So they have become, they don't want to give their money, that 350 rupees just like that. They want the value of it, and they are right on their own way.
Yeah. So if it would take a collaboration from various actors or various at various levels, because typically it's the ego that comes into play. Mera role bada hoga, uska role bada hoga. And if you'd see a film like RRR, you would see that, you know, I mean, it's beautiful how these two actors have got, these two superstars of cinema have sort of come together. Would we, so you're saying that we could expect something like that to come out of Hindi films? We should?
Yeah, we should. We should. That is what the whole
Would
thing
you take
is.
the
I've been talking about this since last 5 to 6 years about it, that we should all get together and do big cinemas.
Wonderful, wonderful. I need to ask you both actually on what you think is the toughest thing. You know, many years back when one would ask a film actor, a star, what is the toughest thing of being a star? there'd be cute answers that we would get. People would say, मैं public में जाके गोलगप्पे नहीं खा सकता हूँ because I'd get mobbed. That's really, it's such a tough life. मैं बाहर जाता हूँ इसलिए अपनी family के साथ. And now, the toughest part to my mind, and I could be wrong, is the fact that you guys are vulnerable and exposed to an entire range of negativity sometimes on social media. Everyone's an expert. So you get opinions on first looks, you get opinions on teasers, everyone is an expert on how you should be conducting yourself. How do you, if such negativity comes your way, which is inevitable and it's not just particular to you, what is your mechanism of coping with it? Akshay, will start with you.
Well, it's any kind of negativity comes. एक तूफान होता है. हमें तो यही सिखाया गया कभी कोई तूफान आए तो सर झुका के नीचे बैठे रहो या ऊंट के पीछे छुप जाओ. तो यही है. You just have to take it.
Let it pass.
What people are saying it, understand. If you think few things are right, absorb it, correct it, and then go ahead.
Sure. Ram?
He's absolutely right. It's coming from the man himself. I think it's part of the work we are doing. It's the challenges which we have to face. It's inevitable. And I think more than not able to have a Golgappa, I think, like he said, learning from these dark sides we have, the gray times we face, like all of us, we face in each industry. And we have to rise from like a phoenix from the ashes.
Superb. Akshay, 2019, this stage, us talking, you said that I'm fed up of this criticism about being called Canadian Kumar, and I'm going to give up on my Canadian citizenship and get an Indian passport. 2022, we are sitting here on this stage. What happened?
Okay. I knew this question, you were going to ask me this question very much. And having a Canadian passport doesn't say that I am not less of an Indian. I'm very much Indian. I've been here since since I got the passport, must be about 9 years back. And I don't want to get into the reason why, what happened. My films were not doing well and blah, 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 blah. Chalo, wo theek hai. Yes, I had said 2019. I applied for it. Sonal ji, I applied for it. And then uske baad pandemic aa gaya. And uske baad 2-2.5 saal सब कुछ बंद हो गया. And re-announce का भी मेरा letter आ गया है. And very soon my whole passport will be coming.
Very good. इरादा कायम है. हाँ? इरादा कायम है. It's just a matter of time.
नहीं, मैं क्या करूँ? अब मैंने थोड़ी pandemic लाया.
Okay. We'd have, as you know, there is हमारा entertainment session है तो वो ऐसे बंद नहीं होता. So हमने कुछ थोड़ा बहुत एक entertaining end सोचा है. But उससे पहले, if there's one thing that you would like to say to your fans, and there's one thing that you would like to say to your fans, what would that be?
I'm not a big in giving messages, but we are always overwhelmed sometimes when we see these fans, just because we are doing our duty. We're getting paid to be an actor, to entertain them. But the amount of, the kind of love they shower upon us, I feel, I don't know what else to do for them. It is really overwhelming. I feel, I don't deserve this sometimes, but that's the madness. That's the kind of a responsibility. Like he said, superstardom is not just something which we should be appreciating ourselves about. It's a great responsibility. And Indian audience, Indian cinema-going audience, and who love and entertain, who are being entertained by us, they also give us a certain kind of a sense of responsibility, which we have to carry on our shoulders. And I hope we do our duties on screen and off screen.
Wonderful. Akshay?
I just want to tell my fans one thing, कि मैं उनका बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ. कल ही की बात है, मैं देख रहा था at Hera Fairy, no Raju, no Hera Fairy. As much as hurt they are, I myself am hurt. It's a very sad thing, but at the same time, उन्होंने इस बात को ट्रेंड कराया, थैंक यू वेरी मच। मतलब मैं बता नहीं सकता, मेरे फैंस जो हैं वो उनकी पागलपन की इंतहा तो मतलब बहुत ऊपर तक है, बहुत प्यार करते हैं मुझे वो लोग। बट आई अपोलोजाइज टू देम दैट I won't be doing Hera Fairy, that's it. Sorry.
I never thought a comedy film like Hera Fairy could turn us all into such emotional beings suddenly. This is strange. This is well. I hope things work out. Could I? It says time's up, but I'm going to take those 2-3 minutes. We need hand mics for.
इधर दे रखा है.
Oh, इधर दे रखा है. Oh, great.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
So ये पहले दिख जाता तो थोड़ा easy हो जाती life. हम ऐसे झुक रहे थे. So typically what we do to end an entertainment session is play a song and people would dance, etc. But this time we thought we have this lovely combination of people coming from 2 different language cinemas, so we'll try and give them a challenge. So we told them separately to choose one song of the other person. And sort of try and learn the lyrics so that they could lip sync to it. The song of Ram Charan's that Akshay has chosen, Ram does not know. It's a surprise for the other person. The song of Akshay's that Ram has chosen, Akshay doesn't know.
Yeah, when you were talking to us, you gave us homework to do.
Well, we indeed gave you guys homework to do, and now it's just that I have sadly no hamper to give you, and that's why I would not like to call this a challenge, but we are really, really keen to see you sort of, take this up. And
Ram goes first?
So Ram goes first, okay. The senior one gets to.
Absolutely.
Okay, so can we have, so this is a surprise for Akshay.
मस्त तू चीज बड़ी है मस्त, तू चीज बड़ी है मस्त मस्त, तू चीज बड़ी है मस्त। नहीं तुझको कोई होश होश, नहीं तुझको कोई होश होश, उस पर जो बन का जोश जोश। नहीं तेरा कोई दोष दोष, मदहोश है तू हर वक्त वक्त। तू चीज बड़ी है मस्त मस्त, तू चीज बड़ी है मस्त।
Well, that was awesome. थोड़ा सा benefit of easy आपके लिए शायद हो सकता है because you understand Hindi and you worked in Hindi cinema. अब हमें देखना है अक्षय तेलुगु के साथ क्या करने वाले हैं.
రంగమా మంగమా ఓయ్ రంగమా మంగమా, రంగమా మంగమా ఏం పిల్లడు పక్కనే ఉంటాడమ్మా పట్టించుకోడు. రంగమా మంగమా ఏం పిల్లడు పక్కనే ఉంటాడమ్మా పట్టించుకోడు. గోరు వంక వచ్చి నా గోరు గిల్లుతుంటే, గోరు వంక వచ్చి నా గోరు గిల్లుతుంటే, పుల్ల చేమ కుట్టిన పెదవి సలుపుతుంటే, ఉఫమా ఉఫమా అంటూ ఊదడు, ఉత్తమాటకైనా నన్ను ఊరుకోబెట్టడు. ఉఫమా ఉఫమా అంటూ ఊదడు, ఉత్తమాటకైనా నన్ను ఊరుకోబెట్టడు. ఆడి పిచ్చి పిచ్చి ఊసుల్లోన మునిగి తేలుతుంటే, మర్చిపోయి మిరపకాయ కొరికినానంటే, మంటమ్మా మంటమ్మా అంటే చూడడు, మంచి నీళ్ళైనా సెతికియడు. మంట
that you all met up and sort of rehearsed this, because आप लोग के steps वगैरह भी इतना sudden improvisation हो रहा है. Akshay, was Akshay singing Telugu lyrics? Could you?
Yeah, I was. He's ready.
Guys, I really wish I had a hamper.
We are ready to do a Telugu film together.
I just hope that this kind of a north-south
the
blurring
north-south.
of boundaries.
We are tired of this north-south, north-south. We are all together. We are just one Hindi cinema. We are friends. That's all. I mean, now to a surprise to you, I have a song. Me and Ram have a song for you. That's it. Before we go, this is the north-south. इसको हमेशा हमेशा के लिए बंद करते, खत्म हो गए, थक गए हम लोग.
This is a toasty song for you, Sonal ji.
Akshay and Ram have put a finality to the no longer talking about north-south. Please, another round of applause to the kind of seriousness with which you all have done homework. Well, thank you so much, Ram. Thank you, Akshay. Honored and privileged to have had you here at Leadership Summit. And God bless you both, and may you keep doing well in your careers.
Thank you very much to Akshay and to Ram. Sonal, if I could request you to please present both of them with a small token of our appreciation. Thank you very much and all the best for this unity in cinema. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We're moving into the next session where the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, is going to be up on stage any moment now. So please remain in your places. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, who will be in conversation with the National Political Editor, Hindustan Times, Sunetra Chaudhary.
Ladies and gentlemen, I always look forward to speaking with Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma because the Chief Minister has always had a very unique perspective. He's always been a person, and now especially with the fact that he's a senior leader of the BJP, he has the unique position of having an insight on the country's two big national parties, the Congress and the BJP. So whenever he speaks, he always gives us insight into how the two parties work, how they function. And what's also interesting about Himanta Biswa Sarma is that he has emerged as a major troubleshooter as well. Whenever things are looking a little uncertain, we always somehow see the Chief Minister there, and then things seem to work out for the party that is in serve. Thanks so much for being here. So I want to start off by asking you, where will you be on December 8th?
December 8th, during the result of the election result?
Yeah.
I am sure there will be a lot of crackers in BJP headquarters.
Will you be in Shimla or will you be in Gujarat?
I think what I can visualize, I can see a lot of crackers in Delhi headquarters, jubilation across the country, because Gujarat victory is always special for BJP.
You know, you say that Gujarat victory is special for the BJP, but as political observers, all of us have been kind of curious and trying to understand what's happening because, sir, what we've seen is that, can you explain to us this kind of outright, like real drastic changes that we are seeing in the ticket distribution list? For example, you know, the chief minister who was there for so long, him not being given a ticket anymore, some of the senior leaders like Nitin Patel and all. Can you explain to all of us who are trying to understand how the BJP works, especially the new BJP?
I think unlike any other political party, there is a zeal and enthusiasm among the BJP Karyakarta to contest election, and equally there is a zeal and enthusiasm to withdraw from the election and give scope to the next generation. Because for us, this is a responsibility which you are discharging. And when you feel that, yes, the next generation is ready to discharge that, you must give the position to the next generation. I don't think that this is a very big news inside BJP.
Really?
I don't think, because I am in the party, I have not got a single WhatsApp message or some telephone call, look, so many people are going out, not contesting. I think people take it easy, because this is the life. If you have born, you have to die.
So you're saying that there is everyone realizes when they have a shelf life, and they're like, okay, and you know what's interesting you're saying is that people are enthusiastic also about stepping down.
Not self-life. Now the moment I feel that next generation is ready, I must groom them, I must give the responsibility to them. That's the way BJP works, and this is the culture of the BJP. I mean, nobody is surprised with that.
We are all surprised though.
I think for journalists, it's a big news.
Yeah.
But I don't think you have met a single BJP Karyakarta who is discussing about this. Because this is the way how BJP works.
Okay. Then the thing is that it was widely seen and acknowledged as a way of overcoming the fact that BJP has been in power there for so long. Wouldn't you accept, Himanta Biswa Sarma, that part of it is the fact that this is how you counter anti-incumbency? And it's a very, very clear, methodical, clinical process of saying that, look, these people, they've been there. People are tired of seeing them.
Sunetra, you have covered Congress for last many years. So you are looking or you are analyzing this thing from a Congress perspective. That anti-incumbency, incumbency, these are the different world. We see from a different outlook that today my next generation is ready. The work for nation building has to be carried on. So when I am healthy and when I am in a position to guide them, give the responsibility to the next generation. This is how you create a party. This is how you nurture a party. And this is how you stand different from the party who nurture a particular family or who nurture a very minuscule part of the entire party.
You know, there's only one argument which doesn't fit in with that, sir, which is that we also, you talk about generational change, but we only, you know, one of the significant new people making an entry into your highest body, which is the BJP Parliamentary Board, was someone who one would have gone by that and thought as retired, which is B.S. Yediyurappa. So it's not like you are having generational shift.
I think he is a big leader of Karnataka. And if his wisdom and his experience, you cannot discount. We are saying in electoral politics, we are giving mantle to the next generation. But the parties, the main body of the party, the parliamentary board, has to be a mixer of every section of every age groups. So I think the entry of Yediyurappa-ji in the parliamentary party is the most natural thing. I mean, I don't think that this has any news value, because this is how you have to look BJP from that angle.
So in Karnataka, the next generation is not ready?
Karnataka, it is ready. That is why you have a new chief minister. But party needs everybody. Party post is such, or party responsibility is such that you will not be relieved till you die. You have to contribute to the BJP till you have the last glass of water. You have to keep on dreaming about Ram Rajya, and you have to keep on working for that until your last breath.
Is there, you know, this, it's always talked about, but is it there? Is there like a retirement age in the party?
In party, there should not be a retirement age, but in government post, yes. The moment you feel tired, the moment 75 is a age which is notionally accepted. Look, 75 is the age, but yes, that can be 76, that can be 78.
So it's
but when you look at the average age, I think 75 is a good number. But having said that, like in Northeast, now Mr. Jamir is fit and fight at the 92. So statewide, you cannot put, okay, you have said 75, so how 75 and 1 days? I think, yes, by and large, 75 is a number where you should think of serving party in a different role.
You know, you just talked about now here in this party, you have to really work for Ram Rajya and you can't take it easy. Is that the biggest difference? Can you explain to people over here, and we are all looking for insight about the BJP, what is the learning that you had to quickly do when you came to the BJP? Because you've been very successful here as well. So what is the difference, biggest difference when you work over here?
I mean, what you can feel that I was in a different party for long.
Yeah.
In that party, every time you have to think about a family, how the family, whether the family members is smiling towards you, or their body language is good towards you, whether you are getting them appointment or not. These are the criteria how you go up to the ladder. But in BJP, I mean, it will be very tough to distinguish that, look, he is a leader, you are a karyakarta. Because everybody is the same in BJP. So in BJP, largely everybody thinks about Bharat, that how you can strengthen the country, what will be your role, and then it comes Bharatiya Sanskriti. These are the two main cornerstones.
But so everybody hero worships their boss. Like, for example, in the BJP also, I mean, I speak to a lot of people and, you know, I hear them talking about, you know, they really admire Prime Minister Modi.
Yes, you have to.
So isn't that why is that different from, like you're saying, in the previous party, they kept looking at a family. But here, everybody, like, you know, for them, Modi ji is a big, I was talking to someone and they were saying, even in our
to cut your question short.
Yeah.
Not a BJP Karyakarta, entire world today appreciate, respect Prime Minister Modi.
Yeah.
So that's about his contribution to the society. When I look towards Prime Minister as an inspiration, that is between Narendra Modi and the people. But in Congress, you are not looking them as an inspiration towards them. That is your compulsion. You have to worship. If you have to worship the grandfather, you have to worship the father, you have to worship the grandchildren, and probably who is not seen the world, you have to ready with that okay, if he comes during my lifetime, I have to worship him also. So that's the difference.
Can we talk a little bit about 2024 now and what you see for the party? Because many people feel, because, you know, you're the political expert over here, and, you know, BJP is on a phenomenal rise since 2014. but we always see rise and fall as well. Has it reached a saturation point, the party? And if yes or no, in what ways you see the advantages? In what ways do you see things as being a challenge? Because, I mean, can you really go beyond that? Where is the scope for growing?
I think every election gives you a unique opportunity to expand as well as retain your old base. I am sure that 2024 will give BJP a further chance to expand towards east as well as towards south. And I don't think till you win Tamil Nadu and till you win Kerala, the saturation will come. The saturation will come on the day you will win Tamil Nadu and you will win Kerala. So expansion is on. In 2024, you will see that we'll be in at least 2 or 3 more states where BJP was not there. We'll be forced to be reckoned in 2 or 3 more states. And I think this expansion will continue for another 2 elections. After that, there will be stability.
2 more elections. So we are talking about
I think by 2029, you will see that BJP is everywhere in the country. Today also we are everywhere, but in the 2029 election, you will see that BJP is, in a position, unassailable position everywhere in the country. 2024, you will see BJP is expanding to 3 more states.
Which are those states, sir?
Immediately you can talk about Telangana, that is ready. That state is immediately, I am sure that BJP is going to be expanded.
Didn't the BJP lose in the by-poll right now?
BJP doesn't lose. I think BJP in that last assembly election got 10,000 votes in that constituency. Today BJP lost by 10,000 votes. So these show that how BJP is in growth trajectory in Telangana.
So one is Telangana.
Telangana, I can tell you for sure, that is one state, and you can always, that our expansion is happening in much faster way towards east. And yes, in east you have so many seats where BJP is not yet reached that climax.
No, so Telangana, which other 2 states do you see them doing well?
That is why you have Orissa, you have West Bengal. These are the states we are winning election, but we have not reached that climax.
So West Bengal, you have a significant number of seats there right now in Parliament, in Lok Sabha.
We have significant, but we have not reached the climax. So you have 42 seats in Bengal. Last election we won 20.
Yes.
So 20 more seats to be grabbed. You are in Orissa.
And you see, no, sir, so you see signs of that in Bengal because any one of us who's seen the 2021 elections where you said that you're going to, there were huge expectations. Even all of us in the media thought that Mamata Banerjee was going to fail very badly, but they did very well. You were limited to 75. What signs do you see, sir?
Sunetra, you have to distinguish between 2 elections. Now we are talking about 2024 parliamentary election.
Yes.
So if you look back at 2019, nobody expected BJP to go 20. So parliamentary election under the leadership of Modi, it is an opportunity for us to go 2-4 steps more. Now we won 20 and we become principal opposition party in Bengal, almost winning 100 seats.
75.
You can see a few seats we lost by 5,000, 6,000 votes. You are there in 100 seats. And next election, once you get some more parliamentary seats in 2024, the assembly election will be more brighter. That's how every parliamentary election gives BJP a solid footing in that state. Thereafter, our Karyakata takes over, they walk further, and they expand. So you are talking me about expansion, you are not talking me about winning. And if you look at our graph, Bengal and Orissa, Telangana, we are expanding. But yes, climax is yet to be reached. In 2024, I am sure that we will reach that climax.
So just a slight, I want to come back to 2024, but digression, and I want to just, go unpack a little bit more about West Bengal, because is that the reason? Because I've been trying to wonder that Mamata Banerjee, in the last 2-3 statements that she's made, she said kind of complimentary things about Prime Minister Modi. Very different from the kind of rhetoric we heard, during election time. Is there a change of... Everybody's trying to wonder what is happening right now. She said that he's not doing the raids himself. She's also said RSS is not bad. What is happening, sir?
Suneta, two things. Prime Minister Modi is a Prime Minister for every Chief Minister. I think in our democracy, whoever is a Prime Minister and whoever is a Chief Minister, there must be conversation, there must be very, very good relationship to actually serve the people. Mamata Banerjee in recent months has spoken highly about Prime Minister, and I think this is good.
She wasn't doing so before.
But this is good for democracy.
But she wasn't doing so before.
But this is
why the change?
I'll say that this is good for democracy, but I will not read anything political in it, because politically Mamata is not going to join BJP.
No,
neither we are going to invite Mamata Banerjee to join BJP. So let us a Chief Minister appreciating a Prime Minister, and a Prime Minister appreciate Chief Minister for some good thing. I think that we have to look from the apolitical perspective. RSS, obviously, any good thinking people will praise RSS because they are working in the field of health, education, social reformation. I think, how can one say that Ramakrishna Mission is bad? They have to say that they are doing good. So I think unless somebody start knowing about RSS, the more and more they learn about RSS, they will praise them because they are people without any ambition in life.
I have to ask you, because you've already, been quite searing of your attack of your former party. But with having these elections, the presidential elections right now, haven't they taken off a lot of the heat that they get? And now, isn't there pressure? Because there's a lot of talk about Mr. J.P. Nadda getting another term. Isn't there pressure on you? Because we haven't seen voting like this in any political party.
Why you want to see voting?
It's a democratic thing to do.
Democracy is what? You will put somebody to stand for you, and you will declare that election result before counting that, look, he has won.
They didn't declare that results.
I mean, at least that's the media report. And if somebody feels that Kharge symbolized democracy of the Congress party, then I don't know what is that. I mean, you must have interviewed Kharge many times. You must have interviewed other Congress people in many times. If Shashi Tharoor would have won, I would have said, yes, democracy have arrived in Congress.
He got a lot of votes, sir.
I mean, that is why I said in the Congress, there is lot of good thinking, good people are there in Congress, and I am sure they will come to BJP soon. So these 1,000 people who voted for Shashi Tharoor, I think they will be the people who are joining in BJP after 6 months or 1 year.
No, so you don't think there's pressure on your party to have elections?
I mean, our party has to have election. So Mr. Nadda, if at all, I don't know who will be my next president because he is there, but any BJP president, to be BJP president, has to go through a democratic process, and I am sure that he will not be remote control, and he will not be a face who can be ignored. That he will be always a man of substance. He will be selected through democratic, thorough consultation, and he will not be son and daughter of any big political leader. That much I can guarantee for today, tomorrow, and for many years.
But this whole thing, which your party has talked about since 2014, Congress Mukt Bharat, and to a certain extent, you've been very successful, right? Because, right, they have not done well at all since 2014. But has it in some way backfired? Because now the chief minister is going to follow our interview, the session after is Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party. Hasn't it backfired from the BJP because you have this new animal, which is the Aam Aadmi Party, which you're kind of don't know what happened with in Punjab and even in Assam they're starting to do well.
Is it?
Well,
ये खबर तो मेरा पास नहीं है. I mean, somebody is in Delhi leading a municipality, kind of a municipality, and okay, that's fine.
They want Punjab.
ठीक है. But it cannot be that BJP will be a single political party and there will be no competitor. Then we will become dictator. So we want a political party who can be a constructive, who will support government where it is required in the national interest, criticize when it is not in national interest. So for a minute, no BJP leader has even said that, look, the nation should be moved from DMK, nation should be moved from TDP. We said that nation should be moved from Congress because Congress symbolizes the worst traits of a democracy. If it is all about, we said that Congress culture should go out. But if some political party become an opposition to BJP without having the Congress culture or Congress ethos, present Congress ethos, what is wrong in that? You need to have a political party, otherwise क्या मैं nomination देऊँगा जाऊँगा, there will be nobody, no will contest. What is that?
So just as a political animal, do you admire the strategy of a startup like Aam Aadmi Party, which came
10 साल, I really appreciate after you become chief minister of a nation's capital 10 years and still he is startup and not moving to MSME, I think itself is a compliment. How can he be startup here?
The interesting thing, of course, when you talk about regional...
Only startup you can say that these people has not even gone beyond declaring free electricity. On that, they are still prisoners of the thought process which they have put 10 years back. Free electricity, free, kuch sare sab free. So they are still prisoners of that idea. In that way, you can say they are startup. Their product has not yet been evaluated by any good corporate to give, to take their brand.
I think people are the best judges. And don't you think that they've kind of taken over the space of the Congress in Gujarat?
I don't know. Look, I concern about my space. Today, Hindustan Times is concerned about Hindustan Times. Now, who takes over Indian Express here? Why you should be bothered about that?
But
I don't think so. Anybody will bother.
But you're not just Assam Chief Minister.
That is why if Congress vote share is going towards Aam Aadmi's vote share is going to Khas Aadmi, I'll enjoy that drama. What is my problem in that? Unless BJP's vote share is moving.
Only problem is who's a tougher enemy?
I don't know. I don't know what.
Sarma, who's a tougher enemy? Congress or the party? Who's
tougher enemy? I'll not say one
word.
Sir, I'll say the tough competition comes from people itself. Because if BJP is winning 10 seats today, within us, we have a feelings that next time we should win 11. So we have to compete with ourselves.
Oh, that's not an answer, sir.
That is the answer. Na? So in Gujarat, you will see the BJP is not discussing about Aam Aadmi and Khas Aadmi. BJP is discussing how we can go up to 130. So BJP's discussion is concentrating how we can improve. But how we'll improve? You have to serve people more. You have to work for people more. So our competition will come from ourselves. Our past is our competitor so that we can build a solid future.
I wish you would have said Congress or the Aam Aadmi Party, but I'm told it's time's up. I can't let you go without asking you. Sir, the big thing in the last election was, and as soon as BJP came in, was CAA. We saw protests all over. It was passed. It was a very, it was an issue which moved everyone.
Yes.
But And it was a big thing in the elections as well. In all the rallies, Amit Shah ji spoke about it, you spoke about it, it became a huge NRC and all that. But sir, we haven't seen even the rules of CAA being framed now.
I think now the CA is being discussed in the forum of Supreme Court. BJP is committed to CA. It is a Hindu's legitimate right to become citizen in their motherland, because they have suffered a lot, and we fully stand
then why
by
not
the
make
CA.
the rules, sir?
I think you see that there is a people who protested against CA. Thereafter, COVID comes. So it is in a process, but BJP remain committed. Parliament has passed the legislation. It is a matter of time when you will see
So it's
CA
not
rules.
just talked about when elections are coming?
No, it has nothing to do with election, because those people who will vote because of CA, I think they will not together count even 2 or 3 parliamentary seats in the country's landscape. After all, this is a country of 100 crores plus. CA is a part of commitment, CA is a part of our ideology, and we will implement it the way we have. Somebody questioned where is Ram Mandir, when it will come. You have seen Ram Mandir now. Somebody has questioned us when 370 will go. It has gone.
Yeah.
And the same way you will see UCC coming, the same way you will see CA coming.
Well, Himanta Biswa Sarma, thank you so much. Even though you didn't answer that one question of mine, tougher enemy, AAP or Congress, but thank you so much.
I think till that I have to calculate, and I'll calculate that after the Gujarat election.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Minister, sir. May I request Sunetra to please present you with a small token of our appreciation, sir. Thank you very much. Please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving to our concluding session now, which is with the Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi. Speaking to him on many topics, including the expanding influence of an uncommon crusader turned political heavyweight, is Kunal Pradhan, the managing editor at Hindustan Times. Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of Delhi, and Kunal.
Ladies and gentlemen, our final guest at the 20th Hindustan Times Leadership Summit is a person we have seen rise up the ranks before our eyes, going from strength to strength with each passing season. He's a former engineer, bureaucrat, social activist, anti-corruption crusader. He's now a 3-time Chief Minister of Delhi, head of the Aam Aadmi Party, which is starting to spread its wings nationally with its stunning victory in Punjab and its strong campaign push in the upcoming elections in Gujarat. Before Arvindji and I sit down for a Q&A, I welcome him to please address the summit.
हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स के सभी मैनेजमेंट को, सभी पत्रकारों को, सभी पाठकों को मेरी तरफ से नमस्कार, सबको मेरा प्रणाम। मुझे बताया गया कि मेरा सेशन 40 मिनट का है और इस 40 मिनट में 10 मिनट मुझे बोलना है और आधा घंटा वो मुझे ग्रिल करेंगे। मुझे पता है वो क्या पूछेंगे। बीजेपी ने आपके ऊपर ये आरोप लगाया, बीजेपी ने आपके ऊपर ये आरोप लगाया, आपको इस पे क्या कहना है, सब कुछ पॉलिटिक्स। मैंने सोचा ये 10 मिनट कुछ पॉजिटिव बात कर ली जाए, कुछ अच्छी बात कर ली जाए, कुछ देश की बात कर ली जाए, कुछ राष्ट्र निर्माण की बात कर ली जाए। मैं 10 मिनट अच्छी अच्छी बातें करूँगा, उसके बाद हम पॉलिटिक्स की बात करेंगे। मुझे ये लगता है हमारे देश में बहुत पोटेंशियल है, बहुत ज़्यादा। 75 साल में हम पीछे रह गए क्योंकि, और हमारी सबसे बड़ी ताकत, हमारी सबसे बड़ी एसेट हमारे लोग हैं। 130 करोड़ लोग हमारे सबसे बड़ा एसेट हैं। अगर कोई गरीब है तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि वो इंटेलिजेंट नहीं है। इंटेलिजेंस गरीबी या अमीरी की मोहताज नहीं है। अगर हमने अपने लोगों को अच्छी शिक्षा दे दी होती और बहुत फोकस शिक्षा पे किया होता तो मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारा देश कहीं का कहीं पहुँच सकता था। 75 साल के अंदर हमने जो शिक्षा का मॉडल पूरे देश में खड़ा किया, जितने सरकारी स्कूल हैं उनका बहुत बुरा हाल है। देश में 28 करोड़ बच्चे रोज स्कूलों में जाते हैं। इन 28 करोड़ में से लगभग 10 करोड़ बच्चे प्राइवेट स्कूलों में जाते हैं और 18 करोड़ बच्चे सरकारी स्कूलों में जाते हैं। और इन सरकारी स्कूलों का बहुत बुरा हाल है, बहुत बुरा हाल है। आपने देखा होगा नेट के ऊपर जिस तरह से हम देखते हैं स्कूल, पूरे देश के अंदर जो स्कूलों का हाल है। 18 करोड़ बच्चे अगर किसी देश के, उनको अच्छी शिक्षा नहीं मिल पा रही तो देश कैसे तरक्की कर सकता है। अगर कोई कहे कि मैं देश को यहाँ ले जाऊँगा और कोई कहे मैं देश को यहाँ ले जाऊँगा और वो ये ना कहे कि मैं शिक्षा ठीक करूँगा, तो वो झूठ बोल रहा है। बिना शिक्षा को ठीक किए आप देश को आगे बढ़ा ही नहीं सकते। वो करना, यू हैव टू फिक्स एजुकेशन इफ़ यू वांट द कंट्री टू बी नंबर 1 इन द वर्ल्ड। आपको देश को ठीक, शिक्षा को ठीक करना ही पड़ेगा। पहले हमें लगता था, हम तो नए नए आए हैं राजनीति में, 10 साल ही हुए हैं। उसके पहले पॉलिटिक्स हमारे लिए भी, जैसे मिडिल क्लास का बंदा कहता है यार पॉलिटिक्स मेरे बस मैं नहीं कर सकता, हम भी ऐसे ही सोचते थे। मैं एनजीओ में काम करता था, उसके पहले इनकम टैक्स में काम करता था। हमें लगता था यार कुछ बहुत मुश्किल होता होगा स्कूलों को ठीक करना, सरकारी स्कूल ठीक नहीं हो पा रहे, 70 साल हो गए लोगों को, इतनी सारी सरकारें आ गई, बहुत ही मुश्किल होता होगा। और एक देश के अंदर एक ये बना दिया गया, माहौल बना दिया गया कि सरकारी स्कूल ठीक नहीं हो सकते हैं, देयरफॉर द एजुकेशन शुड बी प्राइवेटाइज्ड। ये माहौल बना दिया गया कि सरकारी अस्पताल ठीक नहीं हो सकते हैं, देयरफॉर द गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल्स शुड बी प्राइवेटाइज्ड। मैं उल्टा बोलता हूं, एनी गवर्नमेंट विच कैनॉट फिक्स एजुकेशन एंड विच कैनॉट रन गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स हैज नो बिजनेस टू बी इन द गवर्नमेंट, उसको इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए। अगर कोई सरकार स्कूल ठीक नहीं कर सकती, अगर कोई सरकार सरकारी स्कूल ठीक नहीं कर सकती, वो क्या ठीक करेंगे यार फिर। तो हमने सरकार बनने के बाद सरकारी स्कूलों पे काम करना चालू किया। बहुत डर डर के किया क्योंकि बड़ा मुश्किल काम था, बड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स काम था, लेकिन जनता का खूब सहयोग मिला, ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद मिला और 5 साल के अंदर हमने दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूल कंप्लीटली ट्रांसफॉर्म कर दिए, कंप्लीटली ट्रांसफॉर्म। और मैं आप सब लोगों को इनविटेशन दे रहा हूँ, मेरे को मत बताओ दिल्ली सरकार के, दिल्ली में 2 किस्म के स्कूल है, एक एमसीडी के स्कूल है जहाँ उनकी सरकार है, उधर मत जाना, वो बहुत ख़राब है अभी भी। अब एमसीडी में हम जीत जाएंगे, उनको भी ठीक कर देंगे। दिल्ली सरकार के किसी स्कूल में चले जाओ, अपनी मर्जी से अनइनवाइटेड कहीं एक राउंड लगा के आ जाओ, एंड आई एम टेलिंग यू, यू विल बी प्राउड ऑफ योर गवर्नमेंट कि सरकार ने बड़ा अच्छा काम करके दिखाया। आप जाके देखो एक बारी, मैं इनवाइट कर रहा हूँ आप लोगों को। बहुत शानदार स्कूल बना दिया। अब मैं आपके सामने एक प्रपोजल रख रहा हूँ। अच्छी शिक्षा देने से बहुत सारी चीज़ें बदल जाएंगी, देश का बहुत विकास होगा, कई चीज़ों में विकास होगा, लेकिन टाइम बाउंड तरीके से आप देश के अंदर अच्छी शिक्षा देके हमारे देश की गरीबी और बेरोजगारी दूर कर सकते हैं, कंप्लीटली वाइप आउट कर सकते हैं गरीबी को और बेरोजगारी को। 10 से 15 साल लगेंगे और 10 से 15 ईयर ऑन ईयर बेसिस यू कैन एक्चुअली आप कैलकुलेट कर सकते हैं। इस साल इतने लोग गरीबी से बाहर हो गए, इस साल इतने लोग बेरोजगारी से बाहर हो गए, इतने लोगों को रोजगार मिल गया। ये पूरा खाका तैयार किया जा सकता है, वी कैन एक्चुअली डू इट। दिल्ली के अंदर हमने जो स्कूलों का ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन किया, अब स्कूल इतने अच्छे हो गए कि प्राइवेट से नाम कटा कटा के लोग अपने बच्चों को सरकारी स्कूल में भर्ती करा रहे हैं। लगभग 4 लाख बच्चों को, 4 लाख पेरेंट्स ने अपने बच्चों के प्राइवेट स्कूलों से नाम कटा के सरकारी स्कूल में भर्ती कराया। मैं एक दिन एक क्लास में गया, तो क्लास में मैंने बच्चों से पूछा, मैंने कहा आप में से कौन कौन प्राइवेट स्कूल से आए हैं नाम कटा के। 11th क्लास थी, तो उसमें 10-12 बच्चों ने हाथ उठाए। मैंने उसमें से एक बच्चे से पूछा, मैंने कहा कि आप कौन से स्कूल में पढ़ते थे, कहाँ से आए हैं? कहता है सेंट कोलंबस। कैन यू बिलीव इट? सेंट कोलंबस से अपना नाम कटा के वो बच्चा सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ने के लिए आया था। आई रियली फेल्ट वेरी प्राउड ऑफ अ गवर्नमेंट। मुझे लगा यार कुछ तो किया है। मरेंगे तो लगेगा कि भगवान के पास जाएंगे तो कह सकते हैं कि मेरी ज़िंदगी सफल हुई, पृथ्वी पे आपने भेजा था मेरे को। अब हमारे नतीजे भी बड़े अच्छे आने लगे हैं। हमारे 99.7% नतीजे आए हैं बोर्ड के एग्ज़ाम में 12वीं क्लास में दिल्ली सरकार के स्कूलों में। कभी सुना था सरकारी स्कूलों के 99.7% नतीजे आते हैं? अमेजिंग। लेकिन उससे बड़ी बात है, हमारे ढेरों बच्चों का इंजीनियरिंग में एडमिशन हो रहा है, हमारे ढेरों बच्चों का आईआईटी में एडमिशन हो रहा है, हमारे ढेरों बच्चों का ऑल इंडिया मेडिकल एम्स में एडमिशन हो रहा है, ढेरों बच्चों का मेडिकल में डॉक्टर बन रहे हैं, इंजीनियर बन रहे हैं हमारे बच्चे, रिक्शे वाले का बच्चा, मजदूर का बच्चा। अब आप सोचने की कोशिश करो, मैं आपको कुछ एग्जांपल्स देता हूँ। जैसे एक बच्चा, उसका नाम मनु है, उसके पिताजी रेड़ी चलाते हैं। रेड़ी पे वो कॉस्मेटिक्स का सामान लेके, कुछ लेडीज़ का कॉस्मेटिक्स, जेंट्स का कंघा, ये वो रेड़ी चलाते हैं। 8,000 रुपये महीने की उनकी कमाई होती है। एक कमरे के घर में रहते हैं किसी गरीब बस्ती में। उनके बच्चे का इस साल आईआईटी कानपुर में एरोस्पेस इंजीनियरिंग में एडमिशन हुआ उनके बच्चे का। एक और बच्चा है सुमित गौर, उसके पिताजी प्लम्बर हैं, 10,000 रुपये महीना कमाते हैं। उस बच्चे का आईआईटी मंडी में कंप्यूटर साइंस में एडमिशन हुआ है। मैं भी आईआईटी खड़गपुर से हूँ और मेरी इच्छा होती थी कि मेरा कंप्यूटर साइंस में एडमिशन हो, पर मेरे को मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग मिली। तो जो मैं नहीं पाया वो मेरे बच्चों को अब वो मिल रहा है, वो एजुकेशन मेरे बच्चों को मिल रही है। मेरा एक सपना होता था, मैं बहुत हम्बल बैकग्राउंड से हूँ, मेरा एक सपना होता था कि इस देश ने मुझे बहुत कुछ दिया है, आज जो कुछ भी हूँ मेरे देश की वजह से हूँ। जो कुछ देश ने मुझे दिया, जो अच्छी एजुकेशन मुझे देश ने दी, मैं वही एजुकेशन इस देश के बच्चों को, हर बच्चे को दे पाऊँ, ये मेरा एक सपना था। और आज मुझे खुशी हो रही है, उससे अच्छी एजुकेशन मैं दे पा रहा हूँ अपने बच्चों को। एक दीपांशु शुक्ला है, उसके पिताजी इलेक्ट्रिशियन है, 15,000 रुपये महीना कमाते हैं। उसका जिपमेर में एडमिशन हुआ है MBBS में। और ये कोई स्ट्रे एग्जाम्पल्स नहीं है, इस बार 450 के करीब बच्चों का नीट क्वालिफाई किया है दिल्ली सरकार के स्कूलों से, और लगभग 400 के करीब बच्चों का IIT JEE में एडमिशन हुआ है। ये तो प्रीमियर इंस्टीट्यूट्स की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। इसके अलावा ढेरों इंजीनियरिंग और मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूट्स के अंदर बच्चों का एडमिशन हुआ है। अब आप सोच के देखो, ये जो मन्नू है, इससे हम बात कर रहे थे, ये कहता था सर मेरा एक ही सपना है, मैं अपने पिताजी को अब रेडी नहीं चलाते देखना चाहता। अब मन्नू जब IIT कानपुर में एरोस्पेस इंजीनियरिंग करके निकलेगा 4 साल के बाद, उसकी 2-3 लाख रुपए महीने तो तनख्वाह होगी कम से कम स्टार्टिंग पे। 2-3 लाख रुपए महीना, आज उसके पिताजी 8,000 रुपये महीना कमा रहे हैं। तो एक परिवार तो गरीबी से दूर हो गया ना। एक बच्चे को हमने अच्छी शिक्षा दे दी तो एक परिवार तो गरीबी से दूर हो गया। मैंने आपको बताया कि 18 करोड़ बच्चे हैं देश में जो सरकारी स्कूलों में जाते हैं। अगर हम इनको अच्छी शिक्षा देते तो हर साल 1.5 से 2 करोड़ बच्चे निकलते हैं। 1.5 से 2 करोड़ परिवारों को हर साल हम गरीबी से बाहर निकाल सकते हैं। इट इज़ पॉसिबल टू डू एंड वी कैन डू इट इन अ टाइम बाउंड मैनर। हमने एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग एक्सपेरिमेंट किया है स्कूलों के अंदर। मुझे बहुत बार लगता था जब स्कूल में पढ़ते थे इतना रटना पड़ता है, इतना रटना पड़ता है, और समझ नहीं आता वो रट क्यों रहे हैं। मतलब आजकल ज़िंदगी में वो कुछ भी काम नहीं आता जो रटा था उन दिनों में। केमिस्ट्री रटी थी, ट्रिग्नोमेट्री रटी थी, फिज़िक्स रटी थी, इतना कुछ रटा था, कुछ काम नहीं आता वो नॉर्मल ज़िंदगी में। तो मुझे कई बार लगता था यार एजुकेशन सिस्टम को बदलना पड़ेगा। ये रटना रटना रटना, ये सिस्टम को जब तक नहीं बदलें, इसका आगे की ज़िंदगी में ये सारी एजुकेशन ना तो हमें अच्छा इंसान बनाती, ये सारी एजुकेशन ना तो हमें अच्छा कंट्रीमैन बनाती, नागरिक बनाती, और ये सारी एजुकेशन ना ही हम लोगों को अपने परिवार के लिए रोटी कमाने के लिए लायक बनाती है। BA, BCom, BSc करने के बाद फिर नौकरी ढूंढते फिरते हैं, नौकरी मिलती नहीं है। तो ये मैकॉले का एजुकेशन सिस्टम जो है इसको बदलना पड़ेगा। हमने दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों में एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया है। एक्सपेरिमेंट एक नेसेंट स्टेज पे है, तो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है और बहुत मुझे लगता है इसके अंदर पावर है। हमने 11वीं और 12वीं के बच्चों को कहा, उनके माइंडसेट में हमने भरना चालू किया, उनके दिमाग में हम लोगों ने भरना चालू किया 11वीं और 12वीं के बच्चों में कि देखो बच्चों, तुमको एजुकेशन कंप्लीट करने के बाद नौकरी ढूंढने के लिए नौकरी लेने वाला नहीं बनना, नौकरी देने वाला बनना है। यानी कि बिजनेस करना है ज़िंदगी में, तुम्हें बिजनेस करना है, बिजनेस करना है, बिजनेस करना है, नौकरी लेने वाला नहीं बनना, नौकरी देने वाला बनना। ये उनके दिमाग में भर दिया। और फिर हमने हर बच्चे को 2-2 हज़ार रुपये दे दिए। 11वीं और 12वीं के हर बच्चे को 2-2 हज़ार रुपये दे दिए और उनको बोला इससे बिजनेस करके दिखाओ। एक बार तो आपको लगेगा यार 2 हज़ार रुपये से क्या बिजनेस होता है, ये क्या मजाक है। उनको हमने कहा कि आप कितने भी बच्चे पार्टनरशिप कर सकते हो। तो 8 बच्चों ने पार्टनरशिप की तो उनके 16 हज़ार रुपये हो गए, 4 बच्चों ने पार्टनरशिप की तो उनके 8 हज़ार रुपये हो गए। इस तरह से बच्चों ने मिल के पार्टनरशिप की और 11वीं और 12वीं के टोटल मिला के लगभग 2-2.5 लाख बच्चे हैं। दे केम अप विद, उन्होंने टीम्स बनाई एंड दे केम अप विद 52,000 आइडियाज़ फॉर बिजनेस। मैं आपको 1-2 आइडियाज़ दिखाता हूँ कितने खूबसूरत। उन सारे बच्चों ने मिलके इधर उधर कुछ कुछ करके, जैसे 5 बच्चे इकट्ठे हुए, उन 5 बच्चों ने इकट्ठे होके उनके पास 10,000 सीड मनी आ गया। उन 5 बच्चों ने इकट्ठे होके एक ड्रिंक बनाई, कॉफ़ी का ऑल्टरनेटिव बट विदाउट कैफीन, एंड इट वाज अ न्यूट्रिशन ड्रिंक। उसको उन्होंने बोला मिस्टिक डेट्स। वो बेसिकली डेट्स की जो सीड आती है उस सीड को पीस के उन्होंने उसका जो पाउडर बना उससे कुछ ड्रिंक बनाई उन बच्चों ने। उसको फिर उन्होंने फेसबुक पे, व्हाट्सएप पे उन्होंने मार्केटिंग करनी चालू की और उस मार्केटिंग करके उन्होंने 6 महीने में 50,000 रुपये कमा लिए। 10,000 से शुरू किया, 50,000 रुपये कमा लिए। अब हमने क्या किया, और 50,000 रुपये कमा लिए और आज की डेट में उनके पास 2 लाख रुपए के ऑर्डर्स हैं। अभी प्रोडक्शन कर रहे हैं वो बच्चे, 2 लाख रुपए के उनके पास ऑर्डर्स हैं। हमने क्या किया, ये 52,000 बच्चों के जो आइडियाज़ थे, टीम्स के जो आइडियाज़ थे, हमने इनमें से छांट के 150 से 200 टीम्स को देश के अमीर, आप जैसे अमीर लोगों के सामने प्रेजेंटेशन करवाया। उन बच्चों ने प्रेजेंटेशन किया, अंग्रेज़ी में किया। सरकारी स्कूल के हमारे बच्चे बड़ी शानदार फर्राटे की अंग्रेज़ी बोलते हैं, मैं भी इतनी अच्छी नहीं बोल सकता। उन्होंने प्रेजेंटेशन किया, वहाँ पे जो मौजूद थे जितने, आपने शार्क टैंक देखा है? शार्क टैंक के स्टाइल में था सारा का सारा। उन्होंने बिजनेसमैन को प्रेजेंटेशन किया और उनको बड़े बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट मिले। जैसे ये मिस्टिक डेट्स है, इनको 17.5 लाख रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट मिला उस प्रोग्राम से बिजनेसमैन ने। 11वीं 12वीं क्लास के बच्चे देश के बड़े बड़े बिजनेसमैन के सामने प्रेजेंटेशन करते हैं और उनसे 17.5 लाख रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट ले आते हैं। कोई छोटी चीज़ तो नहीं है। एंड जस्ट ट्राई टू इमेजिन द लेवल ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस दैट दीज किड्स हैव डेवलप्ड। अमेजिंग। उसी तरह से एक और टीम है, उसने मोटराइज्ड व्हील चेयर्स बनाई, स्पेशली एबल्ड लोगों के लिए कस्टमाइज्ड व्हील चेयर्स बनाई। 7 बच्चे थे, 14,000 रुपये का सीड मनी, और इन्होंने 6.25 लाख रुपए का इन्वेस्टमेंट मिला इनको इसी तरह की उस बिज़नेस समिट में जब उन्होंने प्रेजेंटेशन किया। अब ये व्हील चेयर्स जो हैं हॉस्पिटल्स को, हेल्थ केयर सेंटर्स को सप्लाई कर रहे हैं। मैं समझता हूँ अब हम इस आइडिया को अभी हम 11वीं और 12वीं के बच्चों के लिए कर रहे हैं, इस आइडिया को हम कॉलेज लेवल पे लेके जाएंगे और कॉलेज में प्री फाइनल और फाइनल ईयर के बच्चों को हम बिज़नेस के बारे में सोचने के लिए मोटिवेट करेंगे। अगर हमारे बच्चों ने बिज़नेस के बारे में सोचना चालू किया और बिज़नेस कर, जैसे मैं आपको इसी में बड़ा एक इंटरेस्टिंग वो हुआ, एक बच्चा मुझे मिला, वो कहता है सर जब मैं 9वीं 10वीं में था तो मेरे को बहुत टेंशन होती थी, मैं पढ़ाई में बहुत ख़राब था, बड़ी मुश्किल से पास होता था, लेकिन ये 11वीं 12वीं में आके मैंने बिज़नेस करना चालू किया, अब मेरे को बिल्कुल टेंशन नहीं होती। कहता है पास होएंगे नहीं होएंगे तो बिज़नेस कर लेंगे, अपना धंधा कर लेंगे, अब मेरे को टेंशन बिल्कुल नहीं है। पहले मेरे को नौकरी की टेंशन थी, पता नहीं नौकरी मिलेगी कि नहीं मिलेगी। अगर हम अपने बच्चों को बिज़नेस करने के लिए तैयार कर लें, मुझे लगता है कि देश के अंदर बेरोज़गारी की समस्या दूर हो सकती है। हमें अपने पढ़ाई के सिस्टम के अंदर कुछ ठीक करना पड़ेगा। तो ये थोड़ी सी पॉजिटिव बात है। एक अब आप लोगों से मैं अपील करना चाहता हूँ, हमने दिल्ली में हेल्थ सिस्टम को काफ़ी ठीक किया है, मैं ये नहीं कहता कि सब कुछ ठीक कर दिया, बहुत कुछ अभी करने की ज़रूरत है, कर भी रहे हैं। हमने सरकारी अस्पताल बहुत अच्छे कर दिए, पहले उनका बहुत बुरा हाल था, सारा अंदर सेंट्रली एसी कर दिए, अंदर का इंटीरियर्स अच्छे कर दिए। पहले दवाइयाँ मिलती नहीं थी, अब दवाइयाँ मिलती हैं। पहले मशीनें ख़राब रहती थी, अब मशीनें ठीक होती हैं, अब इलाज अच्छा होता है। हमने मोहल्ला क्लिनिक ढेर सारे बनाए हैं, वो भी बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन मेरा अपना मानना है कि आदमी बीमारी क्यों हो, हमें ऐसा हेल्थ सिस्टम डेवलप करना है कि बीमारी ना हो आदमी। तो अगर योगा लोग करें, डेली योग करना चालू करें, तो लोग बीमार होना बंद हो जाएंगे, कम बीमार होंगे, बीमार होना बंद तो नहीं पर बीमारी कम होगी। तो हमने दिल्ली सरकार की तरफ से एक प्लान चालू किया कि दिल्ली के अंदर लोग योग करें। दिल्ली सरकार मुफ्त में टीचर भेजेगी आपको, आप 25 लोग इकट्ठे हो जाएं और हमें एक मिस्ड कॉल करें एक नंबर पे, और आप हमें मिस्ड कॉल करें, हम आपको योग करवाने के लिए, सिखाने के लिए भी और डेली करवाने के लिए आपको हम टीचर्स भेजेंगे। एंड द प्रोग्राम परफॉर्म मच बियॉन्ड आवर एक्सपेक्टेशंस। बहुत शानदार प्रोग्राम चला, 1 साल से चल रहा था। लगभग 17,000 लोग डेली योग कर रहे थे 1 साल में। एंड आवर टारगेट वॉज टू रीच ऑलमोस्ट 20 लाख पीपल। मेरा मकसद था हर एक आदमी को योग तो कराऊंगा मैं, कुछ भी हो जाए, कुछ चाहे आके कुछ भी करे, लेकिन सुबह उठ के और शाम को थोड़ी बहुत एक्सरसाइज तो करनी चाहिए। लेकिन वो 17,000 पे आके रुक गया। अभी फॉर ऑल रॉन्ग रीजंस, डर्टी पॉलिटिक्स, एलजी साहब ने और बीजेपी ने मिलके वो योगा की क्लासेस बंद करा दी दिल्ली में। 31 अक्टूबर को आखिरी क्लास हुई। मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ कि यार कुछ भी करो, गंदी राजनीति करो, पर योग के साथ तो राजनीति मत करो, लोगों की सेहत के साथ तो राजनीति मत करो। तो मैंने कहा कि भाई आप अगर हमें, मुझे पहली बात तो ये दुख हुआ यार, जनता ने मुझे वोट दिया है, 70 में से 62 सीट मेरे को मिली हैं, इतना ज़बरदस्त मैंडेट मिला है। अब एक मुख्यमंत्री जिसको इतना ज़बरदस्त मैंडेट मिला है, वो अपने लोगों को योग भी नहीं करा सकता। ये कैसा जनतंत्र है, ये कैसा सिस्टम है? This is anything but democracy. If some unelected person, lieutenant governor or a person or a party which got 8 seats, वो आके योगा की क्लासेस बंद करा सकती हैं, फिर तो ये डेमोक्रेसी नहीं है। But that's a different discussion altogether. मैंने फिर 1 नवंबर को अनाउंस किया, भाई कुछ भी हो जाए योग बंद नहीं होगा, योगा क्लासेस बंद नहीं होंगी, हम पैसे इकट्ठे करेंगे और योगा टीचर्स की सैलरी हम देंगे। दिल्ली के लोग बहुत अमीर हैं, आप जैसे लोग हैं, आपसे इकट्ठे करेंगे, हम पैसे इकट्ठे करके अपने टीचर्स की तनख्वाह देंगे, लेकिन क्लासेस बंद नहीं होने देंगे। मैंने अनाउंस कर दिया और 2 दिन क्लासेस बंद हुई, उसके बाद फिर से सारी क्लासेस चालू होंगी। पीपल आर सो हैप्पी। इतने बुजुर्ग लोग आते हैं, बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो पोस्ट कोविड कॉम्प्लिकेशन से जूझ रहे हैं, उनको बहुत फ़ायदा मिलता है, प्राणायाम करते हैं, योग करते हैं। तो मैंने आप लोगों के बिहाफ पे कमिटमेंट कर दिया है। और कुछ बड़े बड़े लोग हैं जिन्होंने पूरा कमिटमेंट ऑनर भी कर लिया है। हमें ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं है, 230 टीचर्स हैं अभी, 15,000 रुपये महीने की तनख्वाह देनी होती है, लगभग 30-35 लाख रुपए महीने का खर्चा है। ये तो इकट्ठा कर ही लेंगे, लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ इसमें सब लोगों की भागीदारी हो। मैं नहीं चाहता कि एक या दो बड़े बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट से मैं पैसा ले लूँ और उनकी तनख्वाह दे दूँ। आई वॉन्ट ऑल ऑफ यू टू कंट्रीब्यूट। सो मेरी एक रिक्वेस्ट है, मेरे को पैसा नहीं चाहिए, मैं ये नहीं चाहता कि आप मेरे को पैसा दो। आप एक आदमी कोई भी 1 या 2 या 3 टीचर्स की तनख्वाह पिकअप कर ले, योगा टीचर्स की। मैं एक नंबर दे रहा हूँ, व्हाट्सएप नंबर है, उस नंबर पे आप मेरे को बता देना कि आप 1 टीचर की या 2 टीचर की या 3 टीचर की तनख्वाह दे सकते हो, और हम आपको उस टीचर का एट द एंड ऑफ द मंथ नाम भेज देंगे, आप उसके नाम का चेक दे देना, या हम एक पब्लिक सेरेमनी में आपके हाथ से उस टीचर को चेक दिला देंगे। लेट द वर्ल्ड नो कि ये कानून और इसके बेसिस पे या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन या इस गंदी राजनीति के बेसिस पे आप अच्छे कामों को रोक नहीं सकते। जब जनता साथ आ जाए, जनता इकट्ठी हो जाए, तो कोई अच्छा काम रुक नहीं सकता। हम किसी भी हालत में योगा क्लासेस रुकने नहीं देंगे दिल्ली में किसी भी, और हमारा टारगेट जो था 20 लाख लोगों को योग कराने का, वो टारगेट जरूर पूरा करेंगे। तो नंबर नोट कर लीजिए। मैं चाहता हूँ यहाँ बैठा हुआ हर आदमी एक एक कम से कम तनख्वाह जरूर, 15,000 तो आप लोगों के लिए कुछ नहीं है, एक लंच या डिनर में ही आप लोग उड़ा देते हैं। 727779 72779, 2 बार है 72779। आप कई लोग लिख नहीं रहे हैं, नोट कर लीजिए। 72779 72779। इस नंबर पे फ़ोन कोई नहीं उठाएगा, व्हाट्सएप मैसेज कर दीजिएगा। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच अरविंद जी। देखिए, आपने बोला तो था कि आधा घंटा आप देंगे मुझे, लेकिन आपने टाइम कम थोड़ा रखा है, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, हमारा भी ये लास्ट सेशन है। We can push a little bit longer. So, Arvind ji, there are a lot of issues that I want to cover in this short time that we have quickly. And I want to start with Delhi, and then we will move on to other things. And particularly, one thing which is seasonal and which is happening right now, it's a question that sort of comes the moment you step out and try to take a deep breath, which is the pollution in the air. You were talking about yoga just now in the mornings, and I was just wondering, there are some days when, it's really not advisable to be doing it in a season like this. And my question to you this time is different from what I've asked you about this before, which is that there is obviously, we know what the problems are that are leading to pollution in Delhi. Last time when you came, you spoke about the farm fires in Punjab and how it was all coming from there. Now you're in government in Punjab, I mean your party is in government, you're in government in Delhi. Why are we not being able to solve this? What is the solution?
सबसे पहले एट द आउटसेट मैं अपनी पार्टी और पंजाब की अपनी सरकार की तरफ से पंजाब में जो फार्म फायर्स हैं उनकी जिम्मेदारी लेता हूँ। हम जिम्मेदार हैं, हमारे किसान जिम्मेदार नहीं हैं। पंजाब के अंदर स्टबल बर्निंग हो रही है, काफ़ी हो रही है। स्टैटिस्टिक्स में जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। अगर मैं कहूँ पिछले साल के मुकाबले कम हो गई, उसके पे हो रही है और नहीं होनी चाहिए, दैट इज़ अ फैक्ट। उसकी वजह से धुआं आ रहा है, दैट इज़ अ फैक्ट। तो पंजाब के अंदर किसान, कहीं भी किसी भी राज्य के अंदर किसान पराली जलाना नहीं चाहता, उसकी मजबूरी है, क्योंकि सारी सरकारें जो है वो समाधान, टेक्निकल सोल्यूशन निकालना पड़ेगा, समाधान देने में फेल हो गई हैं। तो मैं अपनी जिम्मेदारी लेता हूँ। मैं बस ये कहना चाहता हूँ, ये समस्या कई सालों की है और काफ़ी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है। पिछले 10-12 साल से ये चल रहा है। उसके पहले साइकिल थोड़ा अलग था, पहले नहीं होती थी फार्म फायर, 2011-2010 के पहले अगर आप देखें, लेकिन पिछले 10-12 साल से है। तो ये कुछ महीनों में सॉल्व होने वाली प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी। हमारी सरकार अभी मार्च में बनी, उसके बाद कई सारे लीगेसी प्रॉब्लम्स थे जिनको सॉर्ट आउट करने में हमें टाइम लगा। इस प्रॉब्लम की तरफ ध्यान देने के लिए हमें कम टाइम मिला। मैं 1 साल और मांग रहा हूँ। मेरी भगवंत मान साहब से भी बात हुई है वहाँ पे, मैं 1 साल और मांग रहा हूँ, और मुझे लगता है कि अगले साल काफ़ी कम होनी चाहिए। हम कोशिश करेंगे इसको वाइप आउट करने की, पर काफ़ी कम होनी चाहिए। वी वर्किंग ऑन वेरियस सॉल्यूशंस। इस साल भी हमने पिछले 4-5 महीने में कुछ चीज़ें ट्राई की, वो उतनी सक्सेसफुल नहीं हुई। सो पहली चीज़ तो ये। कि पंजाब में फार्म फायर्स हैं, हम उसकी जिम्मेदारी लेते हैं, वो धुआं दिल्ली भी आता है, दिल्ली में भी पोल्यूशन होता है, हमें थोड़ा सा टाइम और दे दो और हम इसके ऊपर काम करेंगे और हम अपनी जिम्मेदारी लेते हैं। लेकिन पोल्यूशन जो है वो केवल दिल्ली की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, ये भी हमें समझना पड़ेगा। जैसे ये मैं आपके लिए लेके आया हूँ, जो मेरे पास डेटा है, जो आज पोल्यूशन दिल्ली, ये आज का डेटा है पोल्यूशन का, अभी का निकाल के लाया हूँ मैं। दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन वेरी पुअर कैटेगरी में है, और आपको जान के ताज्जुब होगा, दिल्ली में, जींद में, गुड़गांव में, सिरसा में, चरखी दादरी में, दारूहेड़ा में, फरीदाबाद में, यमुनानगर में, ग्रेटर नोएडा में, भिवाड़ी में, बिहार के मोतिहारी में, सिवान में, बेतिया में, दरभंगा में, बक्सर में, सहरसा में, कटिहार में, समस्तीपुर में, छपरा में, मुजफ्फरपुर में, और मध्य प्रदेश में ग्वालियर में, सिंगरौली में भी वेरी पुअर कैटेगरी में है। ये आम आदमी पार्टी ने नहीं किया, ये केजरीवाल ने भी नहीं किया, इसके लिए हम जिम्मेदार नहीं हैं। और यहाँ बिहार के मोतिहारी और सिवान में तो सीवियर कैटेगरी में है। सो हमें ये समझना पड़ेगा कि पोल्यूशन जो है ये पूरे नॉर्थ इंडिया की प्रॉब्लम है, इस दौरान पूरे नॉर्थ इंडिया में होती है। अब अगर हम एक दूसरे को गालियाँ देते रहें, रोज़ आप अखबार में पढ़ते होंगे, ये लोग छापते हैं केजरीवाल की वजह से पोल्यूशन हो गया, केजरीवाल की वजह से। यार मैंने मध्य प्रदेश में थोड़ी कर दिया पोल्यूशन, मैंने बिहार में थोड़ी कर दिया पोल्यूशन, वहाँ पूरे देश की प्रॉब्लम है। इसका समाधान कौन निकालेगा? इसका समाधान तो केंद्र सरकार को निकालना है। केंद्र सरकार सारी सरकारों के साथ मिलके बैठ के बात करे तो समाधान निकल सकता है। और केंद्र सरकार क्या करती है? जैसे ही पोल्यूशन होता है अपने आप को कमरे में बंद कर लेती है और सारे पत्रकारों को बोलती है ठोको केजरीवाल को, ठोको केजरीवाल को, और सारे ठोकना चालू करते हैं। मेरे को गाली देने से अगर समाधान होता हो तो दे लो गाली, पर मेरे को गाली देने से, जितनी मेरी समस्या है मैं उसकी जिम्मेदारी ले रहा हूँ, जो बाकियों की समस्या है सबको लेनी चाहिए ना जिम्मेदारी। पोल्यूशन ठीक करना है कि केजरीवाल को गाली देनी है, ये डिसाइड कर लो।
Arvind ji, but you know what I want to ask you is, there is obviously going to be a systemic solution to a systemic problem. There are issues of cropping patterns, there are issues of monocropping. There are also issues, very interestingly you talked about how 2010-11 से ज़्यादा हो गया है. So in order to protect the water table of Punjab, there was a law passed in 2009 which said that you cannot sow until monsoon is announced in your
10 जुलाई के बाद कहते हैं वो।
So as a result of that, the switch over time between paddy and wheat becomes too little for the farmer to think that it's the cheapest solution for me. And because of
Kunal, I get what you are saying कि समाधान क्या है?
जी
4-5 समाधान हैं, लेकिन मैं अभी उसके बारे में बात नहीं करना चाहता, बिकॉज वो समाधान कौन सा सक्सेसफुल होगा, कौन सा सक्सेसफुल नहीं होगा। जैसे अभी 2 महीने पहले, 3 महीने पहले हम लोग आपस में बात कर रहे थे, तो उस वक्त जिन समाधानों पे हमने काम किया, दे डिडंट वर्क। परहैप्स द टाइम वाज आल्सो वेरी लिटिल, बिकॉज उस स्केल की प्लानिंग 1.25 लाख मशीनें हम लोगों ने इकट्ठी की और हमने प्लान किया कि एक मशीन इतनी ज़मीन के ऊपर कटिंग कर देगी, तो सारी प्राइवेट मशीन भी एक्वायर कर लो, सारी एक्वायर कर लो। और अगर एक मशीन इतनी ज़मीन के ऊपर वो करती है तो वो 70 लाख एकड़ है ज़मीन जो कि सोइंग होती है पैडी की, तो 70 लाख एकड़ का हम बड़े आराम से कर लेंगे। पर वो प्लानिंग हमारी इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हो पाई, वी फेल्ड। आई एम एडमिटिंग दैट वी फेल्ड। लेकिन अब अगले साल नॉट जस्ट दिस, और भी 3-4 हमारे प्लान्स हैं। मैं सक्सेसफुल कर लूँ, फिर आपके अगले साल सबमिट में आके मैं कहूँगा आई सक्सीडेड।
That's good. No, Arvind ji, I think the most important thing is, what we are worried about is that every year, once it goes, everybody seems to forget about pollution.
No, but we are working still. We are working.
Yeah.
We are working.
So that commitment is good to have. The next issue that I want to quickly discuss with you is this raging fight that we are having in Delhi between the LG office and the government. I know you will say that it's their doing, but how do we get out of this? What is the solution?
अब बताओ मैं क्या करूं यार, मेरे को दिल्ली की जनता ने वोट दिया है, 70 में से 62 सीट दी है। अगर दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री अपने लोगों को योगा क्लासेस नहीं करा सकता तो फिर क्या कर सकता है यार? सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आ चुका, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने साफ साफ लिखा है भाई, पुलिस, लैंड एंड लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, ये 3 चीज़ एलजी देखेंगे, बाकी सारी चीज़ें दिल्ली सरकार देखेगी। वो हर चीज़ के अंदर अभी पोल्यूशन हुआ, पोल्यूशन में हम 3 साल से एक कैंपेन चला रहे हैं कि जब रेड लाइट के ऊपर रेड लाइट पे गाड़ी खड़ी होती है तो वो चलती रहती है, हमारी आदत है कि वो हम उसको ऑफ नहीं करते। उसकी वजह से एक साइंटिफिक कैलकुलेशन है कि इतना धुआं उड़ता है। अगर हमने कैंपेन चलाया रेड लाइट ऑन गाड़ी ऑफ, तो ये कैंपेन काफ़ी सक्सेसफुल हुआ। इस बार एलजी साहब ने वो भी रोक दिया, योगा भी रोक दिया, हम डोर स्टेप डिलीवरी ऑफ राशन करना चाहते थे वो भी रोक दिया। इस तरह से इंटरफेरेंस से सरकार कैसे चलेगी? आप बताओ मैं क्या करूं? मैं उनके पैर पकड़ता हूं, उनकी जाके मिन्नतें करता हूं, हर फ्राइडे को उनसे मिलने जाता हूं, अब मैं क्या करूं बताओ? ये डेमोक्रेसी तो नहीं है ना। हमने तो लड़ाई, आज़ादी की लड़ाई किस लिए लड़ी थी? इसीलिए तो लड़ी थी कि लोग अपनी सरकार चुनेंगे, वो सरकार काम करेगी, सरकार उनके प्रति जिम्मेदार होगी, और अगर काम नहीं करेगी तो 5 साल में उनको धक्के मार के निकाल देंगे। अब सरकार तो उन्होंने केजरीवाल की चुनी और चला रही है बीजेपी, तो ये कैसे होगा? ये तो हो नहीं सकता। तो दिस इज अगेंस्ट डेमोक्रेसी, दिस इज अगेंस्ट फंडामेंटल्स ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन।
See, at the core of the fight, the way it has panned out in the last few months, has become the excise policy. Because that is the one on which now there is an investigation going on. One of the, I mean, the ministers.
That is not the core. Core is कि रोज के इन लोगों को बेचारों को एक्साइज पॉलिसी से क्या लेना देना? इनको तो चाहिए इनके स्कूल, इनकी ज़िंदगी अच्छी चलती रहे, पोल्यूशन कम हो जाए, हवा साफ़ हो जाए, पानी साफ़ हो जाए, पानी 24 घंटे आ जाए, बिजली अच्छी मिल जाए, सड़कें अच्छी हो जाए, और स्कूल अच्छे हो जाएं, अस्पताल अच्छे हो जाए, ये तो चाहिए इन लोगों को। बाकी राजनीति से उनको क्या लेना था? दैट्स नॉट कोर, दैट्स द कोर फॉर यू गाइज। क्योंकि आपको ऊपर से फ़ोन आता है केजरीवाल को ठोको, एक्साइज पॉलिसी में ठोको।
No, it's very curious. See, the thing is, there were lots of merits in the policy. It was consumer facing. It was saying that, we are going to get the mafia out, etc. Where did it go wrong? What happened? Did it go wrong? What is the issue with it?
It didn't go wrong.
Why did you take it back?
We took it back because अफसरों को धमकाया गया। 31 जुलाई को इस पॉलिसी को एक्सटेंड होना था, वो हर साल एक्सटेंड होती है। 31 जुलाई को हमें इस पॉलिसी को एक्सटेंड करना था। सारे अफसरों को धमका दिया गया फ़ोन कर करके, अगर इसको तुमने एक्सटेंड किया तो तुम्हें सबको सस्पेंड कर देंगे। कोई ऑफिसर एक्सटेंड करने को तैयार नहीं था। दिल्ली में पहले 850 दुकानें होती थी, वो दुकानें 350 बच गई, जिसकी वजह से दुकानों के ऊपर अफरा तफरी हो गई, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉब्लम हो गई। कोई जो दुकानें खाली थी उसका ऑक्शन करने को ऑफिसर तैयार नहीं था। वी हैड नो ऑप्शन, वी वर फोर्स्ड टू टेक इट बैक। सेम पॉलिसी पंजाब में अभी लागू है। पंजाब में 48% रेवेन्यू बढ़ गया है। सेम पॉलिसी, डिटो पॉलिसी इज वर्किंग इन पंजाब। तो अगर पंजाब में वो पॉलिसी काम कर सकते, दिल्ली में क्यों नहीं कर सकती? गंदी राजनीति चल रही है। अगर इतनी हमने ये पॉलिसी क्यों बनाई? बिकॉज लीकेजेस बहुत ज़्यादा थे। उस लीकेजेस की वजह से हमने पॉलिसी बनाई कि दुकानों को ऑक्शन, ट्रांसपेरेंट तरीके से ऑक्शन कर देंगे। ऑक्शनिंग की हमने, पंजाब में ऑक्शनिंग की, 48% रेवेन्यू इंक्रीज हो गया। दिल्ली में भी हो सकता था।
बट ऐसा तो नहीं है कि द पीपल यू वर ट्राइंग टू कीप आउट समहाउ मैनेज टू गेट इन?
We were not trying to keep out anyone.
No, you were trying to keep out like this, people who were
no one. Transparent policy थी। ऑक्शन किया था, ऑनलाइन ऑक्शन हुआ था, कोई भी अप्लाई कर सकता था, एलिजिबिलिटी थी, उसमें हमारे हाथ में नहीं था। जो कीप आउट है उसकी एलिजिबिलिटी, इनएलिजिबिलिटी थी। इट वाज अ ट्रांसपेरेंट प्रोसेस। एक चीज़ बताओ, इतना इन्होंने हंगामा किया, इतना आप लोगों ने भी हंगामा किया, फ्रंट पेज पे मुझे ठोकने में आपने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी, है ना? आप ही बता दो कि एक्साइज पॉलिसी जो कह रहे हैं शराब घोटाला हो गया, क्या था घोटाला? आप मेरे को दो लाइन में बता दो घोटाला क्या था।
नहीं, and which is why I'm asking you that.
So you agree there was no घोटाला?
No, they have not presented any.
Exactly.
I mean the charge sheet is not filed.
CBI और ED के 800 ऑफिसर्स लगे हुए हैं मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार करने के लिए। 800 ऑफिसर्स आर वर्किंग ओवर टाइम। 800 officers of CBI and ED are working for the last 3 months to arrest Manish Sisodia. Idea is not to investigate any offense. The goal is to arrest Manish Sisodia. और 3 महीने 24 घंटे 800 ऑफिसर्स काम कर रहे हैं, 500 से ज़्यादा रेड कर चुके हैं, एक चवन्नी नहीं मिली इनको। मनीष सिसोदिया के घर 2 बार रेड हो चुकी है पिछले 3 महीने में। उनके सारे बैंक अकाउंट, बैंक लॉकर्स चेक कर चुके हैं। उनके फिर गांव गए कि शायद इसने यहीं कुछ ज़मीन खरीदी हुई हो, कहीं कुछ नहीं मिला। तो जब कुछ मिला ही नहीं, कोई कह रहा है 10,000 करोड़ का घोटाला हो गया, कोई कह रहा है 100 करोड़ का घोटाला हो गया, कोई कह रहा है 1000 करोड़ के। कहाँ है पैसा, कहाँ है? कुछ मिला ही नहीं। और इतने सीनियर पत्रकार से पूछते हैं घोटाला क्या है, इनको पता ही नहीं घोटाला क्या है।
किसी को नहीं पता। मैं तो कई लोगों से पूछ चुका, प्लीज़ एजुकेट मी। जैसे होता है ना कि 2G फूजी में था कि भाई ये लाइसेंस देने के इन्होंने पैसे लिए, एक उसमें किसी में, इसमें क्या आरोप क्या है, हमने क्या फ़ायदा पहुंचाया और क्या पैसे लिए, कोई तो बता दे प्लीज़ एजुकेट मी। कोई है ही नहीं, कुछ है ही नहीं, किसी पत्रकार को नहीं पता। ढूंढ रहे हैं, फिशिंग इंक्वायरी चल रही है, कहीं कुछ मिल जाए, कहीं कुछ मिल जाए, कहीं कुछ मिल जाए, मिल ही नहीं रहा।
So you're saying the policy would have otherwise been successful had it not
Of course.
had it been implemented properly?
Of course.
MCD elections are going to come up. They're happening after a delay, after delimitation exercise, after a merger. A lot of these factors will play out when the elections come. Arvindji, 5 years ago, a lot of people after your big win in Delhi had expected you to wrest the MCD from the BJP. It didn't happen. What do you think is different this time?
मुझे लगता है उससे ज़्यादा ही वोट मिलेंगे। पिछले 6 महीने के अंदर जिस तरह से इन्होंने दिल्ली में, जब से नए LG आए हैं, इन्होंने जिस तरह से दिल्ली में सरकार के काम रोकने की कोशिश की है और हर काम में अड़चन अड़ाने की कोशिश की है, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, जिस तरह से गाली गलौज किया है इन्होंने, मैं दूर रहता हूँ गाली से, मेरे को गाली देनी नहीं आती, मेरे माँ बाप ने सिखाया नहीं मुझे गाली देना। जिस तरह से गालियाँ देते हैं रोज़, आज भी सुबह इनका कोई वो था कि इतनी गालियाँ दे रहे थे मेरे को टीवी में बैठ के, राक्षस है, ये है, वो है, पता नहीं भ्रष्टाचारी है, फलाना है, ढिमका है। लोगों को नेगेटिव राजनीति पसंद नहीं आती, लोग पॉजिटिव काम देखना चाहते हैं। भाई आपने 15 साल राज किया, आप बताओ कि हमने 15 साल में ये काम किया, ये काम किया, ये काम किया, अगले 5 साल में ये काम करेंगे, ये काम करेंगे, ये काम, वो तो बताते नहीं हैं। बस केजरीवाल ये, केजरीवाल वो, इसलिए हमें वोट दो। जनता कहती है नहीं, हम केजरीवाल से प्यार करते हैं, आप अपना काम बताओ, उसको गाली मत दो। तो 6 महीने में इन्होंने मेरे को गाली देने के सिवा कोई काम नहीं किया। 15 साल में इन्होंने क्या काम किया गिनवाने के लिए इनके पास एक भी काम नहीं है। तो जनता इनको क्यों वोट दे? कोई भी चुनाव उम्मीद पे लड़ा जाता है, होप पे लड़ा जाता है। क्या आज बीजेपी के लोगों से जनता को उम्मीद है कि अगर हमें इनको 5 साल और दिए तो ये और काम कर देंगे? नहीं है उम्मीद इनको।
Are you confident अगर आप लोग आगे you'll be able to clean up Delhi in 5 years?
Sure, certainly. हम सीखेंगे। और आज मेरे को अपफ्रंट कहने में इंदौर बीजेपी का वो है, इंदौर नंबर 1 आता है स्वच्छ भारत में। क्यों नहीं सीखना चाहिए? हम इंदौर से सीखेंगे। अगर इंदौर खूबसूरत हो सकता है, दिल्ली क्यों नहीं हो सकती? इट्स नॉट अ रॉकेट साइंस। अगर लंदन खूबसूरत हो सकता है, टोक्यो खूबसूरत हो सकता है, पेरिस खूबसूरत हो, दिल्ली क्यों नहीं हो सकती? हो सकती है दिल्ली भी। इट्स नॉट अ रॉकेट साइंस। वो कर सकते हैं, हम क्यों नहीं कर सकते? नीयत होनी चाहिए, साफ नीयत होनी चाहिए।
थोड़ा दिल्ली से बाहर चलते हैं। You're in power in Punjab. Is it a very different experience for your party to run a state like Punjab?
No,
which
not
has,
at all.
where the police is under you, there's law and order ranging from, it's a border state, financially weak, there are, gangs, so that you have to deal with all sorts of problems. Is it difficult? Is it different?
प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, कई सारी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, कई सारी इजी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, कई जल्दी हो जाएंगी, कुछ लो हैंगिंग फ्रूट्स होते हैं, कुछ लॉन्ग टर्म होते हैं, सब किस्म के होंगे। जैसे अब बजट डेफिसिट है, 3.5 लाख करोड़ का कर्जा चढ़ा हुआ है। मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है उसको हम वाइप आउट कर देंगे, लेकिन टाइम लगेगा। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पहले 2-3 महीने हमारे लिए काफ़ी क्रिटिकल रहे। 2-3 महीने में मोहाली बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हो गया, पटियाला के अंदर कम्युनल राइट्स हो गए, सिद्धू मूसेवाला का मर्डर हो गया। बट नाउ सिचुएशन इज़ रीजनेबली अंडर कंट्रोल, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर भी सेटल हो गया है, चीज़ें भी सेटल हो रही हैं। तो चैलेंजेस हैं। एक ही चीज़ मैं हमेशा देखता हूँ कि बस नीयत साफ़ होनी चाहिए। अगर नीयत आदमी की साफ़ हो और काम करने की और सेवा करने की मंशा हो, तो सारी चीज़ें फिर ऊपर वाला साथ देता है।
अब पंजाब की सक्सेस के बाद यू आर फोकसिंग बिग टाइम ऑन गुजरात। यू हैव बीन स्पेंडिंग अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम देयर। What are your realistic expectations from Gujarat, and what is it that you're seeing there that is making you feel that you need to put so much attention on it?
देखिए, एक चीज़ समझनी पड़ेगी कि 27 साल के, जैसे मैंने दिल्ली में बताया, 15 साल के शासन के बाद एमसीडी बीजेपी ये नहीं बता पा रही हमने काम क्या किया। गुजरात में 27 साल के शासन के बाद बीजेपी ये नहीं बता पा रही कि उन्होंने काम क्या किया। फ्रैंकली, जब हम गुजरात में गए थे, अप्रैल के महीने में हमने एंटर किया था कैंपेनिंग। हमें भी आइडिया नहीं था कि क्या सिचुएशन है, पर जिस स्केल की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है, बहुत ज़्यादा नाराज़ है लोग, बहुत ज़्यादा गुस्से में हैं। द ओनली थिंग गोइंग इन फेवर ऑफ बीजेपी एंड कांग्रेस इज़ कि उनका एक कमिटेड वोट है, कुछ भी हो जाए वोट उसी पार्टी को दे, आदत पड़ गई है, खून में आ गया है। उसके अलावा उम्मीद, आम आदमी पार्टी एक बहुत बड़ी उम्मीद के रूप में आई है। मैं वहाँ जाके लोगों के बीच में जाके कहता हूँ कि मैं आपके बच्चों के स्कूल बनवा दूंगा, दिल्ली में बना के आया हूँ। मैं आपके लिए अस्पताल बना दूंगा, आपके लोगों का इलाज करा दूंगा, अच्छा दिल्ली में करा के आया हूँ। लोगों ने इस किस्म की राजनीति देखी नहीं है, इस किस्म की भाषा राजनीति में सुनी नहीं है। कभी बीजेपी और कांग्रेस ने जाके लोगों को नहीं कहा कि हम आपके लिए स्कूल बनवा देंगे, अस्पताल बनवा देंगे, हमें वोट दो। लोगों को ये बहुत पसंद आ रहा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। एक नई उम्मीद, एक नई राजनीति लेके गए हम लोग, उसको बहुत समर्थन मिल रहा है। तो रियलिस्टिकली जो हो रहा है, दोनों पार्टियां दिन ब दिन नीचे जा रही हैं वोट शेयर परसेंटेज में। हमारी पार्टी दिन ब दिन ऊपर जा रही है। अगर ये यूं हो गया तो पासा पलट सकता है। 20 दिन है अभी।
Arvind ji, also, see, you're going to a lot of states where the Congress was the main opposition. What does it say, however, of opposition unity at a time where a lot of people are talking about a united front against such a strong government in the center?
ये opposition unity जो है ना, लोग ये नहीं चाहते, लोग उम्मीद चाहते हैं। देखो, ये opposition unity का क्या मतलब है? ऑपोजिशन, सारे ऑपोजिशन वाले इकट्ठे होके आओ मिलके बीजेपी को हराते हैं, यही तो है। बीजेपी को हराने का ठेका आपने कैसे ले लिया? हम तो जनतंत्र में रहते हैं, बीजेपी को हराने का ठेका ये लेंगे। अगर बीजेपी को हराना होगा, ये हरा देंगे। जिस दिन इन्होंने ठान लिया कि हमें बीजेपी को हराना, ये हरा देंगे। आपको इनको जाके ये बताना है कि हमें वोट इसलिए दो क्योंकि हम आपकी ज़िंदगी ऐसे बदल देंगे। आपको इनको उम्मीद देनी है, देश को उम्मीद देनी है, देश को एजेंडा देना है, देश को एक रोड मैप देना है कि अगले 5 साल के अंदर हम आपकी ज़िंदगी को और देश को कैसे आगे ले जाएंगे। जिस दिन इनको एजेंडा पसंद आ गया, ये खुद ब खुद बीजेपी को हरा देंगे। तो बीजेपी के हराने की जिम्मेदारी इन पे छोड़ दो। तो ये जो एक है कि सारे इकट्ठे हो जाओ, चलो बीजेपी को हराते हैं, ये मुझे लगता है कि काम नहीं करता। मैं बड़ा नया हूँ पॉलिटिक्स में, हो सकता है मुझे समझ नहीं हो।
Arvind ji, we are actually already out of time, but the last thing that I wanted to discuss with you, a couple of things is, see, as you're growing, as you're expanding, as you're getting, talking on different issues, there is some confusion among people about where does the Aam Aadmi Party stand ideologically and how, and what is your basically ideological base in the middle of all this?
हम कट्टर ईमानदार हैं, उस पर कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं है। ये लोग रोज़ कीचड़ फेंकते हैं मेरे ऊपर। मतलब आजकल तो मैं फिगर्स देख देख के भी हैरान रह गया हूँ। कोई वो जेल के अंदर कोई ठग बैठा है, वो कहता है मैंने केजरीवाल को 500 करोड़ रुपए दिए। मेरे को हंसी आती है यार, कहाँ है वो 500 करोड़? और आप लोग फ्रंट पेज पे छापते हो कि केजरीवाल को उसने 500 करोड़ रुपए दिए। तो एक कट्टर ईमानदारी है, उस पर कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं होगा। हम कट्टर देशभक्त हैं, ये हमारी आइडियोलॉजी है। और हम अच्छे इंसान हैं, इंसानियत हमारी आइडियोलॉजी है। ये 3 पिलर्स हैं आम आदमी पार्टी की आइडियोलॉजी के।
Arvind ji, there are some things on which people expect you to make a comment, they don't get it. उनको लगता है कि जैसे your latest comment you made about the photos of gods and goddesses on rupee notes. That is it that you are also playing a bit of a Hindutva card, and is that one of the planks that you're building?
2 चीज़ें आपके, एक तो आप कहते हो कि हम कई चीज़ों पे बोलना चाहिए, बोलते नहीं हैं। मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लीडर हूँ। किसी भी जिम्मेदार पॉलिटिशियन को जिम्मेदारी के साथ बोलना चाहिए, हर चीज़ पे नहीं बोलना चाहिए। कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी होती है जिस पे काम करना चाहिए, कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी होती है जिस पे बोलना चाहिए, और कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी होती है जिस पे शांत रहना चाहिए। ज़्यादा बोलना भी अच्छी चीज़ नहीं होती है। जनता को काम करने वाले लोग पसंद हैं, पहली चीज़। आपका काम है बोलना। दिक्कत ये हो गई कि आप लोगों ने बोलना बंद कर दिया है, सच बोलना बंद कर दिया आप लोगों ने। आप हिम्मत लेके आइए अपने अंदर। मेरे को पता है फ़ोन आते हैं ऊपर से, हिम्मत दिखाइए थोड़ी सी। जिस दिन आपने हिम्मत दिखानी चालू कर दी उस दिन पासा पलट जाएगा।
हमको
तो पहली चीज़ सुन लीजिए, पहली चीज़ तो ये है, मैं समझता हूँ, मैं आपकी मजबूरी भी समझता हूँ, आपने भी धंधा करना है। कल ये मेरे को पता है मीडिया
आप ऐसे स्टेटमेंट बना रहे हैं जैसे आप कहते हैं लोग आपके बारे में बोलते हैं।
सुनिए, मेरे पास अखबार नहीं है छापने को। मेरे को पता है कई मीडिया हाउसेस पे इन्होंने ईडी के केसेस कर रखे हैं। अब वो बेचारा मीडिया वाला भी क्या करेगा, ये कल गिरफ्तार कर लेंगे उसको। सो इनकी भी मजबूरी है। तो हम आपसे अभी तो ज़्यादा ही बोल रहे हैं, आप भी थोड़ा बोलना चालू कीजिए, सच बोलना दिखाना चाहिए। दूसरी चीज़, आपने लक्ष्मी और गणेश जी की बात कही। आर यू एन एथिस्ट और
No, it's not
मैं
about personal
पूछ रहा
faith. It's not
हूँ,
about personal
मैं वैसे ही पूछ
faith.
रहा हूँ, वैसे ही बता दो।
हाँ।
आप भगवान में मानते हैं विश्वास कि नहीं मानते हैं? आस्तिक है कि नास्तिक हैं?
नहीं, मतलब in a reasonable way, yes, मानते हैं।
मानते हैं। अगर भगवान को मानते हैं तो भगवान के आशीर्वाद को भी मानते हैं कि भगवान का आशीर्वाद। हम लोग तुच्छ इंसान हैं और बहुत एफर्ट्स करते हैं, कई बार एफर्ट्स करते हैं, रिजल्ट ही नहीं आता। फिर भगवान के पास जाते हैं, कहते हैं हे भगवान कुछ दया करो, कुछ आशीर्वाद दो कि मैं इतनी मेहनत कर रहा हूँ, कुछ नतीजे आए। जाते हैं कि नहीं जाते? भगवान का आशीर्वाद तो कड़ी मेहनत की भी ज़रूरत होती है और भगवान के आशीर्वाद की भी ज़रूरत होती है। बस इतना ही मैंने कहा था। मैंने कहा भाई हमारा देश जो है कई सारी समस्याओं से जूझ रहा है, हमें सही पॉलिसी भी चाहिए, मेहनत भी लगेगी, देश के लोग भी मेहनत करें, सरकारें भी मेहनत करें, लेकिन वो मेहनत तो तभी फलीभूत होगी जो ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद मिलेगा। तो मैंने कहा भाई नोट के ऊपर लक्ष्मी गणेश जी की अगर तस्वीर होगी, लक्ष्मी जी को वेल्थ का गॉडेस माना गया, तस्वीर होगी तो ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद मिलेगा, इसमें बुरा। मैंने ये नहीं कहा कि भाई तस्वीर छाप दो और फिर घर जाके सो जाओ और फिर अपने आप, ऐसा नहीं होगा। हमारे कर्मों का फल अच्छा मिलेगा अगर हम भगवान का आशीर्वाद लेंगे, लेना चाहिए।
Point is, as long as it's not a substitute for a policy intervention.
मैंने तो बार बार बोला है अपनी हर प्रेस कॉन, बार बार मेरे से पूछा गया, मैंने कहा भी कड़ी मेहनत भी करनी पड़ेगी, किसान भी मेहनत करेंगे, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट भी मेहनत करेंगे, व्यापारी भी मेहनत करेंगे, मजदूर भी मेहनत करेंगे, डॉक्टर भी मेहनत करेंगे, इंजीनियर भी मेहनत करेंगे, स्टूडेंट्स भी मेहनत करेंगे, सब मेहनत करेंगे, लेकिन जब तक ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद नहीं होगा फलीभूत नहीं होगा। आशीर्वाद तो चाहिए।
Chari Arvind ji, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The previous session I did with this afternoon was with Sachin Tendulkar and Lara, and you of course play googlies as well as they do, so I have known that for a long time. So
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kejriwal, sir, for an engaging session. I'd like to request Kunal to please present you with a token of our appreciation and gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Over the last 5 days, we've had the best minds. We've had the best minds, leaders in public affairs, renowned politicians, newsmakers and actors discuss and deliberate. We thank you all for having participated so enthusiastically, and we hope that next year we can all meet in person. Thank you very much. Stay safe till then.
A vision becomes a milestone when it helps make our lives richer with love and laughter. When it helps make a cleaner, smarter, and a more beautiful planet. So that you can set off on joyous new journeys and adventures. Building stronger bonds and bridging impossible distances which take you from the ever new to the forever beautiful. Opening up vistas and windows to a vibrant new world. A vision becomes a milestone when it touches millions of lives. Aditya Birla Group. Big in your life.
Wealthy in minerals, rapid industrialization, swift pace of development, creating its unique identity in the nation's development roadmap is the success story of Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is presently ranked 4th in the Ease of Doing Business Index in India. A lot of credit for this goes to the Chhattisgarh's visionary leadership to create a bright future for its citizens. With the potential to generate 24,000 megawatts, Chhattisgarh is all set to be the power pivot of the country. Chhattisgarh has been topping the charts as the cleanest state. Due to the all-round rural development and agriculture welfare schemes, Chhattisgarh is a model state for rural prosperity and urban excellence. With the intent of the state leadership and results being seen on ground, Chhattisgarh is on the path of rapid and model growth and development.
There are those who are always looking for what's next. Changing lanes, shifting modes, always in command. Sensing what lies ahead. That first scent of yet another success. The all-new Hyundai Tucson next drives now.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के विजन और प्रदेश के युवा मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी के मिशन से प्रगति के पथ पर निरंतर आगे बढ़ रहा है उत्तराखंड। रोजगार, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, निवेश और भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त उत्तराखंड के सपने को साकार कर रही है उत्तराखंड सरकार। पर्यटन से राज्य में मिल रहे हैं आर्थिक प्रगति को पंख। उत्तराखंड के सीएम तक पहुंच रही जनता की आवाज। उत्तराखंड में बढ़ता निवेश बन रहा है विकास का मुख्य आधार। राज्य की जनता की सुनी मन की बात मिलने जा रहा है राज्य को मजबूत भू कानून का आधार। उत्तराखंड के वीर सैनिकों का हो रहा है सम्मान। प्रदेश में भ्रष्टाचार पर की बड़ी चोट। सुखी, समृद्ध, खुशहाली की तरफ लगातार है बढ़ना। जन जन का है सपना, आगे बढ़ता रहे उत्तराखंड अपना।
A land of awakening. A land of joy. A land where every step forward is a journey within. I have started my journey. When will you start yours?
With over 8,000 passionate employees working hard in difficult terrain, pushing boundaries, transforming India's energy landscape. We stand ready with innovative prowess to write another history, fueling the nation and contributing to India's energy security. We are Oil India Limited.
From the interior parts of hilly areas to metro cities, today there are more than 8,800 Jan Aushadhi Kendras have been opened to provide affordable and quality medicines. These centers have 1,616 types of medicines and 250 types of surgical devices available at up to 90% off. By providing affordable medicines to about 10 lakh patients every day, Jan Aushadhi has been able to save up to 18,000 crore rupees for needy people in the last 8 years. Quality is also at the forefront of medicines at low prices.
2025 तक हम छलांग लगा चुके होंगे $1 ट्रिलियन डिजिटल इकोनॉमी की ओर।
आज जब हम आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं, तो मेरा भी यही सपना है कि भारत में हर हाथ में स्मार्टफोन हो, हर खेत में ड्रोन हो और हर घर में समृद्धि हो।
Digital India, catalyzing new India's decade. Jai Hind.
जय जय गंगे, जय जय गंगे, नमामि गंगे, नहीं रुकेंगे, हम स्वच्छ करेंगे। तू युग युग से बहती आई, तूने ही हमको पाला है। तेरी उंगली पकड़ चलना सीखा, जीवन तूने ही संभाला है। तेरा कर्ज चुकाना है हमको, कर्तव्य निभाना है हमको। नमामि गंगे, नमामि गंगे, हम स्वच्छ करेंगे, हम स्वच्छ करेंगे।
Power Grid, a Maharatna PSU of Government of India, largest transmission utility of country,
embarked on one such remarkable journey to establish one nation, one grid, one frequency, high voltage integrated transmission network, an electric superhighway through which power flows across the length and breadth of the country. Meeting challenges has always been a way of life at Power Grid. Transmitting power, transforming lives.
REC unleashes the potential of energy. REC funds energy. Funding that catalyzes. Funding that inspires. Funding that transforms. For sustainability and reliability. For investment and development. Adding value every day in every way. This is what our energy is. This is REC.